Jane Austen, 1775–1817. We have so lately rediscovered the charm and genius of this gifted young woman that she seems to be a novelist of yesterday, rather than the contemporary of Wordsworth and Coleridge. And few even of her readers realize that she did for the English novel precisely what the Lake poets did for English poetry. She refined and simplified it, making it a true reflection of English life. Like the Lake poets, she met with scanty encouragement in her own generation. Her greatest novel, Pride and Prejudice, was finished in 1797, a year before the appearance of the famous lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. But while the latter book was published and found a few appreciative readers, the manuscript of this wonderful novel went begging for 16 years before it found a publisher. As Wordsworth began with the deliberate purpose of making poetry natural and truthful, so Miss Austen appears to have begun writing with the idea of presenting the life of English country society exactly as it was, in opposition to the romantic extravagance of Mrs. Radcliffe and her school. But there was this difference that Miss Austen had in large measure the saving gift of humor, which Wordsworth sadly lacked. Maria Edgeworth, at the same time, set a sane and excellent example in her tales of Irish life, The Absentee and Castle Rackrent, and Miss Austen followed up the advantage with at least 6 works, which have grown steadily in value until we place them gladly in the first rank of our novels of common life. It is not simply for her exquisite charm, therefore, that we admire her, but also for her influence in bringing our novels back to their true place as an expression of human life. It is due partly, at least, to her influence that a multitude of readers were ready to appreciate Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford and the powerful and enduring work of George Eliot. Life. Jane Austen's life gives little opportunity for the biographer unless, perchance, he has something of her own power to show the beauty and charm of commonplace things. She was the 7th child of Reverend George Austen, rector of Steventon, and was born in the parsonage of the village in 1775. With her sisters, she was educated at home, and passed her life very quietly, cheerfully, in the doing of small domestic duties, to which love lent the magic lamp that makes all things beautiful. She began to write at an early age, and seems to have done her work on a little table in the family sitting room, in the midst of the family life. When a visitor entered, she would throw a paper or a piece of sewing over her work, and she modestly refused to be known as the author of novels which we now count among our treasured possessions. With the publishers, she had little success. Pride and Prejudice went begging, as we have said, for 16 years, and Northanger Abbey, 1798, was sold for a trivial sum to a publisher, who laid it aside and forgot it, until the appearance and moderate success of Sense and Sensibility in 1811. Then, after keeping the manuscript some 15 years, he sold it back to the family, who found another publisher. An anonymous article in the Quarterly Review, following the appearance of Emma in 1815, full of generous appreciation of the charm of the new writer, was the beginning of Jane Austen's fame. And it is only within a few years that we have learned that the friendly and discerning critic was Walter Scott. He continued to be her admirer until her early death. But these two, the greatest writers of fiction in their age, were never brought together. Both were home-loving people, and Miss Austen especially was averse to publicity and popularity. She died, quietly as she had lived, at Winchester in 1817 and was buried in the cathedral. She was a bright, attractive little woman whose sunny qualities are unconsciously reflected in all her books. Works. Very few English writers ever had so narrow a field of work as Jane Austen. Like the French novelists, whose success seems to lie in choosing the tiny field that they know best, her works have an exquisite perfection that is lacking in most of our writers of fiction. With the exception of an occasional visit to the watering place of Bath, her whole life was spent in small country parishes, whose simple country people became the characters of her novels. Her brothers were in the Navy, and so naval officers furnished the only exciting elements in her stories. But even these alleged heroes lay aside their imposing martial ways and act like themselves and other people. Such was her literary field, in which the chief duties were of the household, the chief pleasures in country gatherings, and the chief interests in matrimony. Life, with its mighty interests, its passions, ambitions, and tragic struggles, swept by like a great river, while the secluded interests of a country parish went round and round quietly, like an eddy behind a sheltering rock. We can easily understand, therefore, the limitations of Jane Austen, but within her own field she is unequaled. Her characters are absolutely true to life, and all her work has the perfection of a delicate miniature painting. The most widely read of her novels is Pride and Prejudice, but three others, Sense and Sensibility, Emma, and Mansfield Park, have slowly won their way to the front rank of fiction. From a literary viewpoint, Northanger Abbey is perhaps the best. For in it, we find that touch of humor and delicate satire with which this gentle little woman combated the grotesque popular novels of the Udolpho type. Reading any of these works, one is inclined to accept the hearty endorsement of Sir Walter Scott. That young lady has a talent for describing the involvements and feelings and characters of ordinary life, which is to me the most wonderful I ever met with. The big bow strain I can do myself, like any now going, but the exquisite touch which renders ordinary commonplace things and characters interesting from the truth of the description and the sentiment is denied to me. What a pity such a gifted creature died so early. Walter Savage Landor, 1775–1864. While Hazlitt, Lamb, De Quincey, and other romantic critics went back to early English literature for their inspiration, Landor shows a reaction from the prevailing romanticism by his imitation of the ancient classic writers. His life was an extraordinary one, and, like his work, abounded in sharp contrasts. On the one hand, there are his egoism, his uncontrollable anger, his perpetual lawsuits, and the last sad tragedy with his children, which suggests King Lear and his daughters. On the other hand, there is his steady devotion to the classics and to the cultivation of the deep wisdom of the ancients, which suggests Pindar and Cicero. In his works, we find the wild extravagance of Gebir, followed by the superb classic style and charm of Pericles and Aspasia. Such was Landor, a man of high ideals, perpetually at war with himself and the world. Life. Landor's stormy life covers the whole period from Wordsworth's childhood to the middle of the Victorian era. He was the son of a physician and was born at Warwick in 1775. From his mother he inherited a fortune, but it was soon scattered by large expenditures and law quarrels, and in his old age, refused help by his own children. Only Browning's generosity kept Landor from actual want. At Rugby and at Oxford, his extreme republicanism brought him into constant trouble, and his fitting out a band of volunteers to assist the Spaniards against Napoleon in 1808 allies him with Byron and his quixotic followers. The resemblance to Byron is even more strikingly shown in the poem Gebir, published in 1798, a year made famous by the lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. A remarkable change in Landor's life is noticeable in 1821, when, at 46 years of age, after having lost his magnificent estate of Lanthony Abbey in Glamorganshire, and after a stormy experience in Como, he settled down for a time at Fiesole near Florence. To this period of calm after storm, we owe the classical prose works for which he is famous. The calm, like that at the center of a whirlwind, lasted but a short time, and Landor, leaving his family in great anger, returned to Bath, where he lived alone for more than 20 years. Then, in order to escape a libel suit, the choleric old man fled back to Italy. He died at Florence in 1864. The spirit of his whole life may be inferred from the defiant farewell which he flung to it. I strove with none, for none was worth my strife. Nature I loved, and next to nature art, I warmed both hands before the fire of life. It sinks, and I am ready to depart. Works. Landor's reaction from Romanticism is all the more remarkable in view of his early efforts, such as Gebir, a wildly romantic poem, which rivals any work of Byron or Shelley in its extravagance. Notwithstanding its occasional beautiful and suggestive lines, the work was not and never has been successful, and the same may be said of all his poetical works. His first collection of poems was published in 1795, his last a full half-century later, in 1846. In the latter volume, the Hellenics, which included some translations of his earlier Latin poems, called Idyllia Heroica, one has only to read the Hamadryad and compare it with the lyrics of the first volume in order to realize the astonishing literary vigor of a man who published 2 volumes, a half-century apart, without any appreciable diminution of poetical feeling. In all these poems, one is impressed by the striking and original figures of speech, which Landor uses to emphasize his meaning. It is by his prose works, largely, that Landor has won a place in our literature, partly because of their intrinsic worth, their penetrating thought, and severe classic style, and partly because of their profound influence upon the writers of the present age. The most noted of his prose works are his 6 volumes of Imaginary Conversations, 1824–1846. For these conversations, Landor brings together, sometimes in groups, sometimes in couples, well-known characters, or rather shadows, from the 4 corners of the earth and from the remotest ages of recorded history. Thus Diogenes talks with Plato, Aesop with a young slave girl in Egypt, Henry Roman VIII with Anne Boleyn in prison, Dante with Beatrice, Leofric with Lady Godiva. All these and many others, from Epictetus to Cromwell, are brought together and speak of life and love and death, each from his own viewpoint. Occasionally, as in the meeting of Henry and Anne Boleyn, the situation is tense and dramatic, but as a rule the characters simply meet and converse in the same quiet strain, which becomes, after much reading, somewhat monotonous. On the other hand, one who reads the Imaginary Conversations is lifted at once into a calm and noble atmosphere which braces and inspires him, making him forget petty things, like a view from a hilltop. By its combination of lofty thought and severely classic style, the book has won, and deserves, a very high place among our literary records. The same criticism applies to Pericles and Aspasia, which is a series of imaginary letters telling the experiences of Aspasia, a young lady from Asia Minor, who visits Athens at the summit of its fame and glory in the great age of Pericles. This is, in our judgment, the best worth reading of all Landor's works. One gets from it not only Landor's classic style, but what is well worth while a better picture of Greece in the days of its greatness than can be obtained from many historical volumes. Summary of the Age of Romanticism. This period extends from the war with the colonies, following the Declaration of Independence in 1776 to the accession of Victoria in 1837, both limits being very indefinite, as will be seen by a glance at the chronology following. During the first part of the period especially, England was in a continual turmoil, produced by political and economic agitation at home, and by the long wars that covered 2 continents and the wide sea between them. The mighty changes resulting from these 2 causes have given this period the name of the Age of Revolution. The storm center of all the turmoil at home and abroad was the French Revolution, which had a profound influence on the life and literature of all Europe. On the continent, the overthrow of Napoleon at Waterloo, 1815, apparently checked the progress of liberty, which had started with the French Revolution, but in England the case was reversed. The agitation for popular liberty, which at one time threatened a revolution, went steadily forward till it resulted in the final triumph of democracy, in the Reform Bill of 1832, and in a number of exceedingly important reforms, such as the extension of manhood suffrage, the removal of the last unjust restrictions against Catholics, the establishment of a national system of schools, followed by a rapid increase in popular education, and the abolition of slavery in all English colonies, 1833. To this, we must add the changes produced by the discovery of steam and the invention of machinery, which rapidly changed England from an agricultural to a manufacturing nation, introduced the factory system, and caused this period to be known as the Age of Industrial Revolution. The literature of the age is largely poetical in form and almost entirely romantic in spirit. For, as we have noted, the triumph of democracy in government is generally accompanied by the triumph of romanticism in literature. At first the literature, as shown especially in the early work of Wordsworth, Byron, and Shelley, reflected the turmoil of the age and the wild hopes of an ideal democracy occasioned by the French Revolution. Later, the extravagant enthusiasm subsided, and English writers produced so much excellent literature that the age is often called the Second Creative Period, the first being the Age of Elizabeth. The 6 chief characteristics of the age are the prevalence of romantic poetry, the creation of the historical novel by Scott, the first appearance of women novelists such as Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, Jane Porter, Maria Edgeworth, and Jane Austen, the development of literary criticism in the work of Lamb, De Quincey, Coleridge, and Hazlitt, the practical and economic bent of philosophy, as shown in the work of Malthus, James Mill, and Adam Smith. and the establishment of great literary magazines like the Edinburgh Review, the Quarterly, Blackwood's, and the Athenaeum. In our study, we have noted 1. The poets of Romanticism, the importance of the lyrical ballads of 1798, the life and work of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Scott, Byron, Shelley, and Keats. 2. The prose writers, the novels of Scott, the development of literary criticism, the life and work of the essayists Lamb, De Quincey, Landor, and of the novelist Jane Austen. Selections for reading. Manly's English Poetry and Manly's English Prose, each one volume, contain good selections from all authors studied. Ward's English Poets, 4 vols. Craik's English Prose Selections, 5 vols. Braithwaite's The Book of Georgian Verse, Page's British Poets of the 19th Century, and Garnett's English Prose from Elizabeth to Victoria may also be used to advantage. Important works, however, should be read entire in one of the inexpensive school editions given below. Full titles and publishers may be found in the general bibliography at the end of this book. Wordsworth, Intimations of Immortality, Tintern Abbey, Best Lyrics and Sonnets in Selections, edited by Dowden Athenaeum Press Series. Selections and Short Poems, edited by M. Arnold in Golden Treasury Series. Selections, also in Every Man's Library, Riverside Literature Series, Cassell's National Library, etc. Coleridge, Ancient Mariner, edited by L. R. Gibbs in Standard English Classics. Same Poem in Pocket Classics, Eclectic English Classics, etc. Poems, edited by J. M. Hart in Athenaeum Press, announced 1909. Selections, Golden Book of Coleridge in Every Man's Library. Selections from Coleridge and Campbell in Riverside Literature. Prose selections, Ginn and Company, also Holt. Lectures on Shakespeare in Everman's Library, Bohn's Standard Library, etc. Scott, Lady of the Lake, Marmion, Ivanhoe, The Talisman, Guy Mannering, Quentin Durward. Numerous inexpensive editions of Scott's best poems and novels in Standard English Classics, Pocket Classics, Cassell's National Library, Eclectic English Classics, Every Man's Library, etc. Thus, Lady of the Lake, edited by Edwin Ginn, and Ivanhoe, edited by W. D. Lewis, both in Standard English Classics. Marmion, edited by G. B. Acton, and The Talisman, edited by F. Troidley in Pocket Classics, etc. Byron, Maesba and the Prisoner of Chillon, edited by S. M. Tucker in Standard English Classics. Short Poems, Selections from Childe Harold, etc. in Canterbury Poets, Riverside Literature, Holt's English Readings, Pocket Classics, etc. Shelley, To a Cloud, To a Skylark, West Wind, Sensitive Plant, Adonais, etc. All in selections from Shelley, edited by Alexander in Athenaeum Press Series. Selections edited by Woodbury in Bell's Letters Series. Selections, also in Pocket Classics, Heath's English Classics, Golden Treasury Series, etc. Keats, Ode on a Grecian Urn, Eve of St. Agnes, Hyperion, Lamia, To a Nightingale, etc. in selections from Keats in Athenaeum Press. Selections also in Muse's Library, Riverside Literature, Golden Treasury Series, etc. Lamb, Essays, Dream Children, Old China, Dissertation on Roast Pig, etc., edited by Wauchope in Standard English Classics. Various essays also in Camelot Series, Temple Classics, Every Man's Library, etc. Tales from Shakespeare in Home and School Library, Ginn and Company. Also in Riverside Literature, Pocket Classics, Golden Treasury, etc. De Quincey, The English Mail Coach and Joan of Arc in Standard English Classics, etc. Confessions of an English Opium Eater in Temple Classics, Morley's Universal Library, Every Man's Library, Pocket Classics, etc. Selections, edited by M. H. Turk in Athenaeum Press. Selections, edited by B. Perry, Holt. Landor, Selections, edited by W. Clymer in Athenaeum Press. Pericles and Aspasia in Camelot Series, Imaginary Conversations, selected Ginn and Company. The same, 2 vols, in Dutton's Universal Library. Selected Poems in Canterbury Poets. Selections, Prose and Verse in Golden Treasury Series. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice in Every Man's Library, Pocket Classics, etc. Bibliography. History, Textbook Montgomery, pp. 323-357, Cheney, 576-632, General Works. Green, X, 24, Trail, Gardiner, Macaulay, etc. Special Works. Cheney's Industrial and Social History of England. Warner's Landmarks of English Industrial History. Hassall's Making of the British Empire, Macaulay's William Pitt. Trevelyan's Early Life of Charles James Fox, Morley's Edmund Burke, Morris's Age of Queen Anne and the Early Hanoverians. Literature, General Works, Mitchell, Corthorpe, Garnett and Goss, Taine C. General Bibliography, Special Works. Beers's English Romanticism in the 19th Century, A. Symonds's The Romantic Movement in English Poetry, Dowden's The French Revolution and English Literature, also Studies in Literature, 1789–1877, Hancock's The French Revolution and the English Poets, Herford's The Age of Wordsworth, Handbooks of English Literature, Mrs. Oliphant's Literary History of England in the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries. Saintsbury's History of 19th Century Literature, Masson's Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, and Other Essays, Poets and Poetry of the 19th Century, vols. 1–3, Gates's Studies and Appreciations, S. Brooks' Studies in Poetry, Rawnsley's Literary Associations of the English Lakes, 2 vols. Wordsworth, Texts, Globe, Aldine, Cambridge Editions, etc., Poetical and Prose Works with Dorothy Wordsworth's Journal, edited by Knight, Eversley Edition, London and New York, 1896, Letters of the Wordsworth Family, edited by Knight, 3 vols. Ginn and Company, Poetical Selections, edited by Dowden in Athenaeum Press, various other selections in Golden Treasury, etc., Prose Selections, edited by Gailey, Ginn and Company. Life, Memoirs, 2 vols. By Christopher Wordsworth, by Knight, 3 vols. By Myers, English Men of Letters, by Elizabeth Wordsworth, Early Life, A Study of the Prelude, by E. Leguies, translated by J. Matthews, Raleigh's Wordsworth, N. C. Smith's Wordsworth's Literary Criticism, Raney's Wordsworth and His Circle. Criticism, Herford's The Age of Wordsworth, Masson's Wordsworth, Shelley and Keats, Magnus's Primer of Wordsworth, Wilson's Helps to the Study of Arnold's Wordsworth. Essays by Lowell in Among My Books, by M. Arnold in Essays in Criticism, by Hutton in Literary Essays, by L. Stephen in Hours in a Library and in Studies of a Biographer, by Bagehot in Literary Studies, by Hazlitt in The Spirit of the Age, by Pater in Appreciations, by De Quincey in Essays on the Poets, by Fields in Yesterdays with Authors, by Sherp in Studies in Poetry and Philosophy. See also Nights Through the Wordsworth Country and Rawnsley's Literary Associations of the English Lakes. Coleridge, Texts, Complete Works, edited by Shedd, 7 vols. New York, 1884. Poems, Globe, Aldine, and Cambridge Editions in Athenaeum Press, announced 1909, Muse's Library, Canterbury Poets, etc., Biographia Literaria in Everyman's Library, the same in Clarendon Press, Prose Selections, Lectures on Shakespeare, etc., see Selections for Reading above. Letters, edited by E. H. Coleridge, London, 1895. Life by J. D. Campbell, by Trail, English Men of Letters, by Dykes, by Hall Caine, Great Writers Series. See also Coleridge's Biographia Literaria and Lamb's essay, Christ's Hospital in Essays of Elia. Criticism, Brandel's Coleridge and the English Romantic Movement. Essays by Sherp in Studies in Poetry and Philosophy, by Woodbury in Makers of Literature, by J. Forster in Great Teachers, by Dowden in New Studies, by Swinburne in Essays and Studies, by Brooke in Theology and the English Poets, by Saintsbury in Essays in English Literature, by Lowell in Democracy and Other Essays, by Hazlitt, and by Pater C. Wordsworth above. See also Beers's English Romanticism, Carlyle's chapter on Coleridge in Life of John Sterling. Southey, Texts, Poems edited by Dowden Macmillan, Poetical Works Crowell, Selections in Canterbury Poets, Life of Nelson in Everman's Library, Temple Classics, Morley's Universal Library, etc. Life, by Dowden English Men of Letters. Essays by L. Stephen in Studies of a Biographer, by Hazlitt and Saintsbury, see above. Scott, Texts, numerous good editions of novels and poems. For single works, see Selections for Reading above. Life by Lockhart, 5 vols. Several editions, best by Pollard, 1900, by Hutton English Men of Letters, by A. Lang in Literary Lives, by C. D. Yonge, Great Writers, by Hudson, by Saintsbury, Famous Scott Series. Criticism, Essays by Stevenson, Gossip on Romance in Memories and Portraits, by Sherp in Aspects of Poetry, by Swinburne in Studies in Prose and Poetry, by Carlyle in Miscellaneous Essays, by Hazlitt, Bagehot, L. Stephen, Brooke, and Saintsbury, see Coleridge and Wordsworth above. Byron, Texts, Complete Works, Globe, Cambridge Poets, and Oxford Editions, Selections edited by M. Arnold in Golden Treasury. See also selections for reading above. Letters and Journals of Byron, edited by more unreliable. Life, by Noel Great Writers, by Nicol English Men of Letters. The Real Lord Byron, by J. C. Jefferson. Trelawney's Recollections of Shelley and Byron. Criticism, Hunt's Lord Byron and His Contemporaries. Essays by Morley, Macaulay, Hazlitt, Swinburne, and M. Arnold. Shelley, Texts, Centenary Edition, edited by Woodbury, 4 vols. Globe and Cambridge Poets Editions, Essays and Letters in Camelot series, see selections for reading above. Life, by Symonds, English Men of Letters, by Dowden, 2 vols. By Sharp, Great Writers, by T. J. Hogg, 2 vols. By W. M. Rossetti. Criticism, Salt's Shelley Primer. Essays by Dowden in Transcripts and Studies. By M. Arnold, Woodbury, Bagehot, Forster, L. Stephen, Brooke, De Quincey, and Hutton, see Coleridge and Wordsworth, above. Keats, Texts, Complete Works, edited by Forman, 4 vols. London, 1883. Cambridge Poets Edition with Letters, edited by H. E. Scudder, Houghton Mifflin. Aldine Edition with Life, edited by Lord Houghton Macmillan. Selected Poems with Introduction and Notes by Arlo Bates, Gin and Company. Poems also in Every Man's Library, Muse's Library, Golden Treasury, etc. Letters, edited by S. Colvin in a Versely edition. Life, by Forman in Complete Works, by Colvin English Men of Letters. By W. M. Rossetti Great Writers. By A. E. Hancock. Criticism, H. C. Shelley's Keats and His Circle. Masson's Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, and Other Essays. Essays by M. Arnold and Essays in Criticism, also in Ward's English Poets, Volume 4. By Hudson in Studies in Interpretation. By Lowell in Among My Books or Literary Essays, Volume 2. By Brooke, De Quincey, and Swinburne, above. Lamb, Texts, Complete Works and Letters, edited by E. V. Lucas, 7 vols. Putnam, the same, edited by Anger, 6 vols. London, 1883-1888. Essays of Elia in Standard English Classics, etc. See selections for reading, dramatic essays, edited by B. Matthews Dodd Mead. Specimens of English Dramatic Poets in Bones Library. Life, by E. V. Lucas, 2 vols. By Anger, English Men of Letters. By Barry Cornwall, Talfourd's Memoirs of Charles Lamb. Criticism, Essays by De Quincey in Biographical Essays, by F. Harrison in Tennyson, Ruskin, Mill, and Other Literary Estimates. By Pater and Woodbury, see Wordsworth and Coleridge, above. See also Fitzgerald's Charles Lamb, His Friends, His Haunts, and His Books. De Quincey, Texts, Collected Writings, edited by Masson, 14 vols. London, 1889-1891. Confessions of an Opium Eater, etc. See selections for reading. Life, by Masson, English Men of Letters. Life and Writings by H. A. Page, 2 vols. Hogg's De Quincey and His Friends. Findlay's Personal Recollections of De Quincey. See also De Quincey's Autobiographical Sketches and Confessions. Criticism, Essays by Saintsbury in Essays in English Literature. By Masson in Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, and Other Essays. By L. Stephen in Hours in a Library. See also Minto's Manual of English Prose Literature. Landor, Texts, Works with Life by Forster, 8 vols. London, 1876. Works edited by Crump, London, 1897. Letters, etc. edited by Wheeler, London, 1897 and 1899. Imaginary Conversations, etc. See selections for reading. Life, by Colvin English Men of Letters, by Forster. Criticism, Essays by De Quincey, Woodbury, L. Stephen, Saintsbury, Swinburne, Dowden, see above. See also Stedman's Victorian Poets. Jane Austen, Texts, Works edited by R. B. Johnson Dent, various other editions of novels, letters edited by Woolsey Roberts. Life, Austen Leigh's Memoir of Jane Austen, Hill's Jane Austen, Her Home and Her Friends, Mitton's Jane Austen and Her Times. Life, by Goldwin Smith, by Maiden Famous Women series, by O. F. Adams. Criticism, Pollock's Jane Austen, Pelew's Jane Austen's Novels, A. A. Jack's essay on the novel as illustrated by Scott and Miss Austen, H. H. Bonnell's Charlotte Brontë, George Eliot, and Jane Austen, essay by Howells in Heroines of Fiction. Maria Edgeworth, Texts, Tales and Novels, New Langford edition, 10 vols. London, 1893, various editions of novels, Dent, etc., The Absentee and Castle Rackrent in Morley's Universal Library. Life, by Helen Zimmerman, Memoir by Hare. Mrs. Anne Radcliffe. Romances, with introduction by Scott, in Ballantyne's Novelists Library, London, 1824. Various editions of Udolpho, etc. Saintsbury's Tales of Mystery, volume I. C. Beers's English Romanticism. More, poetical works in Canterbury Poets, Shandow's Classics, etc. Selected poems in Golden Treasury, Gunning's Thomas Moore, Poet and Patriot, Symington's Life and Works of Moore. Essay by Saintsbury. Campbell, Poems, Aldine Edition, Selections in Golden Treasury. Life by Haddon. Hazlitt, Texts, Works edited by Henley, 12 vols. London, 1902, Selected Essays in Temple Classics, Camelot Series, etc. Life by Burrell English Men of Letters, Memoirs by W. C. Hazlitt, Essays by Saintsbury by L. Stephen. Leigh Hunt, Texts, Selected Essays in Camelot Series, also in Cavendish Library, Warne, Stories from the Italian Poets Putnam. Life by Monkhouse, Great Writers. Essays by Macaulay, by Saintsbury, by Hazlitt. See also Mrs. Field's A Shelf of Old Books. Suggestive questions. Note: in a period like the Age of Romanticism, the poems and essays chosen for special study vary so widely that only a few general questions on the selections for reading are attempted. 1. Why is this period of Romanticism, 1789–1837, called the Age of Revolution? Give some reasons for the influence of the French Revolution on English literature, and illustrate from poems or essays which you have read. Explain the difference between classicism and romanticism. Which of these two types of literature do you prefer? 2. What are the general characteristics of the literature of this period? What two opposing tendencies are illustrated in the novels of Scott and Jane Austen? In the poetry of Byron and Wordsworth? 3. Wordsworth. Tell briefly the story of Wordsworth's life and name some of his best poems. Why do the Lyrical Ballads, 1798, mark an important literary epoch? Read carefully and make an analysis of the intimations of immortality, of Tintern Abbey. Can you explain what political conditions are referred to in Wordsworth's Sonnet on Milton? In his French Revolution? Does he attempt to paint a picture in his sonnet on Westminster Bridge, or has he some other object in view? What is the central teaching of the Ode to Duty? Compare Wordsworth's two Skylark poems with Shelley's. Make a brief comparison between Wordsworth's sonnets and those of Shakespeare and of Milton, having in mind the thought, the melody, the view of nature, and the imagery of the three poets. Quote from Wordsworth's poems to show his belief that nature is conscious, to show the influence of nature on man, to show his interest in children, his sensitiveness to sounds, to illustrate the chastening influence of sorrow. Make a brief comparison between the characters of Wordsworth's Michael and of Burns's The Cotter's Saturday Night. Compare Wordsworth's point of view and method in the three poems to a daisy with Burns's view as expressed in his famous lines on the same subject. For Coleridge, what are the general characteristics of Coleridge's life? What explains the profound sympathy for humanity that is reflected in his poems? For what beside his poems is he remarkable? Can you quote any passages from his poetry which show the influence of Wordsworth? What are the characters in The Ancient Mariner? In what respect is this poem romantic? Give your own reasons for its popularity. Does the thought or the style of this poem impress you? If you have read any of the lectures on Shakespeare, explain why Coleridge's work is called romantic criticism. 5. Scott. Tell the story of Scott's life and name his chief poems and novels. Do you recall any passage from his poetry which suggests his own heroism? Why was he called the Wizard of the North? What is the general character of his poetry? Compare Marmion with one of the old ballads, having in mind the characters, the dramatic interest of the story, and the style of writing. In what sense is he the creator of the historical novel? Upon what does he depend to hold the reader's attention? Compare him in this respect with Jane Austen. Which of his characters impress you as being the most lifelike? Name any novels of the present day which copy Scott or show his influence. Read Ivanhoe and The Lady of the Lake. Make a brief analysis of each work, having in mind the style, the plot, the dramatic interest, the use of adventure, and the truth to nature of the different characters. 6. Byron. Why is Byron called the revolutionary poet? Illustrate, if possible, from his poetry. What is the general character of his work? In what kind of poetry does he excel? Quote from Childe Harold to illustrate your opinion. Describe the typical Byronic hero. Can you explain his great popularity at first and his subsequent loss of influence? Why is he still popular on the continent? Do you find more of thought or of emotion in his poetry? Compare him in this respect with Shelley, with Wordsworth. Which is the more brilliant writer, Byron or Wordsworth? Which has the more humor? Which has the healthier mind? Which has the higher ideal of poetry? Which is the more inspiring and helpful? Is it fair to say that Byron's quality is power, not charm? 7. Shelley. What are the chief characteristics of Shelley's poetry? Is it most remarkable for its thought, form, or imagery? What poems show the influence of the French Revolution? What subjects are considered in Lines Written Among the Euganean Hills? What does Shelley try to teach in The Sensitive Plant? Compare Shelley's view of nature, as reflected in The Cloud or The West Wind, with Wordsworth's view as reflected in The Prelude, Tintern Abbey, Daffodils, etc. To what class of poems does Adonais belong? What is the subject of the poem? Name others of the same class. How does Shelley describe himself in this poem? Compare Shelley's Adonais and Milton's Lycidas with regard to the view of life after death as expressed in the poems. What kinds of scenes does Shelley like best to describe? Compare his characters with those of Wordsworth, of Byron. Do you recall any poems in which he writes of ordinary people or of ordinary experiences? 8. Keats. What is the essence of Keats's poetical creed, as expressed in the Ode on a Grecian Urn? What are the remarkable elements in his life and work? What striking difference do you find between his early poems and those of Shelley and Byron? What are the chief subjects of his verse? What poems show the influence of the classics, of Elizabethan literature? Can you explain why his work has been called literary poetry? Keats and Shelley are generally classed together. What similarities do you find in their poems? Give some reasons why Keats introduces the old Bedesman in The Eve of St. Agnes. Name some of the literary friends mentioned in Keats's poetry. Compare Keats's characters with those of Wordsworth, of Byron. Does Keats ever remind you of Spenser? In what respects? Is your personal preference for Wordsworth, Byron, Shelley, or Keats? Why? 9. Lamb. Tell briefly the story of Lamb's life and name his principal works. Why is he called the most human of essayists? His friends called him the last of the Elizabethans. Why? What is the general character of the essays of Elia? How is the personality of Lamb shown in all these essays? Cite any passages showing Lamb's skill in portraying people. Make a brief comparison between Lamb and Addison, having in mind the subjects treated, the style, the humor, and the interest of both essayists. Which do you prefer and why? 10. De Quincey. What are the general characteristics of De Quincey's essays? Explain why he is called the psychologist of style. What accounts for a certain unreal element in all his work? Read a passage from the English Male Coach, or from Joan of Arc, or from Levana, Our Lady of Sorrows, and comment freely upon it, with regard to style, ideas, interest, and the impression of reality or unreality which it leaves. 11. Landor. In what respect does Landor show a reaction from Romanticism? What qualities make Landor's poems stand out so clearly in the memory? Why, for instance, do you think Lamb was so haunted by Rose Almer? Quote from Landor's poems to illustrate his tenderness, his sensitiveness to beauty, his power of awakening emotion, his delicacy of characterization. Do you find the same qualities in his prose? Can you explain why much of his prose seems like a translation from the Greek? Compare a passage from the Imaginary Conversations with a passage from Gibbon or Johnson to show the difference between the classic and the pseudo-classic style. Compare one of Landor's characters in Imaginary Conversations with the same character in history. 12. Jane Austen. How does Jane Austen show a reaction from Romanticism? What important work did she do for the novel? To what kind of fiction was her work opposed? In what does the charm of her novels consist? Make a brief comparison between Jane Austen and Scott, as illustrated in Pride and Prejudice and Ivanhoe, having in mind the subject, the characters, the manner of treatment, and the interest of both narratives. Do Jane Austen's characters have to be explained by the author, or do they explain themselves? Which method calls for the greater literary skill? What does Jane Austen say about Mrs. Radcliffe in Northanger Abbey? Does she make any other observations on 18th century novelists? Chronology end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century History, literature 1760-1820. George Roman III, 1770-1850. Wordsworth 1771-1832. Scott 1789–1799. French Revolution, 1796–1816. Jane Austen's novels, 1798. Lyrical Ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge, 1800. Union of Great Britain and Ireland, 1802. Colonization of Australia, 1802. Scott's Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, 1805. Battle of Trafalgar, 1805–1817. Scott's Poems, 1807. Wordsworth's Intimations of 1807. Abolition of Slave Trade Immortality. Lamb's Tales from Shakespeare, 1808–1814. Peninsular War, 1809–1818. Byron's Childe Harold, 1812. Second War with United States, 1810–1813. Coleridge's Lectures on Shakespeare, 1814. Congress of Vienna, 1814–1831. Waverley Novels, 1815. Battle of Waterloo, 1816. Shelley's Alastor, 1817. Coleridge's Biographia Literaria, 1817–1820. Keats's Poems, 1818–1820. Shelley's Prometheus, 1819. First Atlantic Steamship, 1820. George Roman 4d. 1830–1820. Wordsworth's Dudden Sonnets, 1820–1833. Lamb's Essays of Elia, 1821. De Quincey's Confessions, 1824–1846. Landor's Imaginary Conversations. 1826. First Temperance Society, 1829. Catholic Emancipation Bill, 1830. William Roman 4d. 1837–1830. Tennyson's First Poems, First Railway, 1831. Scott's last novel, 1832. Reform Bill, 1833. Emancipation of Slaves, 1833. Carlyle Sartor Resartus Browning's Pauline, 1834. System of National Education, 1837. Victoria, D. 1901, 1853–1861. De Quincey's Collected Essays, == Chapter 11. The Victorian Age, 1850–1900. The modern period of progress and unrest. When Victoria became queen, in 1837, English literature seemed to have entered upon a period of lean years, in marked contrast with the poetic fruitfulness of the Romantic Age, which we have just studied. Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, Byron, and Scott had passed away, and it seemed as if there were no writers in England to fill their places. Wordsworth had written, in 1835, "Like clouds that rake, the mountain summits, or waves that own no curbing hand, how fast his brother followed brother from sunshine to the sunless land." In these lines is reflected the sorrowful spirit of a literary man of the early 19th century who remembered the glory that had passed away from the earth. But the leanness of these first years is more apparent than real. Keats and Shelley were dead, it is true, but already there had appeared 3 disciples of these poets who were destined to be far more widely read than were their masters. Tennyson had been publishing poetry since 1827, his first poems appearing almost simultaneously with the last work of Byron, Shelley, and Keats. But it was not until 1842, with the publication of his collected poems, in 2 volumes, that England recognized in him one of her great literary leaders. So also Elizabeth Barrett had been writing since 1820, but not till 20 years later did her poems become deservedly popular. And Browning had published his Pauline in 1833, but it was not until 1846, when he published the last of the series called Bells and Pomegranates, that the reading public began to appreciate his power and originality. Moreover, even as Romanticism seemed passing away, a group of great prose writers, Dickens, Thackeray, Carlyle, and Ruskin had already begun to proclaim the literary glory of a new age, which now seems to rank only just below the Elizabethan and the Romantic periods. Historical summary. Amid the multitude of social and political forces of this great age, 4 things stand out clearly. First, the long struggle of the Anglo-Saxons for personal liberty is definitely settled, and democracy becomes the established order of the day. The king, who appeared in an age of popular weakness and ignorance, and the peers, who came with the Normans in triumph, are both stripped of their power and left as figureheads of a past civilization. The last vestige of personal government and of the divine right of rulers disappears. The House of Commons becomes the ruling power in England, and a series of new reform bills rapidly extend the suffrage, until the whole body of English people choose for themselves the men who shall represent them. Second, because it is an age of democracy, it is an age of popular education, of religious tolerance, of growing brotherhood, and of profound social unrest. The slaves had been freed in 1833. But in the middle of the century, England awoke to the fact that slaves are not necessarily Negroes, stolen in Africa to be sold like cattle in the marketplace, but that multitudes of men, women, and little children in the mines and factories were victims of a more terrible industrial and social slavery. To free these slaves also, the unwilling victims of our unnatural competitive methods, has been the growing purpose of the Victorian age until the present day. Third, because it is an age of democracy and education, it is an age of comparative peace. England begins to think less of the pomp and false glitter of fighting, and more of its moral evils, as the nation realizes that it is the common people who bear the burden and the sorrow and the poverty of war, while the privileged classes reap most of the financial and political rewards. Moreover, with the growth of trade and of friendly foreign relations, it becomes evident that the social equality for which England was contending at home belongs to the whole race of men. That brotherhood is universal, not insular. That a question of justice is never settled by fighting, and that war is generally unmitigated horror and barbarism. Tennyson, who came of age when the Great Reform Bill occupied attention, expresses the ideals of the liberals of his day who proposed to spread the gospel of peace. Till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the federation of the world. Fourth, the Victorian age is especially remarkable because of its rapid progress in all the arts and sciences and in mechanical inventions. A glance at any record of the industrial achievements of the 19th century will show how vast they are, and it is unnecessary to repeat here the list of the inventions, from spinning looms to steamboats, and from matches to electric lights. All these material things, as well as the growth of education, have their influence upon the life of a people, and it is inevitable that they should react upon its prose and poetry, though as yet we are too much absorbed in our sciences and mechanics to determine accurately their influence upon literature. When these new things shall by long use have become familiar as country roads, or have been replaced by newer and better things, then they also will have their associations and memories, and a poem on the railroads may be as suggestive as Wordsworth's sonnet on Westminster Bridge. And the busy, practical workingmen who today throng our streets and factories may seem, to a future and greater age, as quaint and poetical as to us seem the slow toilers of the Middle Ages. Literary characteristics. When one is interested enough to trace the genealogy of Victoria, he finds, to his surprise, that in her veins flowed the blood both of William the Conqueror and of Cerdic, the first Saxon king of England. And this seems to be symbolic of the literature of her age, which embraces the whole realm of Saxon and Norman, life, the strength and ideals of the one, and the culture and refinement of the other. The Romantic Revival had done its work, and England entered upon a new free period, in which every form of literature, from pure romance to gross realism, struggled for expression. At this day, it is obviously impossible to judge the age as a whole, but we are getting far enough away from the early half of it to notice certain definite characteristics. First, though the age produced many poets, and two who deserve to rank among the greatest, nevertheless this is emphatically an age of prose. And since the number of readers has increased 1,000-fold with the spread of popular education, it is the age of the newspaper, the magazine, and the modern novel. The first two being the story of the world's daily life, and the last our pleasantest form of literary entertainment, as well as our most successful method of presenting modern problems and modern ideals. The novel in this age fills a place which the drama held in the days of Elizabeth, and never before, in any age or language, has the novel appeared in such numbers and in such perfection. The second marked characteristic of the age is that literature, both in prose and in poetry, seems to depart from the purely artistic standard of art for art's sake, and to be actuated by a definite moral purpose. Tennyson, Browning, Carlyle, Ruskin, who and what were these men if not the teachers of England? Not vaguely, but definitely, with superb faith in their message, and with the conscious moral purpose to uplift and to instruct. Even the novel breaks away from Scott's romantic influence, and first studies life as it is, and then points out what life may and ought to be. Whether we read the fun and sentiment of Dickens, the social miniatures of Thackeray, or the psychological studies of George Eliot, we find in almost every case a definite purpose to sweep away error and to reveal the underlying truth of human life. So the novel sought to do for society in this age precisely what Lyell and Darwin sought to do for science. That is, to find the truth, and to show how it might be used to uplift humanity. Perhaps for this reason, the Victorian age is emphatically an age of realism rather than of romance, not the realism of Zola and Ibsen, but a deeper realism which strives to tell the whole truth, showing moral and physical diseases as they are, but holding up health and hope as the normal conditions of humanity. It is somewhat customary to speak of this age as an age of doubt and pessimism, following the new conception of man and of the universe which was formulated by science under the name of involution. It is spoken of also as a prosaic age, lacking in great ideals. Both these criticisms seem to be the result of judging a large thing when we are too close to it to get its true proportions, just as Cologne Cathedral, one of the world's most perfect structures, seems to be a shapeless pile of stone when we stand too close beneath its mighty walls and buttresses. Tennyson's immature work, like that of the minor poets, is sometimes in a doubtful or despairing strain, but his In Memoriam is like the rainbow after storm, and Browning seems better to express the spirit of his age in the strong, manly faith of Rabbi Ben Ezra, and in the courageous optimism of all his poetry. Stedman's Victorian anthology is, on the whole, a most inspiring book of poetry. It would be hard to collect more varied cheer from any age. And the great essayists like Macaulay, Carlyle, Ruskin, and the great novelists like Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot, generally leave us with a larger charity and with a deeper faith in our humanity. So also the judgment that this age is too practical for great ideals may be only a description of the husk that hides a very full ear of corn. It is well to remember that Spenser and Sidney judged their own age, which we now consider to be the greatest in our literary history, to be altogether given over to materialism, and to be incapable of literary greatness. Just as time has made us smile at their blindness, so the next century may correct our judgment of this as a material age, and looking upon the enormous growth of charity and brotherhood among us, and at the literature which expresses our faith in men, may judge the Victorian age to be, on the whole, the noblest and most inspiring in the history of the world. The poets of the Victorian age. Alfred Tennyson, 1809–1892. O young mariner, you from the haven under the sea cliff, you that are watching the grey magician with eyes of wonder, I am Merlin, and I am dying, I am Merlin who follow the gleam. O young mariner, down to the haven call your companions, launch your vessel, and crowd your canvas, and ere it vanishes over the margin, after it, follow the gleam. One who reads this haunting poem of Merlin and the gleam finds in it a suggestion of the spirit of the poet's whole life, his devotion to the ideal as expressed in poetry, his early romantic impressions, his struggles, doubts, triumphs, and his thrilling message to his race. Throughout the entire Victorian period, Tennyson stood at the summit of poetry in England. Not in vain was he appointed laureate at the death of Wordsworth in 1850, for almost alone among those who have held the office, he felt the importance of his place, and filled and honored it. For nearly half a century, Tennyson was not only a man and a poet, he was a voice, the voice of a whole people, expressing in exquisite melody their doubts and their faith, their griefs and their triumphs. In the wonderful variety of his verse, he suggests all the qualities of England's greatest poets. The dreaminess of Spenser, the majesty of Milton, the natural simplicity of Wordsworth, the fantasy of Blake and Coleridge, the melody of Keats and Shelley, the narrative vigor of Scott and Byron, all these striking qualities are evident on successive pages of Tennyson's poetry. The only thing lacking is the dramatic power of the Elizabethans. In reflecting the restless spirit of this progressive age, Tennyson is as remarkable as Pope was in voicing the artificiality of the early 18th century. As a poet, therefore, who expresses not so much a personal as a national spirit. He is probably the most representative literary man of the Victorian era. Life. Tennyson's life is a remarkable one in this respect, that from beginning to end he seems to have been dominated by a single impulse, the impulse of poetry. He had no large or remarkable experiences, no wild oats to sow, no great successes or reverses, no business cares or public offices. For 66 years, from the appearance of the poems by two brothers in 1827 until his death in 1892, he studied and practiced his art continually and exclusively. Only Browning, his fellow worker, resembles him in this, but the differences in the two men are worldwide. Tennyson was naturally shy, retiring, indifferent to men, hating noise and publicity, loving to be alone with nature, like Wordsworth. Browning was sociable, delighting in applause, in society, in travel, in the noise and bustle of the big world. Tennyson was born in the rectory of Somersby, Lincolnshire, in 1809. The sweet influences of his early natural surroundings can be better understood from his early poems than from any biography. He was one of the 12 children of the Reverend George Clayton Tennyson, a scholarly clergyman, and his wife Elizabeth Fitch, a gentle, lovable woman, not learned, save in gracious household ways, to whom the poet pays a son's loyal tribute near the close of The Princess. It is interesting to note that most of these children were poetically inclined, and that two of the brothers, Charles and Frederick, gave far greater promise than did Alfred. When 7 years old, the boy went to his grandmother's house at Louth, in order to attend a famous grammar school at that place. Not even a man's memory, which generally makes light of hardship and glorifies early experiences, could ever soften Tennyson's hatred of school life. His complaint was not so much at the roughness of the boys, which had so frightened Cowper, as at the brutality of the teachers, who put over the school door a wretched Latin inscription translating Solomon's barbarous advice about the rod and the child. In these psychologic days, when the child is more important than the curriculum, and when we teach girls and boys rather than Latin and arithmetic, we read with wonder Carlyle's description of his own schoolmaster, evidently a type of his kind, who knew of the human soul thus much that it had a faculty called memory, and could be acted on through the muscular integument by appliance of birch rods. After 4 years of most unsatisfactory school life, Tennyson returned home, and was fitted for the university by his scholarly father. With his brothers he wrote many verses, and his first efforts appeared in a little volume called Poems by Two Brothers in 1827. The next year he entered Trinity College, Cambridge, where he became the center of a brilliant circle of friends, chief of whom was the young poet Arthur Henry Hallam. At the university, Tennyson soon became known for his poetical ability, and 2 years after his entrance, he gained the prize of the Chancellor's Medal for a poem called Timbuktu, the subject, needless to say, being chosen by the Chancellor. Soon after winning this honor, Tennyson published his first signed work, called Poems Chiefly Lyrical, 1830, which, though it seems somewhat crude and disappointing to us now, nevertheless contained the germ of all his later poetry. One of the most noticeable things in this volume is the influence which Byron evidently exerted over the poet in his early days, and it was perhaps due largely to the same romantic influence that Tennyson and his friend Hallam presently sailed away to Spain, with the idea of joining the army of insurgents against King Ferdinand. Considered purely as a revolutionary venture, this was something of a fiasco, suggesting the noble Duke of York and his 10,000 men. He marched them up a hill, one day, and he marched them down again. From a literary viewpoint, however, the experience was not without its value. The deep impression which the wild beauty of the Pyrenees made upon the young poet's mind is reflected clearly in the poem Oenone. In 1831, Tennyson left the university without taking his degree. The reasons for this step are not clear, but the family was poor, and poverty may have played a large part in his determination. His father died a few months later, but by a generous arrangement with the new rector, the family retained the rectory at Somersby, and here, for nearly 6 years, Tennyson lived in a retirement which strongly suggests Milton at Horton. He read and studied widely, cultivated an intimate acquaintance with nature, thought deeply on the problems suggested by the Reform Bill which was then agitating England, and during his leisure hours wrote poetry. The first fruits of this retirement appeared, late in 1832, in a wonderful little volume bearing the simple name Poems. As the work of a youth only 23, this book is remarkable for the variety and melody of its verse. Among its treasures we still read with delight The Lotos Eaters, Palace of Art, A Dream of Fair Women, The Miller's Daughter, Oenone, and The Lady of Shalott. But the critics of the Quarterly, who had brutally condemned his earlier work, were again unmercifully severe. The effect of this harsh criticism upon a sensitive nature was most unfortunate, and when his friend Hallam died in 1833, Tennyson was plunged into a period of gloom and sorrow. The sorrow may be read in the exquisite little poem beginning, "Break, break, break, on thy cold grey stones, O sea," which was his first published elegy for his friend, and the depressing influence of the harsh and unjust criticism is suggested in Merlin and the Gleam, which the reader will understand only after he has read Tennyson's biography. For nearly 10 years after Hallam's death, Tennyson published nothing, and his movements are hard to trace as the family went here and there, seeking peace and a home in various parts of England. But though silent, he continued to write poetry, and it was in these sad, wandering days that he began his Immortal in Memoriam and his Idylls of the King. In 1842, his friends persuaded him to give his work to the world, and with some hesitation, he published his poems. The success of this work was almost instantaneous, and we can appreciate the favor with which it was received when we read the noble blank verse of Ulysses and Mort Darthur, the perfect little song of grief for Hallam which we have already mentioned, and the exquisite idylls like Dora and The Gardener's Daughter, which aroused even Wordsworth's enthusiasm and brought from him a letter saying that he had been trying all his life to write such an English pastoral as Dora and had failed. From this time forward, Tennyson, with increasing confidence in himself and his message, steadily maintained his place as the best-known and best-loved poet in England. The year 1850 was a happy one for Tennyson. He was appointed poet laureate to succeed Wordsworth, and he married Emily Selwood. Her whose gentle will has changed my fate, and made my life a perfumed altar flame, whom he had loved for 13 years, but whom his poverty had prevented him from marrying. The year is made further remarkable by the publication of In Memoriam, probably the most enduring of his poems, upon which he had worked at intervals for 16 years. 3 years later, with the money that his work now brought him, he leased the house Farringford, in the Isle of Wight, and settled in the first permanent home he had known since he left the rectory at Somersby. For the remaining 40 years of his life he lived, like Wordsworth, in the stillness of a great peace, writing steadily and enjoying the friendship of a large number of people, some distinguished, some obscure, from the kindly and sympathetic Victoria to the servants on his own farm. All of these he called with equal sincerity his friends, and to each one he was the same man, simple, strong, kindly, and noble. Carlyle describes him as a fine, large-featured, dim-eyed, bronze-colored, shaggy-headed man. Most restful, brotherly, solid-hearted. Loving solitude and hating publicity as he did, the numerous tourists from both sides of the ocean, who sought him out in his retreat and insisted upon seeing him, made his life at times intolerable. Influenced partly by the desire to escape such popularity, he bought land and built for himself a new house, Aldworth in Surrey, though he made his home in Farringford for the greater part of the year. His labor during these years and his marvelous freshness and youthfulness of feeling are best understood by a glance at the contents of his complete works. Inferior poems, like The Princess, which was written in the first flush of his success, and his dramas, which were written against the advice of his best friends, may easily be criticized, but the bulk of his verse shows an astonishing originality and vigor to the very end. He died very quietly at Aldworth, with his family about him in the moonlight, and beside him a volume of Shakespeare, open at the dirge in Cymbeline. Fear no more the heat, O the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and tan thy wages. The strong and noble spirit of his life is reflected in one of his best-known poems, Crossing the Bar, which was written in his 81st year, and which he desired should be placed at the end of his collected works. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, and may there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea, but such a tide as, moving, seems asleep too full for sound and foam, when that which drew from out the boundless deep turns again home. Twilight and evening bell, and after that the dark, and may there be no sadness of farewell, when I embark, for though, from out our bourne of time, and place the flood may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. Works. At the outset of our study of Tennyson's works, it may be well to record two things, by way of suggestion. First, Tennyson's poetry is not so much to be studied as to be read and appreciated. He is a poet to have open on one's table, and to enjoy as one enjoys his daily exercise. And second, we should by all means begin to get acquainted with Tennyson in the days of our youth. Unlike Browning, who is generally appreciated by more mature minds, Tennyson is for enjoyment, for inspiration, rather than for instruction. Only youth can fully appreciate him, and youth, unfortunately, except in a few rare, beautiful cases, is something which does not dwell with us long after our school days. The secret of poetry, especially of Tennyson's poetry, is to be eternally young, and, like Adam in Paradise, to find every morning a new world, fresh, wonderful, inspiring, as if just from the hands of God. Except by the student, eager to understand the whole range of poetry in this age, Tennyson's earlier poems and his later dramas may well be omitted. Opinions vary about both, but the general judgment seems to be that the earlier poems show too much of Byron's influence, and their crudeness suffers by comparison with the exquisitely finished work of Tennyson's middle life. Of dramatic works he wrote 7, his great ambition being to present a large part of the history of England in a series of dramas. Becket was one of the best of these works and met with considerable favor on the stage, but like all the others, it indicates that Tennyson lacked the dramatic power and the humor necessary for a successful playwright. Among the remaining poems, there is such a wide variety that every reader must be left largely to follow his own delightful choice. Of the poems of 1842, we have already mentioned those best worth reading. The Princess, a medley, 1847, a long poem of over 3,000 lines of blank verse, is Tennyson's answer to the question of woman's rights and woman's sphere, which was then, as in our own day, strongly agitating the public mind. In this poem, a baby finally solves the problem which philosophers have pondered ever since men began to think connectedly about human society. A few exquisite songs, like Tears, Idle Tears, Bugle Song, and Sweet and Low, form the most delightful part of this poem, which in general is hardly up to the standard of the poet's later work. Maud 1855 is what is called in literature a monodrama, telling the story of a lover who passes from morbidness to ecstasy, then to anger and murder, followed by insanity and recovery. This was Tennyson's favorite, and among his friends he read aloud from it more than from any other poem. Perhaps if we could hear Tennyson read it, we should appreciate it better, but, on the whole, it seems overwrought and melodramatic. Even its lyrics, like Come into the Garden, Maud, which make this work a favorite with young lovers, are characterized by prettiness rather than by beauty or strength. Perhaps the most loved of all Tennyson's works is In Memoriam, which, on account of both its theme and its exquisite workmanship, is one of the few immortal names that were not born to die. The immediate occasion of this remarkable poem was Tennyson's profound personal grief at the death of his friend Hallam. As he wrote lyric after lyric, inspired by this sad subject, the poet's grief became less personal, and the greater grief of humanity mourning for its dead and questioning its immortality took possession of him. Gradually, the poem became an expression, first, of universal doubt, and then of universal faith, a faith which rests ultimately not on reason or philosophy, but on the soul's instinct for immortality. The immortality of human love is the theme of the poem, which is made up of over 100 different lyrics. The movement takes us through 3 years, rising slowly from poignant sorrow and doubt to a calm peace and hope, and ending with a noble hymn of courage and faith, a modest courage and a humble faith, love-inspired, which will be a favorite as long as saddened men turn to literature for consolation. Though Darwin's greatest books had not yet been written, science had already overturned many old conceptions of life. And Tennyson, who lived apart and thought deeply on all the problems of his day, gave this poem to the world as his own answer to the doubts and questionings of men. This universal human interest, together with its exquisite form and melody, makes the poem, in popular favor at least, the supreme threnody or elegiac poem of our literature. Though Milton's Lycidas is, from the critical viewpoint, undoubtedly a more artistic work. The Idylls of the King ranks among the greatest of Tennyson's later works. Its general subject is the Celtic legends of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, and the chief source of its material is Malory's Morte d'Arthur. Here, in this mass of beautiful legends, is certainly the subject of a great national epic. Yet after 400 years, during which many poets have used the material, the great epic is still unwritten. Milton and Spenser, as we have already noted, considered this material carefully. And Milton alone, of all English writers, had perhaps the power to use it in a great epic. Tennyson began to use these legends in his Morte d'Arthur, 1842, but the epic idea probably occurred to him later, in 1856, when he began Geraint and Enid. And he added the stories of Vivian, Elaine, Guinevere, and other heroes and heroines at intervals, until Balin, the last of the idols, appeared in 1885. Later, these works were gathered together and arranged with an attempt at unity. The result is in no sense an epic poem, but rather a series of single poems loosely connected by a thread of interest in Arthur, the central personage, and in his unsuccessful attempt to found an ideal kingdom. Entirely different in spirit is another collection of poems called English Idylls, which began in the poems of 1842, and which Tennyson intended should reflect the ideals of widely different types of English life. Of these varied poems, Dora, the gardener's daughter, Ulysses, Locksley Hall, and Sir Galahad are the best, but all are worthy of study. One of the most famous of this series is Enoch Arden, 1864, in which Tennyson turns from medieval knights, from lords, heroes, and fair ladies, to find the material for true poetry among the lowly people that make up the bulk of English life. Its rare melody, its sympathy for common life, and its revelation of the beauty and heroism which hide in humble men and women everywhere made this work an instant favorite. Judged by its sales alone, it was the most popular of his works during the poet's lifetime. Tennyson's later volumes, like the Ballads, 1880 and Demeter, 1889, should not be overlooked since they contain some of his best work. The former contains stirring war songs, like The Defense of Lucknow, and pictures of wild passionate grief, like Rizpah. The latter is notable for Romney's Remorse, a wonderful piece of work. Merlin and the Gleam, which expresses the poet's lifelong ideal, and several exquisite little songs like The Throstle and The Oak, which show how marvelously the aged poet retained his youthful freshness and inspiration. Here certainly is variety enough to give us long years of literary enjoyment, and we need hardly mention miscellaneous poems like The Brook and The Charge of the Light Brigade, which are known to every schoolboy, and Wages and The Higher Pantheism, which should be read by every man who thinks about the old problem of life and death. Characteristics of Tennyson's poetry. If we attempt to sum up the quality of Tennyson, as shown in all these works, the task is a difficult one, but three things stand out more or less plainly. First, Tennyson is essentially the artist. No other in his age studied the art of poetry so constantly or with such singleness of purpose, and only Swinburne rivals him in melody and the perfect finish of his verse. Second, like all the great writers of his age, he is emphatically a teacher, often a leader. In the preceding age, as the result of the turmoil produced by the French Revolution, lawlessness was more or less common, and individuality was the rule in literature. Tennyson's theme, so characteristic of his age, is the reign of order of law in the physical world, producing evolution, and of law in the spiritual world, working out the perfect man. In Memoriam, Idylls of the King, the Princess here are three widely different poems. Yet the theme of each, so far as poetry is a kind of spiritual philosophy and weighs its words before it utters them, is the orderly development of law in the natural and in the spiritual world. This certainly is a new doctrine in poetry, but the message does not end here. Law implies a source, a method, an object. Tennyson, after facing his doubts honestly and manfully, finds law even in the sorrows and losses of humanity. He gives this law an infinite and personal source and finds the supreme purpose of all law to be a revelation of divine love. All earthly love, therefore, becomes an image of the heavenly. What first perhaps attracted readers to Tennyson, as to Shakespeare, was the character of his women, pure, gentle, refined beings, whom we must revere as our Anglo-Saxon forefathers revered the women they loved. Like Browning, the poet had loved one good woman supremely, and her love made clear the meaning of all life. The message goes one step farther. Because law and love are in the world, faith is the only reasonable attitude toward life and death, even though we understand them not. Such, in a few words, seems to be Tennyson's whole message and philosophy. If we attempt now to fix Tennyson's permanent place in literature as the result of his life and work, we must apply to him the same test that we applied to Milton and Wordsworth, and indeed to all our great poets, and ask with the German critics, what new thing has he said to the world or even to his own country? The answer is, frankly, that we do not yet know surely, that we are still too near Tennyson to judge him impersonally. This much, however, is clear. In a marvelously complex age, and amid 100 great men, he was regarded as a leader. For a full half-century, he was the voice of England, loved and honored as a man and a poet, not simply by a few discerning critics, but by a whole people that do not easily give their allegiance to any one man. And that, for the present, is Tennyson's sufficient eulogy. Robert Browning, 1812–1889. How good is man's life, the mere living? How fit to employ all the heart and the soul and the senses for ever in joy. In this new Song of David, from Browning's Saul, we have a suggestion of the astonishing vigor and hope that characterize all the works of Browning, the one poet of the age who, after 30 years of continuous work, was finally recognized and placed beside Tennyson, and whom future ages may judge to be a greater poet perhaps, even the greatest in our literature since Shakespeare. The chief difficulty in reading Browning is the obscurity of his style, which the critics of half a century ago held up to ridicule. Their attitude towards the poet's early work may be inferred from Tennyson's humorous criticism of Sordello. It may be remembered that the first line of this obscure poem is, "Who will may hear Sordello's story told?" and that the last line is, "Who would has heard Sordello's story told?" Tennyson remarked that these were the only lines in the whole poem that he understood, and that they were evidently both lies. If we attempt to explain this obscurity, which puzzled Tennyson and many less friendly critics, we find that it has many sources. First, the poet's thought is often obscure, or else so extremely subtle that language expresses it imperfectly. Thoughts hardly to be packed into a narrow act, fancies that broke through language and escaped. Second, Browning is led from one thing to another by his own mental associations, and forgets that the reader's associations may be of an entirely different kind. Third, Browning is careless in his English, and frequently clips his speech, giving us a series of ejaculations. As we do not quite understand his processes of thought, we must stop between the ejaculations to trace out the connections. Fourth, Browning's allusions are often far-fetched, referring to some odd scrap of information which he has picked up in his wide reading, and the ordinary reader finds it difficult to trace and understand them. Finally, Browning wrote too much and revised too little. The time which he should have given to making one thought clear was used in expressing other thoughts that flitted through his head like a flock of swallows. His field was the individual soul, never exactly alike in any two men, and he sought to express the hidden motives and principles which govern individual action. In this field, he is like a miner delving underground, sending up masses of mingled earth and ore, and the reader must sift all this material to separate the gold from the dross. Here, certainly, are sufficient reasons for Browning's obscurity, and we must add the word that the fault seems unpardonable, for the simple reason that Browning shows himself capable, at times, of writing directly, melodiously, and with noble simplicity. So much for the faults, which must be faced and overlooked before one finds the treasure that is hidden in Browning's poetry. Of all the poets in our literature, no other is so completely, so consciously, so magnificently a teacher of men. He feels his mission of faith and courage in a world of doubt and timidity. For 30 years he faced indifference or ridicule, working bravely and cheerfully the while, until he made the world recognize and follow him. The spirit of his whole life is well expressed in his Paracelsus, written when he was only 22 years old. I see my way as birds their trackless way. I shall arrive what time, what circuit first, I ask not. But unless God send his hail or blinding fireballs, sleet or stifling snow, in some time, his good time, I shall arrive, he guides me and the bird. In his good time. He is not, like so many others, an entertaining poet. One cannot read him after dinner, or when settled in a comfortable easy chair. One must sit up, and think, and be alert when he reads Browning. If we accept these conditions, we shall probably find that Browning is the most stimulating poet in our language. His influence upon our life is positive and tremendous. His strength, his joy of life, his robust faith, and his invincible optimism enter into us, making us different and better men after reading him. And perhaps the best thing he can say of Browning is that his thought is slowly but surely taking possession of all well-educated men and women. Life. Browning's father was outwardly a businessman, a clerk for 50 years in the Bank of England. Inwardly, he was an interesting combination of the scholar and the artist, with the best tastes of both. His mother was a sensitive, musical woman, evidently very lovely in character, the daughter of a German shipowner and merchant who had settled in Scotland. She was of Celtic descent, and Carlyle describes her as the true type of a Scottish gentlewoman. From his neck down, Browning was the typical Briton short, stocky, large-chested, robust. But even in the lifeless portrait his face changes as we view it from different angles. Now it is like an English businessman, now like a German scientist, and now it has a curious suggestion of Uncle Remus's being, no doubt, so many different reflections of his mixed and unremembered ancestors. He was born in Camberwell, on the outskirts of London, in 1812. From his home and from his first school at Peckham, he could see London, and the city lights by night and the smoky chimneys by day had the same powerful fascination for the child that the woods and fields and the beautiful country had for his friend Tennyson. His schooling was short and desultory, his education being attended to by private tutors and by his father, who left the boy largely to follow his own inclination. Like the young Milton, Browning was fond of music, and in many of his poems, especially in Abt Vogler and A Toccata of Gallipy's, he interprets the musical temperament better, perhaps, than any other writer in our literature. But unlike Milton, through whose poetry there runs a great melody, music seems to have had no consistent effect upon his verse, which is often so jarring that one must wonder how a musical ear could have endured it. Like Tennyson, this boy found his work very early, and for 50 years hardly a week passed that he did not write poetry. He began at 6 to produce verses, in imitation of Byron, but fortunately this early work has been lost. Then he fell under the influence of Shelley, and his first known work, Pauline, 1833, must be considered as a tribute to Shelley and his poetry. Tennyson's earliest work, Poems by Two Brothers, had been published and well paid for 5 years before. But Browning could find no publisher who would even consider Pauline, and the work was published by means of money furnished by an indulgent relative. This poem received scant notice from the reviewers, who had pounced like hawks on a dovecote upon Tennyson's first 2 modest volumes. 2 years later appeared Paracelsus, and then his tragedy Strafford was put upon the stage. But not till Sordello was published, in 1840, did he attract attention enough to be denounced for the obscurity and vagaries of his style. 6 years later, in 1846, he suddenly became famous, not because he finished in that year his Bells and Pomegranates, which is Browning's symbolic name for poetry and thought, or singing and sermonizing, but because he eloped with the best-known literary woman in England, Elizabeth Barrett, whose fame was for many years, both before and after her marriage, much greater than Browning's, and who was at first considered superior to Tennyson. Thereafter, until his own work compelled attention, he was known chiefly as the man who married Elizabeth Barrett. For years this lady had been an almost helpless invalid, and it seemed a quixotic thing when Browning, having failed to gain her family's consent to the marriage, carried her off romantically. Love and Italy proved better than her physicians, and for 15 years Browning and his wife lived an ideally happy life in Pisa and in Florence. The exquisite romance of their love is preserved in Mrs. Browning's sonnets from the Portuguese, and in the volume of letters recently published, Wonderful Letters, but so tender and intimate that it seems almost a sacrilege for inquisitive eyes to read them. Mrs. Browning died in Florence in 1861. The loss seemed at first too much to bear, and Browning fled with his son to England. For the remainder of his life, he lived alternately in London and in various parts of Italy, especially at the Palazzo Rezzonico in Venice, which is now an object of pilgrimage to almost every tourist who visits the beautiful city. Wherever he went, he mingled with men and women, sociable, well-dressed, courteous, loving crowds and popular applause, the very reverse of his friend Tennyson. His earlier work had been much better appreciated in America than in England, but with the publication of The Ring and the Book in 1868, he was at last recognized by his countrymen as one of the greatest of English poets. He died in Venice on December 12, 1889, the same day that saw the publication of his last work, Asolando. Though Italy offered him an honored resting place, England claimed him for her own, and he lies buried beside Tennyson in Westminster Abbey. The spirit of his whole life is magnificently expressed in his own lines in the epilogue of his last book. One who never turned his back, but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right were worsted, wrong would triumph. Held we fall to rise, are baffled to fight better, sleep to wake. Works. A glance at even the titles which Browning gave to his best-known volumes: Dramatic Lyrics, 1842, Dramatic Romances and Lyrics, 1845, Men and Women, 1853, Dramatis Persona, 1864, will suggest how strong the dramatic element is in all his work. Indeed, all his poems may be divided into three classes: pure dramas, like Strafford and a Blot in the Scutcheon; dramatic narratives, like Pippa Passes, which are dramatic in form, but were not meant to be acted; and dramatic lyrics, like The Last Ride Together, which are short poems expressing some strong personal emotion or describing some dramatic episode in human life, and in which the hero himself generally tells the story. Though Browning is often compared with Shakespeare, the reader will understand that he has very little of Shakespeare's dramatic talent. He cannot bring a group of people together and let the actions and words of his characters show us the comedy and tragedy of human life. Neither can the author be disinterested, satisfied, as Shakespeare was, with life itself, without drawing any moral conclusions. Browning has always a moral ready and insists upon giving us his own views of life, which Shakespeare never does. His dramatic power lies in depicting what he himself calls the history of a soul. Sometimes, as in Paracelsus, he endeavors to trace the progress of the human spirit. More often he takes some dramatic moment in life, some crisis in the ceaseless struggle between good and evil, and describes with wonderful insight the hero's own thoughts and feelings. But he almost invariably tells us how, at such and such a point, the good or the evil in his hero must inevitably have triumphed. And generally, as in My Last Duchess, the speaker adds a word here and there, aside from the story, which unconsciously shows the kind of man he is. It is this power of revealing the soul from within that causes Browning to fascinate those who study him long enough. His range is enormous, and brings all sorts and conditions of men under analysis. The musician in Abt Vogler, the artist in Andrea del Sarto, the early Christian in A Death in the Desert, the Arab horseman in Mudique, the sailor in Herve Keel, the medieval knight in Childe Roland, the Hebrew in Saul, the Greek in Balaustion's Adventure, the monster in Caliban, the immortal dead in Karshish. All these and 100 more histories of the soul show Browning's marvelous versatility. It is this great range of sympathy with many different types of life that constitutes Browning's chief likeness to Shakespeare, though otherwise there is no comparison between the two men. If we separate all these dramatic poems into three main periods: the early, from 1833 to 1841, the middle, from 1841 to 1868, and the late, from 1868 to 1889, the work of the beginner will be much more easily designated. Of his early soul studies, Pauline 1833, Paracelsus 1835, and Sordello 1840, little need be said here, except perhaps this, that if we begin with these works, we shall probably never read anything else by Browning. And that were a pity. It is better to leave these obscure works until his better poems have so attracted us to Browning that we will cheerfully endure his worst faults for the sake of his undoubted virtues. The same criticism applies, though in less degree, to his first drama, Strafford 1837, which belongs to the early period of his work. The merciless criticism which greeted Sordello had a wholesome effect on Browning, as is shown in the better work of his second period. Moreover, his new power was developing rapidly, as may be seen by comparing the 8 numbers of his famous Bells and Pomegranate series, 1841-1846, with his earlier work. Thus, the first number of this wonderful series, published in 1841, contains Pippa Passes, which is, on the whole, the most perfect of his longer poems, and another number contains a blot in the scutcheon, which is the most readable of his dramas. Even a beginner must be thrilled by the beauty and the power of these two works. Two other noteworthy dramas of the period are Colombe's Birthday, 1844, and In a Balcony, 1855, which, however, met with scant appreciation on the stage, having too much subtle analysis and too little action to satisfy the public. Nearly all his best lyrics, dramas, and dramatic poems belong to this middle period of labor, and when The Ring and the Book appeared, in 1868, he had given to the world the noblest expression of his poetic genius. In the third period, beginning when Browning was nearly 60 years old, he wrote even more industriously than before, and published on an average nearly a volume of poetry a year. Such volumes as Fifine at the Fair, Red Cotton Nightcap Country, The Inn Album, Jocoseria, and many others, show how Browning gains steadily in the power of revealing the hidden springs of human action. But he often rambles most tiresomely, and in general his work loses in sustained interest. It is perhaps significant that most of his best work was done under Mrs. Browning's influence. What to read? Of the short miscellaneous poems, there is such an unusual variety that one must hesitate a little in suggesting this or that to the beginner's attention. My Star, Evelyn Hope, Wanting is What? Home Thoughts from Abroad, Meeting at Night. One Word More, an exquisite tribute to his dead wife. Prospice, Look Forward. Songs from Pippa Passes, various love poems like By the Fireside and The Last Ride Together, The Inimitable Pied Piper, and the ballads like Hervé Riel and How They Brought the Good News. These are a mere suggestion, expressing only the writer's personal preference. But a glance at the contents of Browning's volumes will reveal scores of other poems, which another writer might recommend as being better in themselves or more characteristic of Browning. Among Browning's dramatic soul studies, there is also a very wide choice. Andrea del Sarto is one of the best, revealing as it does the strength and the weakness of the perfect painter, whose love for a soulless woman with a pretty face saddens his life and hampers his best work. Next in importance to Andrea stands An Epistle, reciting the experiences of Karshish, an Arab physician, which is one of the best examples of Browning's peculiar method of presenting the truth. The half-scoffing, half-earnest, and wholly bewildered state of this Oriental scientist's mind is clearly indicated between the lines of his letter to his old master. His description of Lazarus, whom he meets by chance, and of the state of mind of one who, having seen the glories of immortality, must live again in the midst of the jumble of trivial and stupendous things which constitute our life, forms one of the most original and suggestive poems in our literature. My Last Duchess is a short but very keen analysis of the soul of a selfish man who reveals his character unconsciously by his words of praise concerning his dead wife's picture. In The Bishop Orders His Tomb, we have another extraordinarily interesting revelation of the mind of a vain and worldly man, this time a churchman, whose words tell you far more than he dreams about his own character. Abt Vogler, undoubtedly one of Browning's finest poems, is the study of a musician's soul. Muleyke gives us the soul of an Arab, vain and proud of his fast horse, which was never beaten in a race. A rival steals the horse and rides away upon her back, but used as she is to her master's touch, she will not show her best pace to the stranger. Muleyke rides up furiously, but instead of striking the thief from his saddle, he boasts about his peerless mare, saying that if a certain spot on her neck were touched with the rein, she could never be overtaken. Instantly the robber touches the spot, and the mare answers with a burst of speed that makes pursuit hopeless. Muleyke has lost his mare, but he has kept his pride in the unbeaten one and is satisfied. Rabbi Ben Ezra, which refuses analysis, and which must be read entire to be appreciated, is perhaps the most quoted of all Browning's works, and contains the best expression of his own faith in life, both here and hereafter. All these wonderful poems are, again, merely a suggestion. They indicate simply the works to which one reader turns when he feels mentally vigorous enough to pick up Browning. Another list of soul studies, citing a Toccata of Galuppi's, A Grammarian's Funeral, Fra Lippo Lippi, Saul, Cleon, A Death in the Desert, and Soliloquy of the Spanish Cloister, might, in another's judgment, be more interesting and suggestive. Among Browning's longer poems there are two, at least, that well deserve our study. Pippa Passes, aside from its rare poetical qualities, is a study of unconscious influence. The idea of the poem was suggested to Browning while listening to a gypsy girl singing in the woods near his home, but he transfers the scene of the action to the little mountain town of Asolo, in Italy. Pippa is a little silk weaver who goes out in the morning to enjoy her one holiday of the whole year. As she thinks of her own happiness, she is vaguely wishing that she might share it and do some good. Then, with her childish imagination, she begins to weave a little romance in which she shares in the happiness of the four greatest and happiest people in Asolo. It never occurs to her that perhaps there is more of misery than of happiness in the four great ones of whom she dreams, and so she goes on her way singing. The years at the spring and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew-pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn, God's in his heaven all's right with the world. Fate wills it that the words and music of her little songs should come to the ears of four different groups of people at the moment when they are facing the greatest crises of their lives, and turn the scale from evil to good. But Pippa knows nothing of this. She enjoys her holiday and goes to bed still singing, entirely ignorant of the good she has done in the world. With one exception, it is the most perfect of all Browning's works. At best, it is not easy, nor merely entertaining reading, but it richly repays whatever hours we spend in studying it. The Ring and the Book is Browning's masterpiece. It is an immense poem, twice as long as Paradise Lost, and longer by some 2,000 lines than the Iliad. And before we begin the undoubted task of reading it, we must understand that there is no interesting story or dramatic development to carry us along. In the beginning, we have an outline of the story, such as it is a horrible story of Count Guido's murder of his beautiful young wife, and Browning tells us in detail just when and how he found a book containing the record of the crime and the trial. There the story element ends, and the symbolism of the book begins. The title of the poem is explained by the habit of the old Etruscan goldsmiths, who, in making one of their elaborately chased rings, would mix the pure gold with an alloy, in order to harden it. When the ring was finished, acid was poured upon it, and the acid ate out the alloy, leaving the beautiful design in pure gold. Browning purposes to follow the same plan with his literary material, which consists simply of the evidence given at the trial of Guido in Rome in 1698. He intends to mix a poet's fancy with the crude facts and create a beautiful and artistic work. The result of Browning's purpose is a series of monologues in which the same story is retold 9 different times by the different actors in the drama. The count, the young wife, the suspected priest, the lawyers, the pope who presides at the trial each tells the story, and each unconsciously reveals the depths of his own nature in the recital. The most interesting of the characters are Guido, the husband, who changes from bold defiance to abject fear; Caponsacchi, the young priest, who aids the wife in her flight from her brutal husband and is unjustly accused of false motives; Pompilia, the young wife, one of the noblest characters in literature, fit in all respects to rank with Shakespeare's great heroines; and the Pope, a splendid figure, the strongest of all Browning's masculine characters. When we have read the story, as told by these 4 different actors, we have the best of the poet's work, and of the most original poem in our language. Browning's place and message. Browning's place in our literature will be better appreciated by comparison with his friend Tennyson, whom we have just studied. In one respect, at least, these poets are in perfect accord. Each finds in love the supreme purpose and meaning of life. In other respects, especially in their methods of approaching the truth, the 2 men are the exact opposites. Tennyson is first the artist and then the teacher, but with Browning the message is always the important thing, and he is careless, too careless, of the form in which it is expressed. Again, Tennyson is under the influence of the Romantic revival and chooses his subjects daintily, but all's fish that comes to Browning's net. He takes comely and ugly subjects with equal pleasure and aims to show that truth lies hidden in both the evil and the good. This contrast is all the more striking when we remember that Browning's essentially scientific attitude was taken by a man who refused to study science. Tennyson, whose work is always artistic, never studied art, but was devoted to the sciences, while Browning, whose work is seldom artistic in form, thought that art was the most suitable subject for a man's study. The 2 poets differ even more widely in their respective messages. Tennyson's message reflects the growing order of the age and is summed up in the word law. In his view, the individual will must be suppressed, the self must always be subordinate. His resignation is at times almost oriental in its fatalism, and occasionally it suggests Schopenhauer in its mixture of fate and pessimism. Browning's message, on the other hand, is the triumph of the individual will over all obstacles. The self is not subordinate but supreme. There is nothing oriental, nothing doubtful, nothing pessimistic in the whole range of his poetry. His is the voice of the Anglo-Saxon, standing up in the face of all obstacles and saying, "I can and I will." He is, therefore, far more radically English than is Tennyson, and it may be for this reason that he is the more studied, and that, while youth delights in Tennyson, manhood is better satisfied with Browning. Because of his invincible will and optimism, Browning is at present regarded as the poet who has spoken the strongest word of faith to an age of doubt. His energy, his cheerful courage, his faith in life, and in the development that awaits us beyond the portals of death, are like a bugle call to good living. This sums up his present influence upon the minds of those who have learned to appreciate him. Of the future, we can only say that, both at home and abroad, he seems to be gaining steadily in appreciation as the years go by. Minor poets of the Victorian Era. Elizabeth Barrett. Among the minor poets of the past century, Elizabeth Barrett, Mrs. Browning, occupies perhaps the highest place in popular favor. She was born at Coxhoe Hall, near Durham, in 1806, but her childhood and early youth were spent in Herefordshire, among the Malvern Hills made famous by Piers Plowman. In 1835, the Barrett family moved to London, where Elizabeth gained a literary reputation by the publication of the Seraphim and Other Poems, 1838. Then illness and the shock caused by the tragic death of her brother, in 1840, placed her frail life in danger, and for 6 years she was confined to her own room. The innate strength and beauty of her spirit here showed itself strongly in her daily study, her poetry, and especially in her interest in the social problems which sooner or later occupied all the Victorian writers. "My mind to me a kingdom is," might well have been written over the door of the room where this delicate invalid worked and suffered in loneliness and in silence. In 1844, Miss Barrett published her poems, which, though somewhat impulsive and overwrought, met with remarkable public favor. Such poems as The Cry of the Children, which voices the protest of humanity against child labor, appealed tremendously to the readers of the age, and this young woman's fame as a poet temporarily overshadowed that of Tennyson and Browning. Indeed, as late as 1850, when Wordsworth died, she was seriously considered for the position of poet laureate, which was finally given to Tennyson. A reference to Browning, in Lady Geraldine's Courtship, is supposed to have first led the poet to write to Miss Barrett in 1845. Soon afterwards, he visited the invalid. They fell in love almost at first sight. And the following year, against the wishes of her father, who was evidently a selfish old tyrant, Browning carried her off and married her. The exquisite romance of their love is reflected in Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese, 1850. This is a noble and inspiring book of love poems, and Cædmon regards the opening sonnet, "I thought once how Theocritus had sung," as equal to any in our language. For 15 years, the Brownings lived an ideally happy life at Pisa, and at Casa Guidi, Florence, sharing the same poetical ambitions. And love was the greatest thing in the world. "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of everyday's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely, as men strive for right. I love thee purely, as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs, and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saint's sigh, love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and, if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death." Mrs. Browning entered with whole-souled enthusiasm into the aspirations of Italy in its struggle against the tyranny of Austria, and her Casa Guidi Windows, 1851, is a combination of poetry and politics, both, it must be confessed, a little too emotional. In 1856, she published Aurora Leigh, a novel in verse, having for its hero a young social reformer, and for its heroine a young woman, poetical and enthusiastic, who strongly suggests Elizabeth Barrett herself. It emphasizes in verse precisely the same moral and social ideals which Dickens and George Eliot were proclaiming in all their novels. Her last two volumes were Poems Before Congress, 1860, and Last Poems, published after her death. She died suddenly in 1861 and was buried in Florence. Browning's famous line, "O lyric love, half angel and half bird," may well apply to her frail life and aerial spirit. Rossetti. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, 1828–1882, the son of an exiled Italian painter and scholar, was distinguished both as a painter and as a poet. He was a leader in the Pre-Raphaelite movement and published in the first numbers of the Germ his Hand and Soul, a delicate prose study, and his famous The Blessed Damozel, beginning. The blessed damozel leaned out from the gold bar of heaven. Her eyes were deeper than the depth of waters stilled at even. She had 3 lilies in her hand, and the stars in her hair were 7. These two early works, especially The Blessed Damozel, with its simplicity and exquisite spiritual quality, are characteristic of the ideals of the Pre-Raphaelites. In 1860, after a long engagement, Rossetti married Elizabeth Siddal, a delicate, beautiful English girl whom he has immortalized both in his pictures and in his poetry. She died 2 years later, and Rossetti never entirely recovered from the shock. At her burial, he placed in her coffin the manuscripts of all his unpublished poems, and only at the persistent demands of his friends did he allow them to be exhumed and printed in 1870. The publication of this volume of love poems created a sensation in literary circles, and Rossetti was hailed as one of the greatest of living poets. In 1881, he published his Ballads and Sonnets, a remarkable volume containing, among other poems, The Confession, modeled after Browning, The Ballad of Sister Helen, founded on a medieval superstition, The King's Tragedy, a masterpiece of dramatic narrative, and The House of Life, a collection of 101 sonnets reflecting the poet's love and loss. This last collection deserves to rank with Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese and with Shakespeare's sonnets as one of the 3 great cycles of love poems in our language. It has been well said that both Rossetti and Morris paint pictures as well in their poems as on their canvases, and this pictorial quality of their verse is its chief characteristic. Morris, William Morris, 1834–1896, is a most interesting combination of literary man and artist. In the latter capacity, as architect, designer, and manufacturer of furniture, carpets, and wallpaper, and as founder of the Kelmscott Press for artistic printing and bookbinding, he has laid us all under an immense debt of gratitude. From boyhood he had steeped himself in the legends and ideals of the Middle Ages, and his best literary work is wholly medieval in spirit. The Earthly Paradise, 1868–1870, is generally regarded as his masterpiece. This delightful collection of stories in verse tells of a roving band of Vikings who are wrecked on the fabled island of Atlantis, and who discover there a superior race of men having the characteristics of ideal Greeks. The Vikings remain for a year, telling stories of their own Northland and listening to the classic and oriental tales of their hosts. Morris's interest in Icelandic literature is further shown by his Sigurd the Volsung, an epic founded upon one of the old sagas, and by his prose romances, The House of the Wolfings, The Story of the Glittering Plain, and The Roots of the Mountains. Later in life, he became deeply interested in socialism, and 2 other romances, The Dream of John Ball and News from Nowhere, are interesting as modern attempts at depicting an ideal society governed by the principles of More's utopia. Swinburne, Algernon Charles Swinburne, 1837–1909, is, chronologically, the last of the Victorian poets. As an artist in technique having perfect command of all Old English verse forms and a remarkable faculty for inventing new, he seems at the present time to rank among the best in our literature. Indeed, as Cædmon says, before his advent we did not realize the full scope of English verse. This refers to the melodious and constantly changing form rather than to the content of Swinburne's poetry. At the death of Tennyson, in 1892, he was undoubtedly the greatest living poet, and only his liberal opinions, his scorn of royalty and of conventions, and the prejudice aroused by the pagan spirit of his early work prevented his appointment as poet laureate. He has written a very large number of poems, dramas, and essays in literary criticism, but we are still too near to judge of the permanence of his work or of his place in literature. Those who would read and estimate his work for themselves will do well to begin with a volume of selected poems, especially those which show his love of the sea and his exquisite appreciation of child life. His Atalanta in Calydon, 1864, a beautiful lyric drama modeled on the Greek tragedy, is generally regarded as his masterpiece. In all his work, Swinburne carries Tennyson's love of melody to an extreme and often sacrifices sense to sound. His poetry is always musical and, like music, appeals almost exclusively to the emotions. We have chosen, somewhat arbitrarily, these four writers Mrs. Browning, D.G. Rossetti, Morris, and Swinburne as representative of the minor poets of the age. But there are many others who are worthy of study: Arthur Hugh Clough and Matthew Arnold, who are often called the poets of skepticism, but who in reality represent a reverent seeking for truth through reason and human experience. Frederick William Faber, the Catholic mystic, author of some exquisite hymns. And the scholarly John Keble, author of The Christian Year, our best-known book of devotional verse. And among the women poets, Adelaide Proctor, Jean Ingello, and Christina Rossetti, each of whom had a large, admiring circle of readers. It would be a hopeless task at the present time to inquire into the relative merits of all these minor poets. We note only their careful workmanship and exquisite melody, their wide range of thought and feeling, their eager search for truth, each in his own way, and especially the note of freshness and vitality which they have given to English poetry. Roman II, the novelists of the Victorian Age. Charles Dickens, 1812–1870. When we consider Dickens's life and work, in comparison with that of the two great poets we have been studying, the contrast is startling. While Tennyson and Browning were being educated for the life of literature, and shielded most tenderly from the hardships of the world, Dickens, a poor, obscure, and suffering child, was helping to support a shiftless family by pasting labels on blacking bottles, sleeping under a counter like a homeless cat, and once a week timidly approaching the big prison where his father was confined for debt. In 1836, his Pickwick was published, and life was changed as if a magician had waved his wand over him. While the two great poets were slowly struggling for recognition, Dickens, with plenty of money and too much fame, was the acknowledged literary hero of England, the idol of immense audiences which gathered to applaud him wherever he appeared. And there is also this striking contrast between the novelist and the poets that, while the whole tendency of the age was toward realism, away from the extremes of the Romanticists, and from the oddities and absurdities of the early novel writers, it was precisely by emphasizing oddities and absurdities, by making caricatures rather than characters, that Dickens first achieved his popularity. Life. In Dickens's early life, we see a stern but unrecognized preparation for the work that he was to do. Never was there a better illustration of the fact that a boy's early hardship and suffering are sometimes only divine messengers disguised, and that circumstances which seem only evil are often the source of a man's strength and of the influence which he is to wield in the world. He was the second of 8 poor children and was born at Landport in 1812. His father, who is supposed to be the original of Mr. Micawber, was a clerk in a navy office. He could never make both ends meet, and after struggling with debts in his native town for many years, moved to London when Dickens was 9 years old. The debts still pursued him, and after 2 years of grandiloquent misfortune, he was thrown into the poor debtors' prison. His wife, the original of Mrs. Micawber, then set up the famous boarding establishment for young ladies, but in Dickens's words, no young ladies ever came. The only visitors were creditors, and they were quite ferocious. In the picture of the Micawber family, with its tears and smiles and general shiftlessness, we have a suggestion of Dickens's own family life. At 11 years of age, the boy was taken out of school and went to work in the cellar of a blacking factory. At this time, he was, in his own words, a queer small boy who suffered as he worked. And we can appreciate the boy and the suffering more when we find both reflected in the character of David Copperfield. It is a heartrending picture, this sensitive child working from dawn till dark for a few pennies and associating with toughs and waifs in his brief intervals of labor. But we can see in it the sources of that intimate knowledge of the hearts of the poor and outcast, which was soon to be reflected in literature, and to startle all England by its appeal for sympathy. A small legacy ended this wretchedness, bringing the father from the prison and sending the boy to Wellington House Academy, a worthless and brutal school, evidently, whose headmaster was, in Dickens's words, a most ignorant fellow and a tyrant. He learned little at this place, being interested chiefly in stories, and in acting out the heroic parts which appealed to his imagination. But again, his personal experience was of immense value, and resulted in his famous picture of Dotheboys Hall in Nicholas Nickleby, which helped largely to mitigate the evils of private schools in England. Wherever he went, Dickens was a marvelously keen observer, with an active imagination which made stories out of incidents and characters that ordinary men would have hardly noticed. Moreover, he was a born actor, and was at one time the leading spirit of a band of amateurs who gave entertainments for charity all over England. These three things, his keen observation, his active imagination, and the actor's spirit which animated him, furnish a key to his life and writings. When only 15 years old, he left the school and again went to work, this time as clerk in a lawyer's office. By night, he studied shorthand, in order to fit himself to be a reporter, this in imitation of his father, who was now engaged by a newspaper to report the speeches in Parliament. Everything that Dickens attempted seems to have been done with vigor and intensity, and within 2 years we find him reporting important speeches, and writing out his notes as the heavy coach lurched and rolled through the mud of country roads on its dark way to London town. It was largely during this period that he gained his extraordinary knowledge of inns and stables and horsey persons, which is reflected in his novels. He also grew ambitious, and began to write on his own account. At the age of 21, he dropped his first little sketch, stealthily, with fear and trembling into a dark letterbox in a dark office up a dark court in Fleet Street. The name of this first sketch was Mr. Minns and His Cousin, and it appeared with other stories in his first book, Sketches by Boz, in 1835. One who reads these sketches now, with their intimate knowledge of the hidden life of London, can understand Dickens's first newspaper success perfectly. His best-known work, Pickwick, was published serially in 1836-1837, and Dickens's fame and fortune were made. Never before had a novel appeared so full of vitality and merriment. Though crude in design, a mere jumble of exaggerated characters and incidents, it fairly bubbled over with the kind of humor in which the British public delights, and it still remains, after 3/4 of a century, one of our most care-dispelling books. The remainder of Dickens's life is largely a record of personal triumphs. Pickwick was followed rapidly by Oliver Twist, Nicholas Nickleby, Old Curiosity Shop, and by many other works which seem to indicate that there was no limit to the new author's invention of odd, grotesque, uproarious, and sentimental characters. In the intervals of his novel writing, he attempted several times to edit a weekly paper, but his power lay in other directions, and with the exception of Household Words, his journalistic ventures were not a marked success. Again, the actor came to the surface, and after managing a company of amateur actors successfully, Dickens began to give dramatic readings from his own works. As he was already the most popular writer in the English language, these readings were very successful. Crowds thronged to hear him, and his journeys became a continuous ovation. Money poured into his pockets from his novels and from his readings, and he bought for himself a home, Gad's Hill Place, which he had always desired, and which is forever associated with his memory. Though he spent the greater part of his time and strength in travel at this period, nothing is more characteristic of the man than the intense energy with which he turned from his lecturing to his novels, and then, for relaxation, gave himself up to what he called the magic lantern of the London streets. In 1842, while still a young man, Dickens was invited to visit the United States and Canada, where his works were even better known than in England, and where he was received as the guest of the nation and treated with every mark of honor and appreciation. At this time, America was, to most Europeans, a kind of huge fairyland, where money sprang out of the earth, and life was happy as a long holiday. Dickens evidently shared this rosy view, and his romantic expectations were naturally disappointed. The crude, unfinished look of the big country seems to have roused a strong prejudice in his mind, which was not overcome at the time of his second visit, 25 years later, and which brought forth the harsh criticism of his American Notes, 1842, and of Martin Chuzzlewit, 1843-1844. These two unkind books struck a false note, and Dickens began to lose something of his great popularity. In addition, he had spent money beyond his income. His domestic life, which had been at first very happy, became more and more irritating until he separated from his wife in 1858. To get inspiration, which seemed for a time to have failed, he journeyed to Italy but was disappointed. Then he turned back to the London streets, and in the 5 years from 1848 to 1853 appeared Dombey and Son, David Copperfield, and Bleak House, 3 remarkable novels, which indicate that he had rediscovered his own power and genius. Later, he resumed the public readings, with their public triumph and applause, which soon came to be a necessity to one who craved popularity as a hungry man craves bread. These excitements exhausted Dickens, physically and spiritually, and death was the inevitable result. He died in 1870 over his unfinished Edwin Drood and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Dickens's work in view of his life. A glance through even this unsatisfactory biography gives us certain illuminating suggestions in regard to all of Dickens's work. First, as a child, poor and lonely, longing for love and for society, he laid the foundation for those heartrending pictures of children, which have moved so many readers to unaccustomed tears. Second, as clerk in a lawyer's office and in the courts, he gained his knowledge of an entirely different side of human life. Here he learned to understand both the enemies and the victims of society, between whom the harsh laws of that day frequently made no distinction. Third, as a reporter, and afterwards as manager of various newspapers, he learned the trick of racy writing, and of knowing to a nicety what would suit the popular taste. Fourth, as an actor, always an actor in spirit, he seized upon every dramatic possibility, every tense situation, every peculiarity of voice and gesture in the people whom he met, and reproduced these things in his novels, exaggerating them in the way that most pleased his audience. When we turn from his outward training to his inner disposition, we find two strongly marked elements. The first is his excessive imagination, which made good stories out of incidents that ordinarily pass unnoticed, and which described the commonest things: a street, a shop, a fog, a lamp-post, a stagecoach, with a wealth of detail and of romantic suggestion that makes many of his descriptions like lyric poems. The second element is his extreme sensibility, which finds relief only in laughter and tears. Like shadow and sunshine, these follow one another closely throughout all his books. Remembering these two things, his training and disposition, we can easily foresee the kind of novel he must produce. He will be sentimental, especially over children and outcasts. He will excuse the individual in view of the faults of society. He will be dramatic or melodramatic, and his sensibility will keep him always close to the public, studying its tastes and playing with its smiles and tears. If pleasing the public be in itself an art, then Dickens is one of our greatest artists. And it is well to remember that in pleasing his public there was nothing of the hypocrite or demagogue in his makeup. He was essentially a part of the great drifting panoramic crowd that he loved. His sympathetic soul made all their joys and griefs his own. He fought against injustice. He championed the weak against the strong. He gave courage to the faint and hope to the weary in heart, and in the love which the public gave him in return, he found his best reward. Here is the secret of Dickens's unprecedented popular success, and we may note here a very significant parallel with Shakespeare. The great difference in the genius and work of the two men does not change the fact that each won success largely because he studied and pleased his public. General plan of Dickens's novels. An interesting suggestion comes to us from a study of the conditions which led to Dickens's first 3 novels. Pickwick was written, at the suggestion of an editor, for serial publication. Each chapter was to be accompanied by a cartoon by Seymour, a comic artist of the day, and the object was to amuse the public and, incidentally, to sell the paper. The result was a series of characters and scenes and incidents which for vigor and boundless fun have never been equaled in our language. Thereafter, no matter what he wrote, Dickens was belled a humorist. Like a certain American writer of our own generation, everything he said, whether for a feast or a funeral, was posed to contain a laugh. In a word, he was the victim of his own book. Dickens was keen enough to understand his danger, and his next novel, Oliver Twist, had the serious purpose of mitigating the evils under which the poor were suffering. Its hero was a poor child, the unfortunate victim of society, and, in order to draw attention to the real need, Dickens exaggerated the woeful condition of the poor and filled his pages with sentiment which easily slipped over into sentimentality. This also was a popular success, and in his third novel, Nicholas Nickleby, and indeed in most of his remaining works, Dickens combined the principles of his first two books, giving us mirth on the one hand, injustice and suffering on the other, mingling humor and pathos, tears and laughter, as we find them in life itself. And in order to increase the lights and shadows in his scenes, and to give greater dramatic effect to his narrative, he introduced odious and loathsome characters, and made vice more hateful by contrasting it with innocence and virtue. We find, therefore, in most of Dickens's novels 3 or 4 widely different types of character. First, the innocent little child, like Oliver, Joe, Paul, Tiny Tim, and Little Nell, appealing powerfully to the child love in every human heart. Scond, the horrible or grotesque foil, like Esquiers, Fagin, Quilp, Uriah Heep, and Bill Sikes. Third, the grandiloquent or broadly humorous fellow, the fun maker, like Micawber and Sam Weller. And fourth, a tenderly or powerfully drawn figure, like Lady Dedlock of Bleak House, and Sidney Carton of A Tale of Two Cities, which rise to the dignity of true characters. We note also that most of Dickens's novels belong decidedly to the class of purpose or problem novels. Thus Bleak House attacks the law's delays. Little Dorrit, the injustice which persecutes poor debtors. Nicholas Nickleby, the abuses of charity schools and brutal schoolmasters. And Oliver Twist, the unnecessary degradation and suffering of the poor in English workhouses. Dickens's serious purpose was to make the novel the instrument of morality and justice, and whatever we may think of the exaggeration of his characters, it is certain that his stories did more to correct the general selfishness and injustice of society toward the poor than all the works of other literary men of his age combined. The limitations of Dickens. Any severe criticism of Dickens as a novelist must seem, at first glance, unkind and unnecessary. In almost every house he is a welcome guest, a personal friend who has beguiled many an hour with his stories, and who has furnished us much good laughter and a few good tears. Moreover, he has always a cheery message. He emphasizes the fact that this is an excellent world, that some errors have crept into it, due largely to thoughtlessness, but that they can be easily remedied by a little human sympathy. That is a most welcome creed to an age overburdened with social problems, and to criticize our cheery companion seems as discourteous as to speak unkindly of a guest who has just left our home. But we must consider Dickens not merely as a friend, but as a novelist, and apply to his work the same standards of art which we apply to other writers. And when we do this, we are sometimes a little disappointed. We must confess that his novels, while they contain many realistic details, seldom give the impression of reality. His characters, though we laugh or weep or shudder at them, are sometimes only caricatures, each one an exaggeration of some peculiarity, which suggest Ben Jonson's every man in his humor. It is Dickens's art to give his heroes sufficient reality to make them suggest certain types of men and women whom we know. But in reading him, we find ourselves often in the mental state of a man who is watching through a microscope the swarming life of a water drop. Here are lively, bustling, extraordinary creatures, some beautiful, some grotesque, but all far apart from the life that we know in daily experience. It is certainly not the reality of these characters, but rather the genius of the author in managing them, which interests us and holds our attention. Notwithstanding this criticism, which we would gladly have omitted, Dickens is excellent reading, and his novels will continue to be popular just so long as men enjoy a wholesome and absorbing story. What to read? Aside from the reforms in schools and prisons and workhouses which Dickens accomplished, he has laid us all, rich and poor alike, under a debt of gratitude. After the year 1843, the one literary work which he never neglected was to furnish a Christmas story for his readers. And it is due in some measure to the help of these stories, brimming over with good cheer, that Christmas has become in all English-speaking countries a season of gladness, of gift-giving at home, and of remembering those less fortunate than ourselves who are still members of a common brotherhood. If we read nothing else of Dickens, once a year, at Christmas time, we should remember him and renew our youth by reading one of his holiday stories, The Cricket on the Hearth, The Chimes, and above all the unrivaled Christmas Carol. The latter especially will be read and loved as long as men are moved by the spirit of Christmas. Of the novels, David Copperfield is regarded by many as Dickens's masterpiece. It is well to begin with this novel, not simply for the unusual interest of the story, but also for the glimpse it gives us of the author's own boyhood and family. For pure fun and hilarity, Pickwick will always be a favorite, but for artistic finish, and for the portrayal of one great character, Sidney Carton, nothing else that Dickens wrote is comparable to A Tale of Two Cities. Here is an absorbing story, with a carefully constructed plot, and the action moves swiftly to its thrilling, inevitable conclusion. Usually Dickens introduces several pathetic or grotesque or laughable characters besides the main actors, and records various unnecessary dramatic episodes for their own sake. But in A Tale of Two Cities, everything has its place in the development of the main story. There are, as usual, many characters: Sidney Carton, the outcast, who lays down his life for the happiness of one whom he loves; Charles Darnay, an exiled young French noble; Dr. Manette, who has been recalled to life from a frightful imprisonment, and his gentle daughter Lucy, the heroine; Jarvis Lorry, a lovable, old-fashioned clerk in the big banking house; the terrible Madame Defarge, knitting calmly at the door of her wine shop and recording, with the ferocity of a tiger licking its chops, the names of all those who are marked for vengeance; and a dozen others, each well drawn, who play minor parts in the tragedy. The scene is laid in London and Paris, at the time of the French Revolution, and, though careless of historical details, Dickens reproduces the spirit of the Reign of Terror so well that A Tale of Two Cities is an excellent supplement to the history of the period. It is written in Dickens's usual picturesque style, and reveals his usual imaginative outlook on life and his fondness for fine sentiments and dramatic episodes. Indeed, all his qualities are here shown, not brilliantly or garishly as in other novels, but subdued and softened like a shaded light for artistic effect. Those who are interested in Dickens's growth and methods can hardly do better than to read in succession his first three novels, Pickwick, Oliver Twist, and Nicholas Nickleby, which, as we have indicated, show clearly how he passed from fun to serious purpose, and which furnish in combination the general plan of all his later works. For the rest, we can only indicate those which, in our personal judgment, seem best worth reading: Bleak House, Dombey and Son, Our Mutual Friend, and Old Curiosity Shop. But we are not yet far enough away from the first popular success of these works to determine their permanent value and influence. William Makepeace Thackeray, 1811–1863. As the two most successful novelists of their day, it is natural for us, as it was for their personal friends and admirers, to compare Dickens and Thackeray with respect to their life and work, and their attitude toward the world in which they lived. Dickens, after a desperately hard struggle in his boyhood, without friends or higher education, comes into manhood cheery, self-confident, energetic, filled with the joy of his work. And in the world which had at first treated him so harshly, he finds good everywhere, even in the jails and in the slums, simply because he is looking for it. Thackeray, after a boyhood spent in the best of English schools, with money, friends, and comforts of every kind, faces life timidly, distrustfully, and dislikes the literary work which makes him famous. He has a gracious and lovable personality, is kind of heart, and reveres all that is pure and good in life. Yet he is almost cynical toward the world which uses him so well, and finds shams, deceptions, vanities everywhere because he looks for them. One finds what one seeks in this world, but it is perhaps significant that Dickens sought his golden fleece among plain people, and Thackeray in high society. The chief difference between the two novelists, however, is not one of environment but of temperament. Put Thackeray in a workhouse, and he will still find material for another book of snobs. Put Dickens in society, and he cannot help finding undreamed-of possibilities among bewigged and bepowdered high lords and ladies. For Dickens is romantic and emotional, and interprets the world largely through his imagination. Thackeray is the realist and moralist, who judges solely by observation and reflection. He aims to give us a true picture of the society of his day, and as he finds it pervaded by intrigues and snobbery, he proceeds to satirize it and point out its moral evils. In his novels, he is influenced by Swift and Fielding, but he is entirely free from the bitterness of the one and the coarseness of the other, and his satire is generally softened by a noble tenderness. Taken together, the novels of Dickens and Thackeray give us a remarkable picture of all classes of English society in the middle of the 19th century. Life. Thackeray was born in 1811 in Calcutta, where his father held a civil position under the Indian government. When the boy was 5 years old, his father died, and the mother returned with her child to England. Presently she married again, and Thackeray was sent to the famous Charterhouse School, of which he has given us a vivid picture in the Newcomes. Such a school would have been a veritable heaven to Dickens, who at this time was tossed about between poverty and ambition, but Thackeray detested it for its rude manners and occasionally referred to it as the slaughterhouse. Writing to his mother, he says, "There are 370 boys in the school. I wish there were only 369. In 1829, Thackeray entered Trinity College, Cambridge, but left after less than 2 years without taking a degree, and went to Germany and France, where he studied with the idea of becoming an artist. When he became of age, in 1832, he came into possession of a comfortable fortune, returned to England, and settled down in the Temple to study law. Soon he began to dislike the profession intensely, and we have in Pendennis a reflection of his mental attitude toward the law and the young men who studied it. He soon lost his fortune, partly by gambling and speculation, partly by unsuccessful attempts at running a newspaper, and at 22 began for the first time to earn his own living as an artist and illustrator. An interesting meeting between Thackeray and Dickens at this time, 1836, suggests the relative importance of the two writers. Seymour, who was illustrating the Pickwick Papers, had just died, and Thackeray called upon Dickens with a few drawings and asked to be allowed to continue the illustrations. Dickens was at this time at the beginning of his great popularity. The better literary artist, whose drawings were refused, was almost unknown and had to work hard for more than 10 years before he received recognition. Disappointed by his failure as an illustrator, he began his literary career by writing satires on society for Fraser's magazine. This was the beginning of his success. But though the Yellow Plush Papers, the Great Hoggarty Diamond, Catherine, the Fitz Boodlers, the Book of Snobs, Barry Lyndon, and various other immature works made him known to a few readers of Punch and of Fraser's magazine, it was not till the publication of Vanity Fair, 1847-1848, that he began to be recognized as one of the great novelists of his day. All his earlier works are satires, some upon society, others upon the popular novelists, Bulwer, Disraeli, and especially Dickens, with whose sentimental heroes and heroines he had no patience whatever. He had married, meanwhile, in 1836, and for a few years was very happy in his home. Then disease and insanity fastened upon his young wife, and she was placed in an asylum. The whole after life of our novelist was darkened by this loss worse than death. He became a man of the clubs, rather than of his own home, and though his wit and kindness made him the most welcome of clubmen, there was an undercurrent of sadness in all that he wrote. Long afterwards he said that, though his marriage ended in shipwreck, he would do it over again, for behold, love is the crown and completion of all earthly good. After the moderate success of Vanity Fair, Thackeray wrote the 3 novels of his middle life upon which his fame chiefly rests: Pendennis in 1850, Henry Esmond in 1852, and the Newcomes in 1855. Dickens's great popular success as a lecturer and dramatic reader had led to a general desire on the part of the public to see and to hear literary men, and Thackeray, to increase his income, gave 2 remarkable courses of lectures, the first being English humorists of the 18th century, and the second, the 4 Georges Both courses, being delivered with gratifying success in England and especially in America. Dickens, as we have seen, was disappointed in America and vented his displeasure in outrageous criticism. But Thackeray, with his usual good breeding, saw only the best side of his generous entertainers, and in both his public and private utterances emphasized the virtues of the new land, whose restless energy seemed to fascinate him. Unlike Dickens, he had no confidence in himself when he faced an audience, and like most literary men he disliked lecturing, and soon gave it up. In 1860 he became editor of the Cornhill magazine, which prospered in his hands, and with a comfortable income he seemed just ready to do his best work for the world, which has always believed that he was capable of even better things than he ever wrote, when he died suddenly in 1863. His body lies buried in Kensal Green, and only a bust does honor to his memory in Westminster Abbey. Works of Thackeray. The beginner will do well to omit the earlier satires of Thackeray, written while he was struggling to earn a living from the magazines, and open Henry Esmond, 1852, his most perfect novel, though not the most widely known and read. The fine historical and literary flavor of this story is one of its most marked characteristics, and only one who knows something of the history and literature of the 18th century can appreciate its value. The hero, Colonel Esmond, relates his own story, carrying the reader through the courts and camps of Queen Anne's reign, and giving the most complete and accurate picture of a past age that has ever appeared in a novel. Thackeray is, as we have said, a realist, and he begins his story by adopting the style and manner of a scholarly gentleman of the period he is describing. He has an extraordinary knowledge of 18th century literature, and he reproduces its style in detail, going so far as to insert in his narrative an alleged essay from the Tatler. And so perfectly is it done that it is impossible to say wherein it differs from the style of Addison and Steele. In his matter also Thackeray is realistic, reflecting not the pride and pomp of war, which are largely delusions, but its brutality and barbarism, which are all too real, painting generals and leaders, not as the newspaper heroes to whom we are accustomed, but as moved by intrigues, petty jealousies, and selfish ambitions, showing us the great Duke of Marlborough not as the military hero, the idol of war-crazed multitudes, but as without personal honor and governed by despicable avarice. In a word, Thackeray gives us the backstairs view of war, which is, as a rule, totally neglected in our histories. When he deals with the literary men of the period, he uses the same frank realism, showing us Steele and Addison and other leaders, not with halos about their heads as popular authors, but in slippers and dressing gowns, smoking a pipe in their own rooms or else growing tipsy and hilarious in the taverns just as they appeared in daily life. Both in style and in matter, therefore, Esmond deserves to rank as probably the best historical novel in our language. The plot of the story is, like most of Thackeray's plots, very slight but perfectly suited to the novelist's purpose. The plans of his characters fail, their ideals grow dim, there is a general disappearance of youthful ambitions. There is a love story at the center, but the element of romance, which furnishes the light and music and fragrance of love, is inconspicuous. The hero, after 10 years of devotion to a young woman, a paragon of beauty, finally marries her mother, and ends with a few pious observations concerning heaven's mercy and his own happy lot. Such an ending seems disappointing, almost bizarre, in view of the romantic novels to which we are accustomed. But we must remember that Thackeray's purpose was to paint life as he saw it, and that in life men and things often take a different way from that described in romances. As we grow acquainted with Thackeray's characters, we realize that no other ending was possible to his story, and conclude that his plot, like his style, is perhaps as near perfection as a realistic novelist can ever come. Vanity Fair, 1847–1848, is the best known of Thackeray's novels. It was his first great work, and was intended to express his own views of the social life about him, and to protest against the overdrawn heroes of popular novels. He takes for his subject that Vanity Fair to which Christian and faithful were conducted on their way to the heavenly city, as recorded in Pilgrim's Progress. In this fair there are many different booths, given over to the sale of all sorts of vanities. And as we go from one to another we come in contact with juggling, cheats, games, plays, fools, apes, knaves, rogues, and that of every kind. Evidently this is a picture of one side of social life. But the difference between Bunyan and Thackeray is simply this: that Bunyan made Vanity Fair a small incident in a long journey, a place through which most of us pass on our way to better things, while Thackeray, describing high society in his own day, makes it a place of long sojourn, wherein his characters spend the greater part of their lives. Thackeray styles this work a novel without a hero. The whole action of the story, which is without plot or development, revolves about two women, Amelia, a meek creature of the milk and water type, and Becky Sharp, a keen, unprincipled intriguer, who lets nothing stand in the way of her selfish desire to get the most out of the fools who largely constitute society. On the whole, it is the most powerful but not the most wholesome of Thackeray's works. In his second important novel, Pendennis, 1849–1850, we have a continuation of the satire on society begun in Vanity Fair. This novel, which the beginner should read after Esmond, is interesting to us for two reasons, because it reflects more of the details of Thackeray's life than all his other writings, and because it contains one powerfully drawn character who is a perpetual reminder of the danger of selfishness. The hero is neither angel nor imp, in Thackeray's words, but the typical young man of society, whom he knows thoroughly, and whom he paints exactly as he is a careless, good-natured but essentially selfish person, who goes through life intent on his own interests. Pendennis is a profound moral study, and the most powerful arraignment of well-meaning selfishness in our literature, not even accepting George Eliot's Romola, which it suggests. Two other novels, The Newcomes, 1855, and The Virginians, 1859, complete the list of Thackeray's great works of fiction. The former is a sequel to Pendennis, and the latter to Henry Esmond, and both share the general fate of sequels in not being quite equal in power or interest to their predecessors. The Newcomes, however, deserves a very high place, some critics, indeed, placing it at the head of the author's works. Like all Thackeray's novels, it is a story of human frailty. But here the author's innate gentleness and kindness are seen at their best, and the hero is perhaps the most genuine and lovable of all his characters. Thackeray is known in English literature as an essayist as well as a novelist. His English humorists and the Four Georges are among the finest essays of the 19th century. In the former especially, Thackeray shows not only a wide knowledge, but an extraordinary understanding of his subject. Apparently this 19th century writer knows Addison, Fielding, Swift, Smollett, and other great writers of the past century almost as intimately as one knows his nearest friend. And he gives us the fine flavor of their humor in a way which no other writer, save perhaps Larnbe, has ever rivaled. The Four Georges is in a vein of delicate satire, and presents a rather unflattering picture of four of England's rulers and of the courts in which they moved. Both these works are remarkable for their exquisite style, their gentle humor, their keen literary criticisms, and for the intimate knowledge and sympathy which makes the people of a past age live once more in the written pages. General characteristics. In treating of Thackeray's view of life as reflected in his novels, critics vary greatly, and the following summary must be taken not as a positive judgment, but only as an attempt to express the general impression of his works on an uncritical reader. He is first of a realist, who paints life as he sees it. As he says himself, "I have no brains above my eyes, I describe what I see." His pictures of certain types, notably the weak and vicious elements of society, are accurate and true to life, but they seem to play too large a part in his books, and have perhaps too greatly influenced his general judgment of humanity. An excessive sensibility, or the capacity for fine feelings and emotions, is a marked characteristic of Thackeray, as it is of Dickens and Carlyle. He is easily offended, as they are, by the shams of society, but he cannot find an outlet, as Dickens does, in laughter and tears, and he is too gentle to follow Carlyle in violent denunciations and prophecies. He turns to satire, influenced, doubtless, by 18th century literature which he knew so well, and in which satire played too large a part. His satire is never personal, like Pope's, or brutal, like Swift's, and is tempered by kindness and humor. But it is used too freely, and generally lays too much emphasis on faults and foibles to be considered a true picture of any large class of English society. Besides being a realist and satirist, Thackeray is essentially a moralist, like Addison, aiming definitely in all his work at producing a moral impression. So much does he revere goodness, and so determined is he that his Pendennis or his Becky Sharp shall be judged at their true value, that he is not content, like Shakespeare, to be simply an artist, to tell an artistic tale and let it speak its own message. He must explain and emphasize the moral significance of his work. There is no need to consult our own conscience over the actions of Thackeray's characters. The beauty of virtue and the ugliness of vice are evident on every page. Whatever we may think of Thackeray's matter, there is one point in which critics are agreed that he is master of a pure and simple English style. Whether his thought be sad or humorous, commonplace or profound, he expresses it perfectly, without effort or affectation. In all his work there is a subtle charm, impossible to describe, which gives the impression that we are listening to a gentleman. And it is the ease, the refinement, the exquisite naturalness of Thackeray's style that furnishes a large part of our pleasure in reading him. Mary Ann Evans, George Eliot, 1819–1880. In nearly all the writers of the Victorian age we note, on the one hand, a strong intellectual tendency to analyze the problems of life, and on the other a tendency to teach, that is, to explain to men the method by which these problems may be solved. The novels especially seem to lose sight of the purely artistic ideal of writing, and to aim definitely at moral instruction. In George Eliot, both these tendencies reach a climax. She is more obviously, more consciously a preacher and moralizer than any of her great contemporaries. Though profoundly religious at heart, she was largely occupied by the scientific spirit of the age, and finding no religious creed or political system satisfactory, she fell back upon duty as the supreme law of life. All her novels aim, first, to show in individuals the play of universal moral forces, and second, to establish the moral law as the basis of human society. Aside from this moral teaching, we look to George Eliot for the reflection of country life in England, just as we look to Dickens for pictures of the city streets and to Thackeray for the vanities of society. Of all the women writers who have helped and are still helping to place our English novels at the head of the world's fiction, she holds at present unquestionably the highest rank. Life, Mary Ann or Marian Evans, known to us by her pen name of George Eliot, began to write late in life, when nearly 40 years of age, and attained the leading position among living English novelists in the 10 years between 1870 and 1880, after Thackeray and Dickens had passed away. She was born at Arbury Farm, Warwickshire, some 20 miles from Stratford-on-Avon, in 1819. Her parents were plain, honest folk of the farmer class, who brought her up in the somewhat strict religious manner of those days. Her father seems to have been a man of sterling integrity and of practical English sense, one of those essentially noble characters who do the world's work silently and well, and who by their solid worth obtain a position of influence among their fellow-men. A few months after George Eliot's birth, the family moved to another home in the parish of Griff, where her childhood was largely passed. The scenery of the Midland counties and many details of her own family life are reflected in her earlier novels. Thus we find her and her brother as Maggie and Tom Tulliver in The Mill on the Floss, her aunt as Dinah Morris, and her mother as Mrs. Poyser in Adam Bede. We have a suggestion of her father in the hero of the latter novel, but the picture is more fully drawn as Caleb Garth in Middlemarch. For a few years, she studied at 2 private schools for young ladies at Nuneaton and Coventry, but the death of her mother called her, at 17 years of age, to take entire charge of the household. Thereafter her education was gained wholly by miscellaneous reading. We have a suggestion of her method in one of her early letters, in which she says, "My mind presents an assemblage of disjointed specimens of history, ancient and modern, scraps of poetry picked up from Shakespeare, Cowper, Wordsworth, and Milton, newspaper topics, morsels of Addison and Bacon, Latin verbs, geometry, entomology, and chemistry, reviews and metaphysics, all arrested and petrified and smothered by the fast-thickening everyday accession of actual events, relative anxieties, and household cares and vexations." When Mary was 21 years old, the family again moved, this time to Foleshill Road, near Coventry. Here she became acquainted with the family of Charles Bray, a prosperous ribbon manufacturer, whose house was a gathering place for the freethinkers of the neighborhood. The effect of this liberal atmosphere upon Miss Evans, brought up in a narrow way, with no knowledge of the world, was to unsettle many of her youthful convictions. From a narrow, intense dogmatism, she went to the other extreme of radicalism. Then, about 1860, she lost all sympathy with the freethinkers, and, being instinctively religious, seemed to be groping after a definite faith while following the ideal of duty. This spiritual struggle, which suggests that of Carlyle, is undoubtedly the cause of that gloom and depression which hang, like an English fog, over much of her work. Though her biographer, Cross, tells us that she was not by any means a sad or gloomy woman. In 1849, Miss Evans's father died, and the Brays took her abroad for a tour of the continent. On her return to England, she wrote several liberal articles for the Westminster Review, and presently was made assistant editor of that magazine. Her residence in London at this time marks a turning point in her career and the real beginning of her literary life. She made strong friendships with Spencer, Mill, and other scientists of the day, and through Spencer met George Henry Lewes, a miscellaneous writer, whom she afterwards married. Under his sympathetic influence, she began to write fiction for the magazines, her first story being Amos Barton, 1857, which was later included in the Scenes of Clerical Life, 1858. Her first long novel, Adam Bede, appeared early in 1859 and met with such popular favor that to the end of her life she despaired of ever again repeating her triumph. But the unexpected success proved to be an inspiration, and she completed The Mill on the Floss and began Silas Marner during the following year. Not until the great success of these works led to an insistent demand to know the author did the English public learn that it was a woman, and not an English clergyman, as they supposed, who had suddenly jumped to the front rank of living writers. Up to this point, George Eliot had confined herself to English country life, but now she suddenly abandoned the scenes and the people with whom she was most familiar in order to write an historical novel. It was in 1860, while traveling in Italy, that she formed the great project of Romola, a mingling of fiction and moral philosophy, against the background of the mighty Renaissance movement. In this, she was writing of things of which she had no personal knowledge, and the book cost her many months of hard and depressing labor. She said herself that she was a young woman when she began the work, and an old woman when she finished it. Romola 1862-1863 was not successful with the public, and the same may be said of Felix Holt the Radical 1866 and the Spanish Gypsy 1868. The last-named work was the result of the author's ambition to write a dramatic poem which should duplicate the lesson of Romola, and for the purpose of gathering material she visited Spain, which she had decided upon as the scene of her poetical effort. With the publication of Middlemarch, 1871-1872, George Eliot came back again into popular favor, though this work is less spontaneous and more labored and pedantic than her earlier novels. The fault of too much analysis and moralizing was even more conspicuous in Danii Deronda, 1876, which she regarded as her greatest book. Her life during all this time was singularly uneventful, and the chief milestones along the road mark the publication of her successive novels. During all the years of her literary success, her husband Lewes had been a most sympathetic friend and critic, and when he died in 1878, the loss seemed to be more than she could bear. Her letters of this period are touching in their loneliness and their craving for sympathy. Later, she astonished everybody by marrying John Walter Cross, much younger than herself, who is known as her biographer. Deep down below there is a river of sadness, but I am able to enjoy my newly reopened life, writes this woman of 60, who, ever since she was the girl whom we know as Maggie Tulliver, must always have someone to love and to depend upon. Her new interest in life lasted but a few months, for she died in December of the same year, 1880. One of the best indications of her strength and her limitations is her portrait, with its strong masculine features, suggesting both by resemblance and by contrast that wonderful portrait of Savonarola which hangs over his old desk in the monastery at Florence. Works of George Eliot. These are conveniently divided into three groups corresponding to the three periods of her life. The first group includes all her early essays and miscellaneous work, from her translation of Strauss's Leben Jesu in 1846 to her union with Lewes in 1854. The second group includes scenes of clerical life, Adam Bede, Mill on the Floss, and Silas Marner, all published between 1858 and 1861. These four novels of the middle period are founded on the author's own life and experience. Their scenes are laid in the country, and their characters are taken from the stolid people of the Midlands, with whom George Eliot had been familiar since childhood. They are probably the author's most enduring works. They have a naturalness, a spontaneity, at times a flash of real humor, which are lacking in her later novels, and they show a rapid development of literary power which reaches a climax in Silas Marner. The novel of Italian life, Romola 1862-1863, marks a transition to the third group, which includes three more novels: Felix Holt, 1866, Middlemarch, 1871-1872, Daniel Deronda, 1876, the ambitious dramatic poem The Spanish Gypsy, 1868, and a collection of miscellaneous essays called The Impressions of Theophrastus Such, 1879. The general impression of these works is not so favorable as that produced by the novels of the Middle Period. They are more labored and less interesting. They contain much deep reflection and analysis of character, but less observation, less delight in picturing country life as it is, and very little of what we call inspiration. We must add, however, that this does not express a unanimous literary judgment, for critics are not wanting who assert that Daniel Deronda is the highest expression of the author's genius. The general character of all these novels may be described, in the author's own term, as psychologic realism. This means that George Eliot sought to do in her novels what Browning attempted in his poetry, that is, to represent the inner struggle of a soul and to reveal the motives, impulses, and hereditary influences which govern human action. Browning generally stops when he tells his story and either lets you draw your own conclusion or else gives you his in a few striking lines. But George Eliot is not content until she has minutely explained the motives of her characters and the moral lesson to be learned from them. Moreover, it is the development of a soul, the slow growth or decline of moral power, which chiefly interests her. Her heroes and heroines differ radically from those of Dickens and Thackeray in this respect that, when we meet the men and women of the latter novelists, their characters are already formed, and we are reasonably sure what they will do under given circumstances. In George Eliot's novels, the characters develop gradually as we come to know them. They go from weakness to strength, or from strength to weakness, according to the works that they do and the thoughts that they cherish. In Romola, for instance, Tito, as we first meet him, may be either good or bad, and we know not whether he will finally turn to the right hand or to the left. As time passes, we see him degenerate steadily because he follows his selfish impulses, while Romola, whose character is at first only faintly indicated, grows into beauty and strength with every act of self-renunciation. In these two characters, Tito and Romola, we have an epitome of our author's moral teaching. The principle of law was in the air during the Victorian era, and we have already noted how deeply Tennyson was influenced by it. With George Eliot, law is like fate. It overwhelms personal freedom and inclination. Moral law was to her as inevitable, as automatic, as gravitation. Tito's degeneration, and the sad failure of Dorothea and Lydgate in Middlemarch, may be explained as simply as the fall of an apple, or as a bruised knee when a man loses his balance. A certain act produces a definite moral effect on the individual, and character is the added sum of all, the acts of a man's. Life, just as the weight of a body is the sum of the weights of many different atoms which constitute it. The matter of rewards and punishments, therefore, needs no final judge or judgment, since these things take care of themselves automatically in a world of inviolable moral law. Perhaps one thing more should be added to the general characteristics of George Eliot's novels. They are all rather depressing. The gladsomeness of life, the sunshine of smiles and laughter, is denied her. It is said that once, when her husband remarked that her novels were all essentially sad, she wept and answered that she must describe life as she had found it. What to read? George Eliot's first stories are in some respects her best, though her literary power increases during her second period, culminating in Silas Marner, and her psychological analysis is more evident in Daniel Deronda. On the whole, it is an excellent way to begin with the freshness and inspiration of the scenes of clerical life, and read her books in the order in which they were written. In the first group of novels, Adam Bede is the most natural, and probably interests more readers than all the others combined. The Mill on the Floss has a larger personal interest, because it reflects much of George Eliot's history and the scenes and the friends of her early life. The lack of proportion in this story, which gives rather too much space to the girl and boy experiences, is naturally explained by the tendency in every man and woman to linger over early memories. Silas Marner is artistically the most perfect of George Eliot's novels, and we venture to analyze it as typical of her ideals and methods. We note first the style, which is heavy and a little self-conscious, lacking the vigor and picturesqueness of Dickens and the grace and naturalness of Thackeray. The characters are the common people of the Midlands, the hero being a linen weaver, a lonely outcast who hoards and gloats over his hard-earned money, is robbed, thrown into utter despair, and brought back to life and happiness by the coming of an abandoned child to his fire. In the development of her story, the author shows herself, first, a realist, by the naturalness of her characters and the minute accuracy with which she reproduces their ways and even the accents of their speech. Second, a psychologist, by the continual analysis and explanation of motives. Third, a moralist, by showing in each individual the action and reaction of universal moral forces, and especially by making every evil act bring inevitable punishment to the man who does it. Tragedy, therefore, plays a large part in the story, for, according to George Eliot, tragedy and suffering walk close behind us or lurk at every turn in the road of life. Like all her novels, Scylla's Marner is depressing. We turn away from even the wedding of Epywitch is just as it should be, with a sense of sadness and incompleteness. Finally, as we close the book, we are conscious of a powerful and enduring impression of reality. Scylla's the poor weaver, Godfrey Cass, the well-meaning, selfish man, Mr. Macy, the garrulous and observant parish clerk, Dolly Winthrop, the kind-hearted countrywoman who cannot understand the mysteries of religion and so interprets God in terms of human love. These are real people, whom having once met we can never forget. Romola has the same general moral theme as the English novels, but the scenes are entirely different, and opinion is divided as to the comparative merit of the work. It is a study, a very profound study of moral development in one character and of moral degeneracy in another. Its characters and its scenes are both Italian, and the action takes place during a critical period of the Renaissance movement when Savonarola was at the height of his power in Florence. Here is a magnificent theme and a superb background for a great novel, and George Eliot read and studied till she felt sure that she understood the place, the time, and the people of her story. Romola is therefore interesting reading, in many respects the most interesting of her works. It has been called one of our greatest historical novels, but as such it has one grievous fault. It is not quite true to the people or even to the locality which it endeavors to represent. One who reads it here, in a new and different land, thinks only of the story and of the novelist's power. But one who reads it on the spot which it describes, and amidst the life which it pictures, is continually haunted by the suggestion that George Eliot understood neither Italy nor the Italians. It is this lack of harmony with Italian life itself which caused Morris and Rossetti, and even Browning, with all his admiration for the author, to lay aside the book, unable to read it with pleasure or profit. In a word, Romola is a great moral study and a very interesting book. But the characters are not Italian, and the novel as a whole lacks the strong reality which marks George Eliot's English studies. Minor novelists of the Victorian Era. In the three great novelists just considered, we have an epitome of the fiction of the age. Dickens using the novel to solve social problems, Thackeray to paint the life of society as he saw it, and George Eliot to teach the fundamental principles of morality. The influence of these three writers is reflected in all the minor novelists of the Victorian age. Thus, Dickens is reflected in Charles Reade, Thackeray in Anthony Trollope and the Bronte sisters, and George Eliot's psychology finds artistic expression in George Meredith. To these social and moral and realistic studies, we should add the element of romance, from which few of our modern novelists can long escape. The 19th century, which began with the romanticism of Walter Scott, returns to its first love, like a man glad to be home, in its delight over Blackmore's Lorna Doone and the romances of Robert Louis Stevenson. Charles Reade, in his fondness for stage effects, for picturing the romantic side of common life, and for using the novel as the instrument of social reform, there is a strong suggestion of Dickens in the work of Charles Reade, 1814–1884. Thus his Peg Woffington is a study of stage life from behind the scenes. A Terrible Temptation is a study of social reforms and reformers, and Put Yourself in His Place is the picture of a workingman who struggles against the injustice of the trades unions. His masterpiece, The Cloister and the Hearth, 1861, one of our best historical novels, is a somewhat laborious study of student and vagabond life in Europe in the days of the German Renaissance. It has small resemblance to George Eliot's Romola, whose scene is laid in Italy during the same period. But the two works may well be read in succession, as the efforts of two very different novelists of the same period to restore the life of an age long past. Anthony Trollope. In his realism, and especially in his conception of the novel as the entertainment of an idle hour, Trollope (1815–1882) is a reflection of Thackeray. It would be hard to find a better duplicate of Becky Sharp, the heroine of Vanity Fair, for instance, than is found in Lizzie Eustace, the heroine of the Eustace Diamonds. Trollope was the most industrious and systematic of modern novelists, writing a definite amount each day, and the wide range of his characters suggests the human comedy of Balzac. His masterpiece is Barchester Towers, 1857. This is a study of life in a cathedral town, and is remarkable for its minute pictures of bishops and clergymen with their families and dependents. It would be well to read this novel in connection with The Warden, 1855, The Last Chronicle of Barset, 1867, and other novels of the same series, since the scenes and characters are the same in all these books, and they are undoubtedly the best expression of the author's genius. Hawthorne says of his novels, "They precisely suit my taste, solid and substantial, and just as real as if some giant had hewn a great lump out of the earth and put it under a glass case, with all the inhabitants going about their daily business, and not suspecting that they were being made a show of." Charlotte Brontë. We have another suggestion of Thackeray in the work of Charlotte Brontë, 1816–1855. She aimed to make her novels a realistic picture of society, but she added to Thackeray's realism the element of passionate and somewhat unbalanced romanticism. The latter element was partly the expression of Miss Bronte's own nature, and partly the result of her lonely and grief-stricken life, which was darkened by a succession of family tragedies. It will help us to understand her work if we remember that both Charlotte Brontë and her sister, Emily, turned to literature, because they found their work as governess and teacher unendurable, and sought to relieve the loneliness and sadness of their own lot by creating a new world of the imagination. In this new world, however, the sadness of the old remains, and all the Brontë novels have behind them an aching heart. Charlotte Bronte's best-known work is Jane Eyre, 1847, which, with all its faults, is a powerful and fascinating study of elemental love and hate, reminding us vaguely of one of Marlowe's tragedies. This work won instant favor with the public, and the author was placed in the front rank of living novelists. Aside from its value as a novel, it is interesting, in many of its early passages, as the reflection of the author's own life and experience. Shirley, 1849, and Villette, 1853, make up the trio of novels by which this gifted woman is generally remembered. Bulwer-Lytton. Edward Bulwer-Lytton, 1803–1873, was an extremely versatile writer who tried almost every kind of novel known to the 19th century. In his early life, he wrote poems and dramas under the influence of Byron, but his first notable work, Pelham, 1828, one of the best of his novels, was a kind of burlesque on the Byronic type of gentleman. As a study of contemporary manners in high society, Pelham has a suggestion of Thackeray, and the resemblance is more noticeable in other novels of the same type, such as Ernest Maltravers, 1837, The Caxtons, 1848–1849, My Novel, 1853, and Kenelm Chillingly, 1873. We have a suggestion of Dickens in at least two of Lytton's novels, Paul Clifford and Eugene Aram, the heroes of which are criminals, pictured as the victims rather than as the oppressors of society. Lytton essayed also, with considerable popular success, the romantic novel in The Pilgrims of the Rhine and Zanoni, and tried the ghost story in The Haunted and the Haunters. His fame at the present day rests largely upon his historical novels, in imitation of Walter Scott, The Last Days of Pompeii, 1834, Riezza, 1835, and Harold, 1848, the last being his most ambitious attempt to make the novel the supplement of history. In all his novels, Lytton is inclined to sentimentalism and sensationalism, and his works, though generally interesting, seem hardly worthy of a high place in the history of fiction. Kingsley. Entirely different in spirit are the novels of the scholarly clergyman, Charles Kingsley, 1819–1875. His works naturally divide themselves into three classes. In the first are his social studies and problem novels, such as Alton Locke, 1850, having for its hero a London tailor and poet, and Yeast, 1848, which deals with the problem of the agricultural laborer. In the second class are his historical novels, Hereward the Wake, Hypatia, and Westward Ho, Hypatia is a dramatic story of Christianity in contact with paganism, having its scene laid in Alexandria at the beginning of the 5th century. Westward Ho, 1855, his best-known work, is a stirring tale of English conquest by land and sea in the days of Elizabeth. In the 3rd class are his various miscellaneous works, not the least of which is Water Babies, a fascinating story of a chimney sweep, which mothers read to their children at bedtime to the great delight of the round-eyed little listeners under the counterpane. Mrs. Gaskell. Mrs. Elizabeth Gaskell, 1810–1865, began, like Kingsley, with the idea of making the novel the instrument of social reform. As the wife of a clergyman in Manchester, she had come in close contact with the struggles and ideals of the industrial poor of a great city, and she reflected her sympathy as well as her observation in Mary Barton, 1848, and in North and South, 1855. Between these two problem novels, she published her masterpiece, Cranford, in 1853. The original of this country village, which is given over to spinsters, is undoubtedly Knutsford, in Cheshire, where Mrs. Gaskell had spent her childhood. The sympathy, the keen observation, and the gentle humor with which the small affairs of a country village are described make Cranford one of the most delightful stories in the English language. We are indebted to Mrs. Gaskell also for the life of Charlotte Brontë, which is one of our best biographies. Blackmore, Richard Doddridge Blackmore, 1825–1900, was a prolific writer, but he owes his fame almost entirely to one splendid novel, Lorna Doone, which was published in 1869. The scene of this fascinating romance is laid in Exmoor in the 17th century. The story abounds in romantic scenes and incidents. Its descriptions of natural scenery are unsurpassed. The rhythmic language is at times almost equal to poetry, and the whole tone of the book is wholesome and refreshing. Altogether, it would be hard to find a more delightful romance in any language, and it well deserves the place it has won as one of the classics of our literature. Other works of Blackmore which will repay the reader are Clara Vaughan, 1864, his first novel, The Maid of Sker, 1872, Springhaven, 1887, Perlacross, 1894, and Tales from the Telling House, 1896. But none of these, though he counted them his best work, has met with the same favor as Lorna Doone. Meredith, so much does George Meredith, 1828–1909, belong to our own day that it is difficult to think of him as one of the Victorian novelists. His first notable work, The Ordeal of Richard Feverel, was published in 1859, the same year as George Eliot's Adam Bede, but it was not till the publication of Diana of the Crossways in 1885 that his power as a novelist was widely recognized. He resembles Browning not only in his condensed style, packed with thought, but also in this respect that he labored for years in obscurity, and after much of his best work was published and apparently forgotten, he slowly won the leading place in English fiction. We are still too near him to speak of the permanence of his work, but a casual reading of any of his novels suggests a comparison and a contrast with George Eliot. Like her, he is a realist and a psychologist. But while George Eliot uses tragedy to teach a moral lesson, Meredith depends more upon comedy, making vice not terrible, but ridiculous. For the hero or heroine of her novel, George Eliot invariably takes an individual and shows in each one the play of universal moral forces. Meredith constructs a type man as a hero, and makes this type express his purpose and meaning. So his characters seldom speak naturally, as George Eliot's do. They are more like Browning's characters in packing a whole paragraph into a single sentence or an exclamation. On account of his enigmatic style and his psychology, Meredith will never be popular. But by thoughtful men and women, he will probably be ranked among our greatest writers of fiction. The simplest and easiest of his novels for a beginner is The Adventures of Henry Richmond, 1871. Among the best of his works, besides the two mentioned above, are Beauchamp's Career, 1876, and The Egoist, 1879. The latter is, in our personal judgment, one of the strongest and most convincing novels of the Victorian age. Hardy, Thomas Hardy, 1840, seems, like Meredith, to belong to the present rather than to a past age, and an interesting comparison may be drawn between these two novelists. In style, Meredith is obscure and difficult, while Hardy is direct and simple, aiming at realism in all things. Meredith makes man the most important phenomenon in the universe, and the struggles of men are brightened by the hope of victory. Hardy makes man an insignificant part of the world, struggling against powers greater than himself, sometimes against systems which he cannot reach or influence, sometimes against a kind of grim world spirit who delights in making human affairs go wrong. He is, therefore, hardly a realist, but rather a man blinded by pessimism. And his novels, though generally powerful and sometimes fascinating, are not pleasant or wholesome reading. From the reader's viewpoint, some of his earlier works, like the idyllic love story Under the Greenwood Tree, 1872, and A Pair of Blue Eyes, 1873, are the most interesting. Hardy became noted, however, when he published Far from the Madding Crowd, a book which, when it appeared anonymously in the Cornhill magazine, 1874, was generally attributed to George Eliot, for the simple reason that no other novelist was supposed to be capable of writing it. The Return of the Native, 1878, and The Woodlanders are generally regarded as Hardy's masterpieces. But two novels of our own day, Tess of the Jubervilles, 1891, and Jude the Obscure, 1895, are better expressions of Hardy's literary art and of his gloomy philosophy. Stevenson. In pleasing contrast with Hardy is Robert Louis Stevenson, 1850–1894, a brave, cheery, wholesome spirit who has made us all braver and cheerier by what he has written. Aside from their intrinsic value, Stevenson's novels are interesting in this respect that they mark a return to the pure romanticism of Walter Scott. The novel of the 19th century had, as we have shown, a very definite purpose. It aimed not only to represent life, but to correct it, and to offer a solution to pressing moral and social problems. At the end of the century, Hardy's gloom in the face of modern social conditions became oppressive, and Stevenson broke away from it into that land of delightful romance in which youth finds an answer to all its questions. Problems differ, but youth is ever the same, and therefore Stevenson will probably be regarded by future generations as one of our most enduring writers. To his life, with its heroically happy struggle first against poverty, then against physical illness, it is impossible to do justice in a short article. Even a longer biography is inadequate, for Stevenson's spirit, not the incidents of his life, is the important thing, and the spirit has no biographer. Though he had written much better work earlier, he first gained fame by his Treasure Island, 1883, an absorbing story of pirates and of a hunt for buried gold. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 1886, is a profound ethical parable, in which, however, Stevenson leaves the psychology and the minute analysis of character to his readers, and makes the story the chief thing in his novel. Kidnapped, 1886, The Master of Ballantrae, 1889, and David Balfour, 1893, are novels of adventure, giving us vivid pictures of Scotch life. Two romances left unfinished by his early death in Samoa are The Weir of Hermiston and St. Ives. The latter was finished by Quillercouch in 1897. The former is happily just as Stevenson left it, and though unfinished is generally regarded as his masterpiece. In addition to these novels, Stevenson wrote a large number of essays, the best of which are collected in Virginibus Purisque, Familiar Studies of Men and Books, and Memories and Portraits. Delightful sketches of his travels are found in An Inland Voyage, 1878, Travels with a Donkey, 1879, Across the Plains, 1892, and The Amateur Emigrant, 1894. Underwood's 1887 is an exquisite little volume of poetry, and A Child's Garden of Verses is one of the books that mothers will always keep to read to their children. In all his books, Stevenson gives the impression of a man at play rather than at work, and the reader soon shares in the happy spirit of the author. Because of his beautiful personality, and because of the love and admiration he awakened for himself in multitudes of readers, we are naturally inclined to exaggerate his importance as a writer. However that may be, a study of his works shows him to be a consummate literary artist. His style is always simple, often perfect, and both in his manner and in his matter he exercises a profound influence on the writers of the present generation. Roman 3, Essayists of the Victorian Era. Thomas Babington Macaulay, 1800–1859. Macaulay is one of the most typical figures of the 19th century. Though not a great writer, if we compare him with Browning or Thackeray, He was more closely associated than any of his literary contemporaries with the social and political struggles of the age. While Carlyle was proclaiming the gospel of labor, and Dickens writing novels to better the condition of the poor, Macaulay went vigorously to work on what he thought to be the most important task of the hour, and by his brilliant speeches did perhaps more than any other single man to force the passage of the famous Reform Bill. Like many of the Elizabethans, he was a practical man of affairs rather than a literary man, and though we miss in his writings the imagination and the spiritual insight which stamp the literary genius, we have the impression always of a keen, practical, honest mind, which looks at present problems in the light of past experience. Moreover, the man himself, with his marvelous mind, his happy spirit, and his absolute integrity of character, is an inspiration to better living. Life. Macaulay was born at Rothley Temple, Leicestershire, in 1800. His father, of Scotch descent, was at one time governor of the Sierra Leone colony for liberated Negroes, and devoted a large part of his life to the abolition of the slave trade. His mother, of Quaker parentage, was a brilliant, sensitive woman, whose character is reflected in that of her son. The influence of these two, and the son's loyal devotion to his family, can best be read in Trevelyan's interesting biography. As a child, Macaulay is strongly suggestive of Coleridge. At 3 years of age, he began to read eagerly. At 5, he talked like a book. At 10, he had written a compendium of universal history, besides various hymns, verse romances, arguments for Christianity, and one ambitious epic poem. The habit of rapid reading, begun in childhood, continued throughout his life, and the number and variety of books which he read is almost incredible. His memory was phenomenal. He could repeat long poems and essays after a single reading. He could quote not only passages, but the greater part of many books, including Pilgrim's Progress, Paradise Lost, and various novels like Clarissa. Once, to test his memory, he recited 2 newspaper poems which he had read in a coffee house 40 years before, and which he had never thought of in the interval. At 12 years of age, this remarkable boy was sent to a private school at Little Shelford, and at 18 he lectured Trinity College, Cambridge. Here he made a reputation as a classical scholar and a brilliant talker, but made a failure of his mathematics. In a letter to his mother he wrote, "Oh, for words to express my abomination of that science, discipline of the mind, say rather starvation, confinement, torture, annihilation." We quote this as a commentary on Macaulay's later writings, which are frequently lacking in the exactness and the logical sequence of the science which he detested. After his college course, Macaulay studied law, was admitted to the bar, devoted himself largely to politics, entered Parliament in 1830, and almost immediately won a reputation as the best debater and the most eloquent speaker of the Liberal or Whig party. Gladstone says of him, "Whenever he arose to speak, it was a summons like a trumpet call to fill the benches." At the time of his election, he was poor, and the loss of his father's property threw upon him the support of his brothers and sisters. But he took up the burden with cheerful courage, and by his own efforts soon placed himself and his family in comfort. His political progress was rapid, and was due not to favoritism or intrigue, but to his ability, his hard work, and his sterling character. He was several times elected to Parliament, was legal advisor to the Supreme Council of India, was a member of the cabinet, and declined many offices for which other men labor a lifetime. In 1857, his great ability and services to his country were recognized by his being raised to the peerage with the title of Baron Macaulay of Rothley. Macaulay's literary work began in college with the contribution of various ballads and essays to the magazines. In his later life, practical affairs claimed the greater part of his time, and his brilliant essays were written in the early morning or late at night. His famous essay on Milton appeared in the Edinburgh Review in 1825. It created a sensation, and Macaulay, having gained the ear of the public, never once lost it during the 20 years in which he was a contributor to the magazines. His Lays of Ancient Rome appeared in 1842, and in the following year 3 volumes of his collected essays. In 1847, he lost his seat in Parliament, temporarily, through his zealous efforts in behalf of religious toleration, and the loss was most fortunate, since it gave him opportunity to begin his History of England Day monumental work, which he had been planning for many years. The first 2 volumes appeared in 1848, and their success can be compared only to that of the most popular novels. The third and fourth volumes of the history, 1855, were even more successful, and Macaulay was hard at work on the remaining volumes when he died, quite suddenly, in 1859. He was buried, near Addison, in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey. A paragraph from one of his letters, written at the height of his fame and influence, may give us an insight into his life and work. I can truly say that I have not for many years been so happy as I am at present. I am free. I am independent. I am in Parliament, as honorably seated as man can be. My family is comfortably off. I have leisure for literature, yet I am not reduced to the necessity of writing for money. If I had to choose a lot from all that there are in human life, I am not sure that I should prefer any to that which has fallen to me. I am sincerely and thoroughly contented. Works of Macaulay. Macaulay is famous in literature for his essays, for his martial ballads, and for his history of England. His first important work, the essay on Milton 1825, is worthy of study not only for itself, as a critical estimate of the Puritan poet, but as a key to all Macaulay's writings. Here, first of all, is an interesting work, which, however much we differ from the author's opinion, holds our attention and generally makes us regret that the end comes so soon. The second thing to note is the historical flavor of the essay. We study not only Milton, but also the times in which he lived and the great movements of which he was a part. History and literature properly belong together, and Macaulay was one of the first writers to explain the historical conditions which partly account for a writer's work and influence. The third thing to note is Macaulay's enthusiasm for his subject, an enthusiasm which is often partisan, but which we gladly share for the moment as we follow the breathless narrative. Macaulay generally makes a hero of his man, shows him battling against odds, and the heroic side of our own nature awakens and responds to the author's plea. The fourth, and perhaps most characteristic thing in the essay is the style, which is remarkably clear, forceful, and convincing. Geoffrey, the editor of the Edinburgh Review, wrote enthusiastically when he received the manuscript. The more I think, the less I can conceive where you picked up that style. We still share in the editor's wonder, but the more we think, the less we conceive that such a style could be picked up. It was partly the result of a well-stored mind, partly of unconscious imitation of other writers, and partly of that natural talent for clear speaking and writing which is manifest in all Macaulay's work. In the remaining essays, we find the same general qualities which characterize Macaulay's first attempt. They cover a wide range of subjects, but they may be divided into two general classes, the literary or critical and the historical. Of the literary essays, the best are those on Milton, Addison, Goldsmith, Byron, Dryden, Leigh Hunt, Bunyan, Bacon, and Johnson. Among the best known of the historical essays are those on Lord Clive, Chatham, Warren Hastings, Hallam's Constitutional History, Von Rank's History of the Papacy, Frederick the Great, Horace Walpole, William Pitt, Sir William Temple, Machiavelli, and Murraybow. Most of these were produced in the vigor of young manhood, between 1825 and 1845, while the writer was busy with practical affairs of state. They are often one-sided and inaccurate, but always interesting, and from them a large number of busy people have derived their first knowledge of history and literature. The best of Macaulay's poetical work is found in the Lays of Ancient Rome, 1842, a collection of ballads in the style of Scott, which sing of the old heroic days of the Roman Republic. The ballad does not require much thought or emotion. It demands clearness, vigor, enthusiasm, action, and it suited Macaulay's genius perfectly. He was, however, much more careful than other ballad writers in making his narrative true to tradition. The stirring martial spirit of these ballads, their fine workmanship, and their appeal to courage and patriotism made them instantly popular. Even today, after more than 50 years, such ballads as those on Virginius and Horatius at the Bridge are favorite pieces in many school readers. The History of England, Macaulay's masterpiece, is still one of the most popular historical works in the English language. Originally, it was intended to cover the period from the accession of James Roman II in 1685 to the death of George Roman IV in 1830. Only 5 volumes of the work were finished, and so thoroughly did Macaulay go into details that these 5 volumes cover only 16 years. It has been estimated that to complete the work on the same scale would require some 50 volumes and the labor of one man for over a century. In his historical method, Macaulay suggests Gibbon. His own knowledge of history was very great, but before writing, he read numberless pages, consulted original documents, and visited the scenes which he intended to describe. Thackeray's remark that Macaulay reads 20 books to write a sentence and travels 100 miles to make a line of description is, in view of his industry, a well-warranted exaggeration. As in his literary essays, he is fond of making heroes, and he throws himself so heartily into the spirit of the scene he is describing that his word pictures almost startle us by their vivid reality. The story of Monmouth's rebellion, for instance, or the trial of the 7 bishops, is as fascinating as the best chapters of Scott's historical novels. While Macaulay's search for original sources of information suggests the scientific historian, his use of his material is much more like that of a novelist or playwright. In his essay on Machiavelli, he writes, "The best portraits are perhaps those in which there is a slight mixture of caricature, and we are not certain that the best histories are not those in which a little of the exaggeration of fictitious narrative is judiciously employed. Something is lost in accuracy, but much is gained in effect." Whether this estimate of historical writing be true or false, Macaulay employed it in his own work and made his narrative as absorbing as a novel. To all his characters, he gives the reality of flesh and blood, and in his own words, he shows us over their houses and seats us at their tables. All that is excellent, but it has its disadvantages. In his admiration for heroism, Macaulay makes some of his characters too good and others too bad. In his zeal for details, he misses the importance of great movements and of great leaders who are accustomed to ignore details. And in his joy of describing events, he often loses sight of underlying causes. In a word, he is without historical insight, and his work, though fascinating, is seldom placed among the reliable histories of England. General characteristics. To the reader who studies Macaulay's brilliant essays and a few chosen chapters of his history, 3 things soon become manifest. First, Macaulay's art is that of a public speaker rather than that of a literary man. He has a wonderful command of language, and he makes his meaning clear by striking phrases, vigorous antitheses, anecdotes, and illustrations. His style is so clear that he who runs may read, and from beginning to end, he never loses the attention of his readers. Second, Macaulay's good spirits and enthusiasm are contagious. As he said himself, he wrote out of a full head, chiefly for his own pleasure or recreation, and one who writes joyously generally awakens a sense of pleasure in his readers. Third, Macaulay has the defect of his qualities. He reads and remembers so much that he has no time to think or to form settled opinions. As Gladstone said, Macaulay is always conversing or recollecting or reading or composing, but reflecting never. So he wrote his brilliant essay on Milton, which took all England by storm, and said of it afterward that it contained scarcely a paragraph which his mature judgment approved. Whether he speaks or writes, he has always before him an eager audience, and he feels within him the born orator's power to hold and fascinate. So he gives loose rein to his enthusiasm, quotes from 100 books, and in his delight at entertaining us, forgets that the first quality of a critical or historical work is to be accurate, and the second to be interesting. Thomas Carlyle, 1795–1881. In marked contrast with Macaulay, the brilliant and cheerful essayist, is Thomas Carlyle, the prophet and censor of the 19th century. Macaulay is the practical man of affairs, helping and rejoicing in the progress of his beloved England. Carlyle lives apart from all practical interests, looks with distrust on the progress of his age, and tells men that truth, justice, and immortality are the only worthy objects of human endeavor. Macaulay is delighted with material comforts. He is most at home in brilliant and fashionable company, and he writes, even when ill and suffering, with unfailing hopefulness and good nature. Carlyle is like a Hebrew prophet just in from the desert, and the burden of his message is, "Woe to them that are at ease in Zion." Both men are, in different ways, typical of the century, and somewhere between the two extremes the practical, helpful activity of Macaulay and the spiritual agony and conflict of Carlyle shall find the measure of an age which has left the deepest impress upon our own. Life of Carlyle. Carlyle was born at Ecclefechan, Dumfriesshire, in 1795, a few months before Burns's death and before Scott had published his first work. Like Burns, he came of peasant stock-strong, simple, God-fearing folk whose influence in Carlyle's later life is beyond calculation. Of his mother, he says, "She was too mild and peaceful for the planet she lived in." And of his father, a stone mason, he writes, "Could I write my books as he built his houses, walk my way so manfully through this shadow world, and leave it with so little blame, it were more than all my hopes." Of Carlyle's early school life, we have some interesting glimpses in Sartor Resartus. At 9 years, he entered the Annan Grammar School, where he was bullied by the older boys, who nicknamed him Tom the Tearful. For the teachers of those days, he has only ridicule, calling them hidebound pedants, and he calls the school by the suggestive German name of Hinterschlag Gymnasium. At the wish of his parents, who intended Carlyle for the ministry, he endured this hateful school life till 1809, when he entered Edinburgh University. There he spent 5 miserable years, of which his own record is, "I was without friends, experience, or connection in the sphere of human business, was of sly humor, proud enough and to spare, and had begun my long curriculum of dyspepsia." This nagging illness was the cause of much of that irritability of temper which frequently led him to scold the public, and for which he has been harshly handled by unfriendly critics. The period following his university course was one of storm and stress for Carlyle. Much to the grief of the father whom he loved, he had given up the idea of entering the ministry. Wherever he turned, doubts like a thick fog surrounded him, doubts of God, of his fellow men, of human progress, of himself. He was poor, and to earn an honest living was his first problem. He tried successively teaching school, tutoring, the study of law, and writing miscellaneous articles for the Edinburgh Encyclopedia. All the while he was fighting his doubts, living, as he says, in a continual, indefinite, pining fear. After 6 or 7 years of mental agony, which has at times a suggestion of Bunyan's spiritual struggle, the crisis came in 1821, when Carlyle suddenly shook off his doubts and found himself. "All at once," he says in Sartor, "there arose a thought in me, and I asked myself, what art thou afraid of? Wherefore like a coward dost thou forever pip and whimper and go cowering and trembling? Despicable biped, what is the sum total of the worst that lies before thee? Death. Well, death, and say the pangs of Tophet too, and all that the devil and man may, will, or can do against thee. Hast thou not a heart? Canst thou not suffer whatsoever it be? And, as a child of freedom, though outcast, trample Tophet itself under thy feet while it consumes thee? Let it come then, I will meet it and defy it." And as I so thought, there rushed like a stream of fire over my whole soul, and I shook base fear away from me forever. This struggle between fear and faith, and the triumph of the latter, is recorded in 2 remarkable chapters, the everlasting no and the everlasting yea of Sartor Resartus. Carlyle now definitely resolved on a literary life, and began with any work that offered a bare livelihood. He translated Legender's geometry from the French, wrote numerous essays for the magazines, and continued his study of German while making translations from that language. His translation of Goethe's Wilhelm Meister appeared in 1824, his Life of Schiller in 1825, and his Specimens of German Romance in 1827. He began at this time a correspondence with Goethe, his literary hero, which lasted till the German poet's death in 1832. While still busy with hack work, Carlyle in 1826 married Jane Welsh, a brilliant and beautiful woman whose literary genius almost equaled that of her husband. Soon afterwards, influenced chiefly by poverty, the Carlyles retired to a farm at Cragen Puddock, Hawks Hill, a dreary and lonely spot, far from friends and even neighbors. They remained here 6 years, during which time Carlyle wrote many of his best essays, and Sartor Resartus, his most original work. The latter went begging among publishers for 2 years, and was finally published serially in Fraser's Magazine in 1833–1834. By this time, Carlyle had begun to attract attention as a writer, and thinking that one who made his living by the magazines should be in close touch with the editors, took his wife's advice and moved to London to seek work and bread. He settled in Chain Row, Chelsea, a place made famous by Moore, Erasmus, Bolingbroke, Smollett, Leigh Hunt, and many lesser lights of literature, and began to enjoy the first real peace he had known since childhood. In 1837 appeared the French Revolution, which first made Carlyle famous, and in the same year, led by the necessity of earning money, he began the series of lectures German. Literature, 1837, Periods of European Culture, 1838, Revolutions of Modern Europe, 1839, Heroes and Hero Worship, 1841, which created a sensation in London. It was, says Leigh Hunt, as if some Puritan had come to life again, liberalized by German philosophy and his own intense reflection and experience. Though Carlyle set himself against the spirit of his age, calling the famous Reform Bill a progress into darkness, and democracy the rule of the worst rather than the best, his rough sincerity was unquestioned, and his remarks were more quoted than those of any other living man. He was supported, moreover, by a rare circle of friends: Edward Irving, Southey, Sterling, Landor, Leigh Hunt, Dickens, Mill, Tennyson, Browning, and, most helpful of all, Emerson, who had visited Carlyle at Craigenputtoch in 1833. It was due largely to Emerson's influence that Carlyle's works were better appreciated and brought better financial rewards in America than in England. Carlyle's fame reached its climax in the monumental History of Frederick the Great, 1858–1865, published after 13 years of solitary toil, which, in his own words, made entire devastation of home life and happiness. The proudest moment of his life was when he was elected to succeed Gladstone as Lord Rector of Edinburgh University in 1865, the year in which Frederick the Great was finished. In the midst of his triumph, and while he was in Scotland to deliver his inaugural address, his happiness was suddenly destroyed by the death of his wife, a terrible blow, from which he never recovered. He lived on for 15 years, shorn of his strength and interest in life, and his closing hours were like the dull sunset of a November day. Only as we remember his grief and remorse at the death of the companion who had shared his toil but not his triumph, can we understand the sorrow that pervades the pages of his reminiscences. He died in 1881, and at his own wish was buried, not in Westminster Abbey, but among his humble kinsfolk in Ecclefechan. However much we may differ from his philosophy or regret the harshness of his minor works, we shall probably all agree in this sentiment from one of his own letters that the object of all his struggle and writing was that men should find out and believe the truth, and match their lives to it. Works of Carlyle. There are two widely different judgments of Carlyle as a man and a writer. The first, which is founded largely on his minor writings, like Chartism, Latter-day Pamphlets, and Shooting Niagara, declares that he is a misanthrope and dyspeptic with a barbarous style of writing, that he denounces progress, democracy, science, America, Darwin, everybody and everything that he does not understand, that his literary opinions are largely prejudices, that he began as a prophet and ended as a scold, and that in denouncing shams of every sort he was something of a sham himself, since his practice was not in accord with his own preaching. The second judgment, which is founded upon heroes and hero worship, Cromwell and Sartor Resartus, declares that these works are the supreme manifestation of genius, that their rugged, picturesque style makes others look feeble or colorless by comparison, and that the author is the greatest teacher, leader, and prophet of the 19th century. Somewhere between these two extremes will be found the truth about Carlyle. We only note here that, while there are some grounds for the first unfavorable criticism, we are to judge an author by his best rather than by his worst work, and that a man's aims as well as his accomplishments must be taken into consideration. As it is written, "Whereas it was in thine heart to build an house unto my name, thou didst well that it was in thine heart." Whatever the defects of Carlyle and his work, in his heart he was always planning a house or temple to the God of truth and justice. Carlyle's important works may be divided into three general classes: critical and literary essays, historical works, and Sartor Resartus, the last being in a class by itself, since there is nothing like it in literature. To these should be added a biography, the admirable life of John Sterling, and Carlyle's letters and reminiscences, which are more interesting and suggestive than some of his better-known works. We omit here all consideration of translations, and his intemperate denunciations of men and institutions in Chartism, Latter-day Pamphlets, and other essays, which add nothing to the author's fame or influence. Of the essays, which are all characterized by Carlyle's zeal to get at the heart of things and to reveal the soul rather than the works of a writer, the best are those on Burns, Scott, Novellies, Goethe, Characteristics, Signs of the Times, and Boswell's Life of Johnson. In the famous essay on Burns, which is generally selected for special study, we note four significant things. 1. Carlyle is peculiarly well fitted for his task, having many points in common with his hero. 2. In most of his work, Carlyle, by his style and mannerisms and positive opinions, generally attracts our attention away from his subject. But in this essay, he shows himself capable of forgetting himself for a moment. To an unusual extent, he sticks to his subject and makes us think of Burns rather than of Carlyle. The style, though unpolished, is fairly simple and readable, and is free from the breaks, crudities, ejaculations, and general nodulosities, which disfigure much of his work. 3. Carlyle has an original and interesting theory of biography and criticism. The object of criticism is to show the man himself, his aims, ideals, and outlook on the universe. The object of biography is to show what and how produced was the effect of society upon him. What and how produced was his effect on society. 4. Carlyle is often severe, even harsh in his estimates of other men. But in this case, the tragedy of Burns's Life of Fragments attracts and softens him. He grows enthusiastic, and a rare thing, for Carlyle apologizes for his enthusiasm in the striking sentence, "We love Burns, and we pity him, and love and pity are prone to magnify." So he gives us the most tender and appreciative of his essays, and one of the most illuminating criticisms of Burns that has appeared in our language. The central idea of Carlyle's historical works is found in his Heroes and Hero Worship, 1841, his most widely read book. Universal history, he says, is at bottom the history of the great men who have worked here. To get at the truth of history, we must study not movements but men, and read not state papers but the biographies of heroes. His summary of history as presented in this work has 6 divisions. 1. The hero as divinity, having for its general subject Odin, the type Norseman, who, Carlyle thinks, was some old heroic chief, afterwards deified by his countrymen. 2. The hero as prophet, treating of Mahomet and the rise of Islam. 3. The hero as poet, in which Dante and Shakespeare are taken as types. 4. The hero as priest, or religious leader, in which Luther appears as the hero of the Reformation, and Knox as the hero of Puritanism. 5. The hero as man of letters, in which we have the curious choice of Johnson, Rousseau, and Burns. 6. The hero as king, in which Cromwell and Napoleon appear as the heroes of reform by revolution. It is needless to say that Heroes is not a book of history, neither is it scientifically written in the manner of Gibbon. With science in any form, Carlyle had no patience, and he miscalculated the value of that patient search for facts and evidence which science undertakes before building any theories, either of kings or cabbages. The book, therefore, abounds in errors, but they are the errors of carelessness and are perhaps of small consequence. His misconception of history, however, is more serious. With the modern idea of history, as the growth of freedom among all classes, he has no sympathy. The progress of democracy was to him an evil thing, a turning of the face towards darkness and anarchy. At certain periods, according to Carlyle, God sends us geniuses, sometimes as priests or poets, sometimes as soldiers or statesmen. But in whatever guise they appear, these are our real rulers. He shows, moreover, that whenever such men appear, multitudes follow them, and that a man's following is a sure index of his heroism and kingship. Whether we agree with Carlyle or not, we must accept for the moment his peculiar view of history, else Heroes can never open its treasures to us. The book abounds in startling ideas, expressed with originality and power, and is pervaded throughout by an atmosphere of intense moral earnestness. The more we read it, the more we find to admire and to remember. Carlyle's French Revolution, 1837, is to be taken more seriously as a historical work. But here again, his hero worship comes to the front, and his book is a series of flashlights thrown upon men in dramatic situations, rather than a tracing of causes to their consequences. The very titles of his chapters, Estria Redux, Windbags, Broglie the war god, do violence to our conception of history, and are more suggestive of Carlyle's individualism than of French history. He is here the preacher rather than the historian. His text is the eternal justice, and his message is that all wrongdoing is inevitably followed by vengeance. His method is intensely dramatic. From a mass of historical details, he selects a few picturesque incidents and striking figures, and his vivid pictures of the storming of the Bastille, the rush of the mob to Versailles, the death of Louis Roman XVI, and the Reign of Terror seem like the work of an eyewitness describing some terrible catastrophe. At times, as it portrays Danton, Robespierre, and the great characters of the tragedy, Carlyle's work is suggestive of an historical play of Shakespeare. And again, as it describes the rush and riot of men led by elemental passion, it is more like a great prose epic. Though not a reliable history in any sense, it is one of the most dramatic and stirring narratives in our language. Two other historical works deserve at least a passing notice. The History of Frederick the Great, 1858–1865, in 6 volumes, is a colossal picture of the life and times of the hero of the Prussian Empire. Oliver Cromwell's Letters and Speeches is, in our personal judgment, Carlyle's best historical work. His idea is to present the very soul of the great Puritan leader. He gives us, as of first importance, Cromwell's own words, and connects them by a commentary in which other men and events are described with vigor and vividness. Cromwell was one of Carlyle's greatest heroes, and in this case, he is most careful to present the facts which occasion his own enthusiasm. The result is, on the whole, the most lifelike picture of a great historical character that we possess. Other historians had heaped calumny upon Cromwell, till the English public regarded him with prejudice and horror. And it is an indication of Carlyle's power that by a single book he revolutionized England's opinion of one of her greatest men. Carlyle's Sartor Resartus, 1834, his only creative work, is a mixture of philosophy and romance, of wisdom and nonsense chaotic jumble of the author's thoughts, feelings, and experiences during the first 35 years of his life. The title, which means the tailor patched up, is taken from an old Scotch song. The hero is Diogenes Teufelsdrockh, a German professor at the University of Weissnichtwo, don't know where. The narrative concerns this queer professor's life and opinions, and the central thought of the book is the philosophy of clothes, which are considered symbolically as the outward expression of spirit. Thus, man's body is the outward garment of his soul, and the universe is the visible garment of the invisible God. The arrangement of Sartor is clumsy and hard to follow. In order to leave himself free to bring in everything he thought about, Carlyle assumed the position of one who was translating and editing the old professor's manuscripts, which are supposed to consist of numerous sheets stuffed into 12 paper bags, each labeled with a sign of the zodiac. The editor pretends to make order out of this chaos, but he is free to jump from one subject to another and to state the most startling opinion by simply using quotation marks, and adding a note that he is not responsible for Teufelsdrock's crazy notions which are in reality Carlyle's own dreams and ideals. Partly because of the matter, which is sometimes incoherent, partly because of the style, which, though picturesque, is sometimes confused and ungrammatical, Sartor is not easy reading, but it amply repays whatever time and study we give to it. Many of its passages are more like poetry than prose, and one cannot read such chapters as The Everlasting No, The Everlasting Yea, Reminiscences, and Natural Supernaturalism, and be quite the same man afterwards. For Carlyle's thought has entered into him, and he walks henceforth more gently, more reverently through the world, as in the presence of the eternal. General characteristics. Concerning Carlyle's style, there are almost as many opinions as there are readers. This is partly because he impresses different people in widely different ways, and partly because his expression varies greatly. At times he is calm, persuasive, grimly humorous, as if conversing, at other times wildly exclamatory, as if he were shouting and waving his arms at the reader. We have spoken of Macaulay's style as that of the finished orator, and we might reasonably speak of Carlyle's as that of the exhorter, who cares little for methods so long as he makes a strong impression on his hearers. Every sentence is alive to its fingertips, writes a modern critic. And though Carlyle often violates the rules of grammar and rhetoric, we can well afford to let an original genius express his own intense conviction in his own vivid and picturesque way. Carlyle's message may be summed up in 2 imperatives: labor and be sincere. He lectured and wrote chiefly for the upper classes who had begun to think, somewhat sentimentally, of the conditions of the laboring men of the world, and he demanded for the latter not charity or pity, but justice and honor. All labor, whether of head or hand, is divine, and labor alone justifies a man as a son of earth and heaven. To society, which Carlyle thought to be occupied wholly with conventional affairs, he came with the stamp of sincerity, calling upon men to lay aside hypocrisy and to think and speak and live the truth. He had none of Addison's delicate satire and humor, and in his fury at what he thought was false, he was generally unsympathetic and often harsh. But we must not forget that Thackeray, who knew society much better than did Carlyle, gave a very unflattering picture of it in Vanity Fair and the Book of Snobs. Apparently the age needed plain speaking, and Carlyle furnished it in scripture measure. Harriet Martineau, who knew the world for which Carlyle wrote, summed up his influence when she said that he had infused into the mind of the English nation sincerity, earnestness, healthfulness, and courage. If we add to the above message Carlyle's conceptions of the world as governed by a God of justice who never forgets, and of human history as an inarticulate Bible, slowly revealing the divine purpose, we shall understand better the force of his ethical appeal and the profound influence he exercised on the moral and intellectual life of the past century. John Ruskin, 1900. In approaching the study of Ruskin, we are to remember, first of all, that we are dealing with a great and good man who is himself more inspiring than any of his books. In some respects, he is like his friend Carlyle, whose disciple he acknowledged himself to be, but he is broader in his sympathies and in every way more hopeful, helpful, and humane. Thus, in the face of the drudgery and poverty of the competitive system, Carlyle proposed, with the grim satire of Swift's modest proposal, to organize an annual hunt in which successful people should shoot the unfortunate, and to use the game for the support of the army and navy. Ruskin, facing the same problem, wrote, "I will endure it no longer quietly, but henceforward, with any few or many who will help, do my best to abate this misery." Then, leaving the field of art criticism, where he was the acknowledged leader, he begins to write of labor and justice, gives his fortune in charity, in establishing schools and libraries, and founds his St. George's Guild of Workingmen to put in practice the principles of brotherhood and cooperation for which he and Carlyle contended. Though his style marks him as one of the masters of English prose, he is generally studied not as a literary man but as an ethical teacher, and we shall hardly appreciate his works unless we see behind every book the figure of the heroically sincere man who wrote it. Life. Ruskin was born in London in 1819. His father was a prosperous wine merchant who gained a fortune in trade and who spent his leisure hours in the company of good books and pictures. On his tombstone, one may still read this inscription written by Ruskin: "He was an entirely honest merchant, and his memory is to all who keep it dear and helpful." His son, whom he loved to the uttermost and taught to speak truth, says this of him. Ruskin's mother, a devout and somewhat austere woman, brought her son up with puritanical strictness, not forgetting Solomon's injunction that "the rod and reproof give wisdom." Of Ruskin's early years at Herne Hill, on the outskirts of London, it is better to read his own interesting record in Praetorita. It was in some respects a cramped and lonely childhood, but certain things which strongly molded his character are worthy of mention. First, he was taught by word and example in all things to speak the truth, and he never forgot the lesson. Second, he had few toys and spent much time in studying the leaves, the flowers, the grass, the clouds, even the figures and colors of the carpet, and so laid the foundation for that minute and accurate observation which is manifest in all his writings. Third, he was educated first by his mother, then by private tutors, and so missed the discipline of the public schools. The influence of this lonely training is evident in all his work. Like Carlyle, he is often too positive and dogmatic, the result of failing to test his work by the standards of other men of his age. Fourth, he was obliged to read the Bible every day and to learn long passages verbatim. The result of this training was, he says, to make every word of the scriptures familiar to my ear in habitual music. We can hardly read a page of his later work without finding some reflection of the noble simplicity or vivid imagery of the sacred records. Fifth, he traveled much with his father and mother, and his innate love of nature was intensified by what he saw on his leisurely journeys through the most beautiful parts of England and the continent. Ruskin entered Christ Church College, Oxford, in 1836, when only 17 years old. He was at this time a shy, sensitive boy, a lover of nature and of every art which reflects nature, but almost entirely ignorant of the ways of boys and men. An attack of consumption, with which he had long been threatened, caused him to leave Oxford in 1840, and for nearly 2 years he wandered over Italy searching for health and cheerfulness, and gathering materials for the first volume of Modern Painters, the book that made him famous. Ruskin's literary work began in childhood, when he was encouraged to write freely in prose and poetry. A volume of poems illustrated by his own drawings was published in 1859, after he had won fame as a prose writer. But, save for the drawings, it is of small importance. The first volume of Modern Painters, 1843, was begun as a heated defense of the artist Turner, but it developed into an essay on art as a true picture of nature, not only in her outward aspect, but in her inward spirit. The work, which was signed simply Oxford Graduate, aroused a storm of mingled approval and protest, but however much critics warred over its theories of art, all were agreed that the unknown author was a master of descriptive prose. Ruskin now made frequent trips to the art galleries of the continent and produced 4 more volumes of Modern Painters during the next 17 years. Meanwhile, he wrote other Book 7 Lamps of Architecture, 1849, Stones of Venice, 1851-1853, Pre-Raphaelitism, and numerous lectures and essays, which gave him a place in the world of art similar to that held by Matthew Arnold in the world of letters. In 1869, he was appointed professor of art at Oxford, a position which greatly increased his prestige and influence, not only among students, but among a great variety of people who heard his lectures and read his published works. Lectures on art, Aratra Pentalici, lectures on sculpture, Ariadne Florentina, lectures on engraving, Michelangelo and Tintoret, The Art of England, Val d'Arno, lectures on Tuscan art, St. Mark's Rest, A History of Venice, Mornings in Florence, Studies in Christian Art, now much used as a guidebook to the picture galleries of Florence, The Laws of Fiesole, a treatise on drawing and painting for schools, Academy of Fine Arts in Venice. Pleasures of England. All these works on art show Ruskin's literary industry. And we must also record Love's Manie, a study of birds, Proserpina, a study of flowers, Deucalion, a study of waves and stones, besides various essays on political economy, which indicate that Ruskin, like Arnold, had begun to consider the practical problems of his age. At the height of his fame, in 1860, Ruskin turned for a time from art, to consider questions of wealth and labor terms which were used glibly by the economists of the age without much thought for their fundamental meaning. "There is no wealth but life," announced Ruskin, "life, including all its powers of love, of joy, and of admiration. That country is the richest which nourishes the greatest number of noble and happy human beings." Such a doctrine, proclaimed by Goldsmith in his deserted village, was regarded as a pretty sentiment, but coming from one of the greatest leaders and teachers of England, it was like a bombshell. Ruskin wrote 4 essays establishing this doctrine and pleading for a more socialistic form of government in which reform might be possible. The essays were published in the Cornhill magazine, of which Thackeray was editor, and they aroused such a storm that the publication was discontinued. Ruskin then published the essays in book form, with the title unto this last, in 1862. Munera Pulveris, 1862, was another work in which the principles of capital and labor and the evils of the competitive system were discussed in such a way that the author was denounced as a visionary or a madman. Other works of this practical period are Time and Tide, First Clavigera, Sesame and Lilies, and The Crown of Wild Olive. The latter part of Ruskin's life was a time of increasing sadness, due partly to the failure of his plans and partly to public attacks upon his motives or upon his sanity. He grew bitter at first, as his critics ridiculed or denounced his principles, and at times his voice is as querulous as that of Carlyle. We are to remember, however, the conditions under which he struggled. His health had been shattered by successive attacks of disease, he had been disappointed in love, his marriage was unhappy, and his work seemed a failure. He had given nearly all his fortune in charity, and the poor were more numerous than ever before. His famous St. George's Guild was not successful, and the tyranny of the competitive system seemed too deeply rooted to be overthrown. On the death of his mother, he left London, and in 1879 retired to Brantwood, on Coniston Lake, in the beautiful region beloved of Wordsworth. Here he passed the last quiet years of his life under the care of his cousin, Mrs. Severn, the angel of the house, and wrote, at Professor Norton's suggestion, Praetor Rita, one of his most interesting books, in which he describes the events of his youth from his own viewpoint. He died quietly in 1900, and was buried, as he wished, without funeral pomp or public ceremony, in the little churchyard at Coniston. Works of Ruskin. There are 3 little books which, in popular favor, stand first on the list of Ruskin's numerous works: Ethics of the Dust, a series of lectures to little housewives, which appeals most to women, Crown of Wild Olive, 3 lectures on work, traffic, and war, which appeals to thoughtful men facing the problems of work and duty, and Sesame and Lilies, which appeals to men and women alike. The last is the most widely known of Ruskin's works and the best with which to begin our reading. The first thing we notice in Sesame and Lilies is the symbolical title. Sesame, taken from the story of the robber's cave in the Arabian Nights, means a secret word or talisman which unlocks a treasure house. It was intended, no doubt, to introduce the first part of the work, called Of King's Treasuries, which treats of books and reading. Lilies, taken from Isaiah as a symbol of beauty, purity, and peace, introduces the second lecture, Of Queen's Gardens, which is an exquisite study of woman's life and education. These 2 lectures properly constitute the book, but a third is added, On the Mystery of Life. The last begins in a monologue upon his own failures in life and is pervaded by an atmosphere of sadness, sometimes of pessimism, quite different from the spirit of the other 2 lectures. Though the theme of the first lecture is books, Ruskin manages to present to his audience his whole philosophy of life. He gives us, with a wealth of detail, a description of what constitutes a real book. He looks into the meaning of words and teaches us how to read, using a selection from Milton's Lycidas as an illustration. This study of words gives us the key with which we are to unlock king's treasuries, that is, the books which contain the precious thoughts of the kingly minds of all ages. He shows the real meaning and end of education, the value of labor and of a purpose in life. He treats of nature, science, art, literature, religion. He defines the purpose of government, showing that sole life, not money or trade, is the measure of national greatness. And he criticizes the general injustice of his age, quoting a heartrending story of toil and suffering from the newspapers to show how close his theory is to daily needs. Here is an astonishing variety in a small compass, but there is no confusion. Ruskin's mind was wonderfully analytical, and one subject develops naturally from the other. In the second lecture, Of Queen's Gardens, he considers the question of woman's place and education, which Tennyson had attempted to answer in The Princess. Ruskin's theory is that the purpose of all education is to acquire power to bless and to redeem human society, and that in this noble work woman must always play the leading part. He searches all literature for illustrations, and his description of literary heroines, especially of Shakespeare's perfect women, is unrivaled. Ruskin is always at his best in writing of women or for women, and the lofty idealism of this essay, together with its rare beauty of expression, makes it, on the whole, the most delightful and inspiring of his works. Among Ruskin's practical works, the reader will find in For Clavigera, a series of letters to workingmen, and unto this last, 4 essays on the principles of political economy, the substance of his economic teachings. In the latter work, starting with the proposition that our present competitive system centers about the idea of wealth, Ruskin tries to find out what wealth is. And the pith of his teaching is this: that men are of more account than money, that a man's real wealth is found in his soul, not in his pocket, and that the prime object of life and labor is the producing of as many as possible full-breathed, bright-eyed, and happy-hearted human creatures. To make this ideal practical, Ruskin makes 4 suggestions. 1. That training schools be established to teach young men and women 3 things: the laws and practice of health, habits of gentleness and justice, and the trade or calling by which they are to live. 2. That the government establish farms and workshops for the production of all the necessaries of life, where only good and honest work shall be tolerated, and where a standard of work and wages shall be maintained. 3. That any person out of employment shall be received at the nearest government school. If ignorant, he shall be educated, and if competent to do any work, he shall have the opportunity to do it. 4. That comfortable homes be provided for the sick and for the aged, and that this be done in justice, not in charity. A laborer serves his country as truly as does a soldier or a statesman, and a pension should be no more disgraceful in one case than in the other. Among Ruskin's numerous books treating of art, we recommend The 7 Lamps of Architecture, 1849, Stones of Venice, 1851-1853, and the first 2 volumes of Modern Painters, 1843–1846. With Ruskin's art theories, which, as Sydney Smith prophesied, worked a complete revolution in the world of taste, we need not concern ourselves here. We simply point out 4 principles that are manifest in all his work. 1. That the object of art, as of every other human endeavor, is to find and to express the truth. 2. That art, in order to be true, must break away from conventionalities and copy nature. 3. That morality is closely allied with art, and that a careful study of any art reveals the moral strength or weakness of the people that produced it. 4. That the main purpose of art is not to delight a few cultured people, but to serve the daily uses of common life. The giving brightness to pictures is much, he says, but the giving brightness to life is more. In this attempt to make art serve the practical ends of life, Ruskin is allied with all the great writers of the period, who use literature as the instrument of human progress. General characteristics. One who reads Ruskin is in a state of mind analogous to that of a man who goes through a picture gallery, pausing now to admire a face or a landscape for its own sake, and again to marvel at the technical skill of the artist without regard to his subject. For Ruskin is a great literary artist and a great ethical teacher, and we admire one page for its style, and the next for its message to humanity. The best of his prose, which one may find in the descriptive passages of Preterita and modern painters, is written in a richly ornate style, with a wealth of figures and allusions, and at times a rhythmic, melodious quality which makes it almost equal to poetry. Ruskin had a rare sensitiveness to beauty in every form, and more, perhaps, than any other writer in our language, he has helped us to see and appreciate the beauty of the world around us. As for Ruskin's ethical teaching, it appears in so many forms and in so many different works that any summary must appear inadequate. For a full half-century, he was the apostle of beauty in England, and the beauty for which he pleaded was never sensuous or pagan, as in the Renaissance, but always spiritual, appealing to the soul of man rather than to his eyes, leading to better work and better living. In his economic essays, Ruskin is even more directly and positively ethical. To mitigate the evils of the unreasonable competitive system under which we labor and sorrow, to bring master and man together in mutual trust and helpfulness, to seek beauty, truth, goodness as the chief ends of life, and, having found them, to make our characters correspond, to share the best treasures of art and literature with rich and poor alike, to labor always, and, whether we work with hand or head, to do our work in praise of something that we love. This sums up Ruskin's purpose and message. And the best of it is that, like Chaucer's country parson, he practiced his doctrine before he preached it. Matthew Arnold, 1822–1888. In the world of literature, Arnold has occupied for many years an authoritative position as critic and teacher, similar to that held by Ruskin in the world of art. In his literary work, 2 very different moods are manifest. In his poetry, he reflects the doubt of an age which witnessed the conflict between science and revealed religion. Apparently, he never passed through any such decisive personal struggle as is recorded in Sartor Resartus, and he has no positive conviction such as is voiced in The Everlasting Yea. He is beset by doubts which he never settles, and his poems generally express sorrow or regret or resignation. In his prose, he shows the cavalier spirit-aggressive, light-hearted, self-confident. Like Carlyle, he dislikes shams and protests against what he calls the barbarisms of society, but he writes with a light touch, using satire and banter as the better part of his argument. Carlyle denounces with the zeal of a Hebrew prophet and lets you know that you are hopelessly lost if you reject his message. Arnold is more like the cultivated Greek. His voice is soft, his speech suave, but he leaves the impression, if you happen to differ with him, that you must be deficient in culture. Both these men, so different in spirit and methods, confronted the same problems, sought the same ends, and were dominated by the same moral sincerity. Life. Arnold was born in Laleham, in the Valley of the Thames, in 1822. His father was Dr. Thomas Arnold, headmaster of Rugby, with whom many of us have grown familiar by reading Tom Brown's School Days. After fitting for the university at Winchester and at Rugby, Arnold entered Balliol College, Oxford, where he was distinguished by winning prizes in poetry and by general excellence in the classics. More than any other poet, Arnold reflects the spirit of his university. The scholar gypsy and thesis contain many references to Oxford and the surrounding country. But they are more noticeable for their spirit of aloofness, as if Oxford men were too much occupied with classic dreams and ideals to concern themselves with the practical affairs of life. After leaving the university, Arnold first taught the classics at Rugby. Then, in 1847, he became private secretary to Lord Lansdowne, who appointed the young poet to the position of inspector of schools under the government. In this position, Arnold worked patiently for the next 35 years, traveling about the country, examining teachers, and correcting endless examination papers. For 10 years, 1857–1867, he was professor of poetry at Oxford, where his famous lectures on translating Homer were given. He made numerous reports on English and foreign schools, and was 3 times sent abroad to study educational methods on the continent. From this, it will be seen that Arnold led a busy, often a laborious life, and we can appreciate his statement that all his best literary work was done late at night, after a day of drudgery. It is well to remember that, while Carlyle was preaching about labor, Arnold labored daily, that his work was cheerfully and patiently done, and that after the day's work he hurried away like lamb to the Elysian fields of literature. He was happily married, loved his home, and especially loved children, was free from all bitterness and envy, and notwithstanding his cold manner, was at heart sincere, generous, and true. We shall appreciate his work better if we can see the man himself behind all that he has written. Arnold's literary work divides itself into 3 periods, which we may call the poetical, the critical, and the practical. He had written poetry since his school days, and his first volume, The Strayed Reveller and Other Poems, appeared anonymously in 1849. 3 years later, he published Empedocles on Etna and Other Poems, but only a few copies of these volumes were sold, and presently both were withdrawn from circulation. In 1853–1855, he published his signed poems, and 12 years later appeared his last volume of poetry. Compared with the early work of Tennyson, these works met with little favor, and Arnold practically abandoned poetry in favor of critical writing. The chief works of his critical period are the lectures on translating Homer, 1861, and the 2 volumes of essays in criticism, 1865–1888, which made Arnold one of the best-known literary men in England. Then, like Ruskin, he turned to practical questions, and his Friendship's Garland, 1871, was intended to satirize and perhaps reform the great middle class of England, whom he called the Philistines. Culture and Anarchy, the most characteristic work of his practical period, appeared in 1869. These were followed by 4 books on religious subjects, St. Paul and Protestantism, 1870, Literature and Dogma, 1873, God and the Bible, 1875, and last essays on Church and Religion, 1877. The Discourses in America, 1885, completes the list of his important works. At the height of his fame and influence, he died suddenly in 1888 and was buried in the churchyard at Laleham. The spirit of his whole life is well expressed in a few lines of one of his own early sonnets. One lesson, nature, let me learn of thee. One lesson which in every wind is blown. One lesson of 2 duties kept at one, though the loud world proclaim their enmity of toil unsevered from tranquility of labor, that in lasting fruit outgrows far noisier schemes, accomplished in repose, too great for haste, too high for rivalry. Works of Matthew Arnold. We shall better appreciate Arnold's poetry if we remember 2 things. First, he had been taught in his home a simple and devout faith in revealed religion, and in college he was thrown into a world of doubt and questioning. He faced these doubts honestly, reverently, in his heart longing to accept the faith of his fathers, but in his head demanding proof and scientific exactness. The same struggle between head and heart, between reason and intuition, goes on today, and that is one reason why Arnold's poetry, which wavers on the borderland between doubt and faith, is a favorite with many readers. Second, Arnold, as shown in his essay on the study of poetry, regarded poetry as a criticism of life under the conditions fixed for such criticism by the laws of poetic truth and poetic beauty. Naturally, one who regards poetry as a criticism will write very differently from one who regards poetry as the natural language of the soul. He will write for the head rather than for the heart, and will be cold and critical rather than enthusiastic. According to Arnold, Each poem should be a unit, and he protested against the tendency of English poets to use brilliant phrases and figures of speech, which only detract attention from the poem as a whole. For his models, he went to Greek poetry, which he regarded as the only sure guidance to what is sound and true in poetical art. Arnold is, however, more indebted than he thinks to English masters, especially to Wordsworth and Milton, whose influence is noticeable in a large part of his poetry. Of Arnold's narrative poems, the two best known are Balder Dead, 1855, an incursion into the field of Norse mythology which is suggestive of Gray, and Sohrab and Rustum, 1853, which takes us into the field of legendary Persian history. The theme of the latter poem is taken from the Shah-Nama, Book of Kings, of the Persian poet Ferdowsi, who lived and wrote in the 11th century. Briefly, the story is of one Rustum, a Persian Achilles, who fell asleep one day when he had grown weary of hunting. While he slept, a band of robbers stole his favorite horse, Ruksh. In trailing the robbers, Rustum came to the palace of the king of Samangan, where he was royally welcomed, and where he fell in love with the king's daughter, Temene, and married her. But he was of a roving, adventurous disposition, and soon went back to fight among his own people, the Persians. While he was gone, his son Sohrab was born, grew to manhood, and became the hero of the Turan army. War arose between the two peoples, and two hostile armies were encamped by the Oxus. Each army chose a champion, and Rustum and Sohrab found themselves matched in mortal combat between the lines. At this point, Sohrab, whose chief interest in life was to find his father, demanded to know if his enemy were not Rustum, but the latter was disguised and denied his identity. On the first day of the fight, Rustum was overcome, but his life was spared by a trick and by the generosity of Sohrab. On the second day, Rustum prevailed and mortally wounded his antagonist. Then he recognized his own son by a gold bracelet which he had long ago given to his wife Temene. The two armies, rushing into battle, were stopped by the sight of father and son weeping in each other's arms. Sohrab died, the war ceased, and Rustum went home to a life of sorrow and remorse. Using this interesting material, Arnold produced a poem which has the rare and difficult combination of classic reserve and romantic feeling. It is written in blank verse, and one has only to read the first few lines to see that the poet is not a master of his instrument. The lines are seldom harmonious, and we must frequently change the accent of common words or lay stress on unimportant particles to show the rhythm. Arnold frequently copies Milton, especially in his repetition of ideas and phrases, but the poem as a whole is lacking in Milton's wonderful melody. The classic influence on Sohrab and Rustum is especially noticeable in Arnold's use of materials. Fights are short, grief is long, therefore the poet gives few lines to the combat, but lingers over the son's joy at finding his father and the father's quenchless sorrow at the death of his son. The last lines especially, with their passionate grief set to solemn music, make this poem one of the best, on the whole, that Arnold has written. And the exquisite ending, where the Oxus, unmindful of the trivial strifes of men, flows on sedately to join his luminous home of waters, is most suggestive of the poet's conception of the orderly life of nature, in contrast with the doubt and restlessness of human life. Next in importance to the narrative poems are the elegies, Theasis, the Scholar Gypsy, memorial verses, A Southern Night, Obermann, stanzas from the Grand Chartreuse, and Rugby Chapel. All these are worthy of careful reading, but the best is Theasis, a lament for the poet Clough, which is sometimes classed with Milton's Lycidas and Shelley's Adonais. Among the minor poems, the reader will find the best expression of Arnold's ideals and methods in Dover Beach, the love lyrics entitled Switzerland, Requiescat, Shakespeare, The Future, Kensington Gardens, Philomela, Human Life, Calicles's Song, Morality, and Geist's Grave. The last being an exquisite tribute to a little dog which, like all his kind, had repaid our scant crumbs of affection with a whole life's devotion. The first place among Arnold's prose works must be given to the essays in criticism, which raised the author to the front rank of living critics. His fundamental idea of criticism appeals to us strongly. The business of criticism, he says, is neither to find fault nor to display the critic's own learning or influence. It is to know the best which has been thought and said in the world, and by using this knowledge to create a current of fresh and free thought. If a choice must be made among these essays, which are all worthy of study, we would suggest the study of poetry, Wordsworth, Byron, and Emerson. The last named essay, which is found in the Discourses in America, is hardly a satisfactory estimate of Emerson, but its singular charm of manner and its atmosphere of intellectual culture make it perhaps the most characteristic of Arnold's prose writings. Among the works of Arnold's practical period, there are two which may be taken as typical of all the rest. Literature and Dogma, 1873, is, in general, a plea for liberality in religion. Arnold would have us read the Bible, for instance, as we would read any other great work, and apply to it the ordinary standards of literary criticism. Culture and Anarchy, 1869, contains most of the terms culture, sweetness and light, barbarian, Philistine, Hebraism, and many others which are now associated with Arnold's work and influence. The term barbarian refers to the aristocratic classes, whom Arnold thought to be essentially crude in soul, notwithstanding their good clothes and superficial graces. Philistine refers to the middle class's narrow-minded and self-satisfied people, according to Arnold, whom he satirizes with the idea of opening their minds to new ideas. Hebraism is Arnold's term for moral education. Carlyle had emphasized the Hebraic or moral element in life, and Arnold undertook to preach the Hellenic or intellectual element, which welcomes new ideas and delights in the arts that reflect the beauty of the world. The uppermost idea with Hellenism, he says, is to see things as they are. The uppermost idea with Hebraism is conduct and obedience. With great clearness, sometimes with great force, and always with a play of humor and raillery aimed at the Philistines, Arnold pleads for both these elements in life which together aim at culture, that is, at moral and intellectual perfection. General characteristics. Arnold's influence in our literature may be summed up, in a word, as intellectual rather than inspirational. One cannot be enthusiastic over his poetry, for the simple reason that he himself lacked enthusiasm. He is, however, a true reflection of a very real mood of the past century, the mood of doubt and sorrow, and a future generation may give him a higher place than he now holds as a poet. Though marked by the elemental note of sadness, all Arnold's poems are distinguished by clearness, simplicity, and the restrained emotion of his classic models. As a prose writer, the cold intellectual quality, which mars his poetry by restraining romantic feeling, is of first importance, since it leads him to approach literature with an open mind and with the single desire to find the best which has been thought and said in the world. We cannot yet speak with confidence of his rank in literature, but by his crystal-clear style, his scientific spirit of inquiry and comparison, illumined here and there by the play of humor, and especially by his broad sympathy and intellectual culture, he seems destined to occupy a very high place among the masters of literary criticism. John Henry Newman, 1801–1890. Any record of the prose literature of the Victorian era, which includes the historical essays of Macaulay and the art criticism of Ruskin, should contain also some notice of its spiritual leaders. For there was never a time when the religious ideals that inspire the race were kept more constantly before men's minds through the medium of literature. Among the religious writers of the age, the first place belongs unquestionably to Cardinal Newman. Whether we consider him as a man, with his powerful yet gracious personality, or as a religious reformer, who did much to break down old religious prejudices by showing the underlying beauty and consistency of the Roman Church, or as a prose writer whose style is as near perfection as we have ever reached, Newman is one of the most interesting figures of the whole 19th century. Life. 3 things stand out clearly in Newman's life. First, his unshaken faith in the divine companionship and guidance. Second, his desire to find and to teach the truth of revealed religion. Third, his quest of an authoritative standard of faith, which should remain steadfast through the changing centuries and amid all sorts and conditions of men. The first led to that rare and beautiful spiritual quality which shines in all his work. The second, to his frequent doctrinal and controversial essays. The third, to his conversion to the Catholic Church, which he served as priest and teacher for the last 45 years of his life. Perhaps we should add one more characteristic: the practical bent of his religion. For he was never so busy with study or controversy that he neglected to give a large part of his time to gentle ministration among the poor and needy. He was born in London in 1801. His father was an English banker. His mother, a member of a French Huguenot family, was a thoughtful, devout woman who brought up her son in a way which suggests the mother of Ruskin. Of his early training, his reading of doctrinal and argumentative works, and of his isolation from material things in the thought that there were two and only two absolute and luminously self-evident beings in the world, himself and his Creator, it is better to read his own record in the Apologia, which is a kind of spiritual biography. At the age of 15, Newman had begun his profound study of theological subjects. For science, literature, art, nature, all the broad interests which attracted other literary men of his age, he cared little, his mind being wholly occupied with the history and doctrines of the Christian Church, to which he had already devoted his life. He was educated first at the school in Ealing, then at Oxford, taking his degree in the latter place in 1820. Though his college career was not more brilliant than that of many unknown men, his unusual ability was recognized, and he was made a Fellow of Oriel College, retaining the fellowship, and leading a scholarly life for over 20 years. In 1824, he was ordained in the Anglican Church, and 4 years later was chosen vicar of St. Mary's, at Oxford, where his sermons made a deep impression on the cultivated audiences that gathered from far and near to hear him. A change is noticeable in Newman's life after his trip to the Mediterranean in 1832. He had begun his life as a Calvinist, but while in Oxford, then the center of religious unrest, he described himself as drifting in the direction of liberalism. Then study and bereavement and an innate mysticism led him to a profound sympathy with the medieval church. He had from the beginning opposed Catholicism, but during his visit to Italy, where he saw the Roman Church at the center of its power and splendor, many of his prejudices were overcome. In this enlargement of his spiritual horizon, Newman was greatly influenced by his friend Hurrell Froude, with whom he made the first part of the journey. His poems of this period, afterwards collected in the Lyra Apostolica, among which is the famous Lead, Kindly Light, are noticeable for their radiant spirituality. But one who reads them carefully sees the beginning of that mental struggle which ended in his leaving the church in which he was born. Thus he writes of the Catholic Church, whose services he had attended as one who in a foreign land receives the gifts of a good Samaritan. "Oh, that thy creed were sound, for thou dost suit the heart, thou Church of Rome, by thy unwearied watch and varied round of service, in thy Saviour's holy home. I cannot walk the city's sultry streets, but the wide porch invites to still retreats, where passion's thirst is calmed, and care's unthankful gloom." On his return to England in 1833, he entered into the religious struggle known as the Oxford or Tractarian movement and speedily became its acknowledged leader. Those who wish to follow this attempt at religious reform, which profoundly affected the life of the whole English church, will find it recorded in the Tracts for the Times, 29 of which were written by Newman, and in his parochial and plain sermons, 1837-1843. After 9 years of spiritual conflict, Newman retired to Littlemore, where, with a few followers, he led a life of almost monastic seclusion, still striving to reconcile his changing belief with the doctrines of his own church. 2 years later, he resigned his charge at St. Mary's and left the Anglican communion not bitterly, but with a deep and tender regret. His last sermon at Littlemore on the parting of friends still moves us profoundly, like the cry of a prophet torn by personal anguish in the face of duty. In 1845, he was received into the Catholic Church, and the following year, at Rome, he joined the community of St. Philip Neri, the saint of gentleness and kindness, as Newman describes him, and was ordained to the Roman priesthood. By his preaching and writing, Newman had exercised a strong influence over his cultivated English hearers, and the effect of his conversion was tremendous. Into the theological controversy of the next 20 years, we have no mind to enter. Through it all, Newman retained his serenity, and though a master of irony and satire, kept his literary power always subordinate to his chief aim, which was to establish the truth as he saw it. Whether or not we agree with his conclusions, we must all admire the spirit of the man, which is above praise or criticism. His most widely read work, Apologia pro Vita Sua, 1864, was written in answer to an unfortunate attack by Charles Kingsley, which would long since have been forgotten had it not led to this remarkable book. In 1854, Newman was appointed rector of the Catholic University in Dublin, but after 4 years returned to England and founded a Catholic school at Edgbaston. In 1879, he was made cardinal by Pope Leo Roman XIII. The grace and dignity of his life, quite as much as the sincerity of his apologia, had long since disarmed criticism, and at his death, in 1890, the thought of all England might well be expressed by his own lines in The Dream of Gerontius. "I had a dream. Yes, someone softly said, 'He's gone,' and then a sigh went round the room, and then I surely heard a priestly voice cry subvenite, and they knelt in prayer." Works of Newman. Readers approach Newman from so many different motives, some for doctrine, some for argument, some for a pure prose style, that it is difficult to recommend the best works for the beginner's use. As an expression of Newman's spiritual struggle, the Apologia pro vita sua is perhaps the most significant. This book is not light reading, and one who opens it should understand clearly the reasons for which it was written. Newman had been accused of insincerity, not only by Kingsley, but by many other men, in the public press. His retirement to solitude and meditation at Littlemore had been outrageously misunderstood, and it was openly charged that his conversion was a cunningly devised plot to win a large number of his followers to the Catholic Church. This charge involved others, and it was to defend them, as well as to vindicate himself, that Newman wrote the Apologia. The perfect sincerity with which he traced his religious history, showing that his conversion was only the final step in a course he had been following since boyhood, silenced his critics and revolutionized public opinion concerning himself and the church which he had joined. As the revelation of a soul's history, and as a model of pure, simple, unaffected English, this book, entirely apart from its doctrinal teaching, deserves a high place in our prose literature. In Newman's doctrinal works, the Via Media, the Grammar of Assent, and in numerous controversial essays the student of literature will have little interest. Much more significant are his sermons, the unconscious reflection of a rare spiritual nature, of which Professor Sherp said, "His power shows itself clearly in the new and unlooked-for way in which he touched into life-old truths, moral or spiritual. And as he spoke, how the old truth became new. And how it came home with a meaning never felt before. He laid his finger how gently yet how powerfully on some inner place in the hearer's heart, and told him things about himself he had never known till then. Subtlest truths, which would have taken philosophers pages of circumlocution and big words to state, were dropped out by the way in a sentence or two of the most transparent Saxon. Of greater interest to the general reader are the Idea of a University, discourses delivered at Dublin, and his 2 works of fiction, Loss and Gain, treating of a man's conversion to Catholicism, and Callista, which is, in his own words, an attempt to express the feelings and mutual relations of Christians and heathens in the middle of the 3rd century. The latter is, in our judgment, the most readable and interesting of Newman's works. The character of Callista, a beautiful Greek sculptor of idols, is powerfully delineated. The style is clear and transparent as air, and the story of the heroine's conversion and death makes one of the most fascinating chapters in fiction, though it is not the story so much as the author's unconscious revelation of himself that charms us. It would be well to read this novel in connection with Kingsley's Hypatia, which attempts to reconstruct the life and ideals of the same period. Newman's poems are not so well known as his prose, but the reader who examines the Lyra Apostolica and verses on various occasions will find many short poems that stir a religious nature profoundly by their pure and lofty imagination, and future generations may pronounce one of these poems, The Dream of Gerontius, to be Newman's most enduring work. This poem aims to reproduce the thoughts and feelings of a man whose soul is just quitting the body, and who is just beginning a new and greater life. Both in style and in thought, The Dream is a powerful and original poem, and is worthy of attention not only for itself, but, as a modern critic suggests, as a revelation of that high spiritual purpose which animated Newman's life from beginning to end. Of Newman's style, it is as difficult to write as it would be to describe the dress of a gentleman we had met, who was so perfectly dressed that we paid no attention to his clothes. His style is called transparent because at first we are not conscious of his manner, and unobtrusive because we never think of Newman himself, but only of the subject he is discussing. He is like the best French prose writers in expressing his thought with such naturalness and apparent ease that, without thinking of style, we receive exactly the impression which he means to convey. In his sermons and essays, he is wonderfully simple and direct. In his controversial writings, gently ironical and satiric, and the satire is pervaded by a delicate humor. But when his feelings are aroused, he speaks with poetic images and symbols, and his eloquence is like that of the Old Testament prophets. Like Ruskin's, his style is modeled largely on that of the Bible, but not even Ruskin equals him in the poetic beauty and melody of his sentences. On the whole, he comes nearer than any other of his age to our ideal of a perfect prose writer. Other essayists of the Victorian age. We have selected the above 5 essayists, Macaulay, Carlyle, Arnold, Newman, and Ruskin, as representative writers of the Victorian age, but there are many others who well repay our study. Notable among these are John Addington Symonds, author of the Renaissance in Italy, undoubtedly his greatest work, and of many critical essays. Walter Pater, whose appreciations and numerous other works mark him as one of our best literary critics. And Leslie Stephen, famous for his work on the monumental Dictionary of National Biography, and for his Hours in a Library, a series of impartial and excellent criticisms, brightened by the play of an original and delightful humor. Among the most famous writers of the age are the scientists, Lyell, Darwin, Huxley, Spencer, Tyndall, and Wallace, a wonderful group of men whose works, though they hardly belong to our present study, have exercised an incalculable influence on our life and literature. Darwin's Origin of Species, 1859, which apparently established the theory of evolution, was an epoch-making book. It revolutionized not only our conceptions of natural history, but also our methods of thinking on all the problems of human society. Those who would read a summary of the greatest scientific discovery of the age will find it in Wallace's Darwinism, a most interesting book, written by the man who claims, with Darwin, the honor of first announcing the principle of evolution. And from a multitude of scientific works, we recommend also to the general reader Huxley's autobiography and his lay sermons, addresses, and reviews, partly because they are excellent expressions of the spirit and methods of science, and partly because Huxley as a writer is perhaps the clearest and the most readable of the scientists. The spirit of modern literature. As we reflect on the varied work of the Victorian writers, 3 marked characteristics invite our attention. First, our great literary men, no less than our great scientists, have made truth the supreme object of human endeavor. All these eager poets, novelists, and essayists, questing over so many different ways, are equally intent on discovering the truth of life. Men as far apart as Darwin and Newman are strangely alike in spirit, one seeking truth in the natural, the other in the spiritual history of the race. Second, literature has become the mirror of truth, and the first requirement of every serious novel or essay is to be true to the life or the facts which it represents. Third, literature has become animated by a definite moral purpose. It is not enough for the Victorian writers to create or attempt an artistic work for its own sake. The work must have a definite lesson for humanity. The poets are not only singers, but leaders. They hold up an ideal, and they compel men to recognize and follow it. The novelists tell a story which pictures human life, and at the same time call us to the work of social reform or drive home a moral lesson. The essayists are nearly all prophets or teachers, and use literature as the chief instrument of progress and education. Among them, all we find comparatively little of the exuberant fancy, the romantic ardor, and the boyish gladness of the Elizabethans. They write books not primarily to delight the artistic sense, but to give bread to the hungry and water to the thirsty in soul. Milton's famous sentence, "A good book is the precious lifeblood of a master spirit," might be written across the whole Victorian. We are still too near these writers to judge how far their work suffers artistically from their practical purpose, but this much is certain that, whether or not they created immortal works, their books have made the present world a better and a happier place to live in. And that is perhaps the best that can be said of the work of any artist or artisan. Summary of the Victorian Age. The year 1830 is generally placed at the beginning of this period, but its limits are very indefinite. In general, we may think of it as covering the reign of Victoria, 1830–1901. Historically, the age is remarkable for the growth of democracy following the Reform Bill of 1832, for the spread of education among all classes, for the rapid development of the arts and sciences, for important mechanical inventions, and for the enormous extension of the bounds of human knowledge by the discoveries of science. At the accession of Victoria, the Romantic movement had spent its force. Wordsworth had written his best work. The other Romantic poets, Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, and Byron, had passed away, and for a time no new development was apparent in English poetry. Though the Victorian age produced two great poets, Tennyson and Browning, the age, as a whole, is remarkable for the variety and excellence of its prose. A study of all the great writers of the period reveals four general characteristics. 1. Literature in this age has come very close to daily life, reflecting its practical problems and interests, and is a powerful instrument of human progress. 2. The tendency of literature is strongly ethical. All the great poets, novelists, and essayists of the age are moral teachers. 3. Science in this age exercises an incalculable influence. On the one hand, it emphasizes truth as the sole object of human endeavor. It has established the principle of law throughout the universe, and it has given us an entirely new view of life, as summed up in the word evolution, that is, the principle of growth or development from simple to complex forms. On the other hand, its first effect seems to be to discourage works of the imagination. Though the age produced an incredible number of books, very few of them belong among the great creative works of literature. 4. Though the age is generally characterized as practical and materialistic, it is significant that nearly all the writers whom the nation delights to honor vigorously attack materialism and exalt a purely ideal conception of life. On the whole, we are inclined to call this an idealistic age fundamentally, since love, truth, justice, brotherhood, all great ideals are emphasized as the chief ends of life, not only by its poets, but also by its novelists and essayists. In our study, we have considered 1. The poets, the life and works of Tennyson and Browning, and the chief characteristics of the minor poets, Elizabeth Barrett, Mrs. Browning, Rossetti, Morris, and Swinburne. 2. The novelists, the life and works of Dickens, Thackeray, and George Eliot, and the chief works of Charles Reade, Anthony Trollope, Charlotte Bronte, Bulwer Lytton, Kingsley, Mrs. Gaskell, Blackmore, George Meredith, Hardy, and Stevenson. 3. The essayists, the life and works of Macaulay, Matthew Arnold, Carlyle, Newman, and Ruskin. These were selected, from among many essayists and miscellaneous writers, as most typical of the Victorian age. The great scientists like Lyell, Darwin, Huxley, Wallace, Tyndall, and Spencer hardly belong to our study of literature, though their works are of vast importance, and we omit the works of living writers who belong to the present rather than to the past century. Selections for reading. Manly's English Poetry and Manly's English Prose, Ginn and Company, contain excellent selections from all authors of this period. Many other collections, like Ward's English Poets, Garnett's English Prose from Elizabeth to Victoria, Page's British Poets of the 19th Century, and Stedman's A Victorian Anthology, may be used to advantage. All important works may be found in the convenient and inexpensive school editions given below. For full titles and publishers, see the general bibliography. Tennyson, Short Poems and Selections from Idylls of the King, In Memoriam, Enoch Arden and the Princess. These are found in various school editions: Standard English Classics, Pocket Classics, Riverside Literature Series, etc. Poems by Tennyson, selected and edited with notes by Henry Van Dyke, Athenaeum Press Series, is an excellent little volume for beginners. Browning, Selections, edited by R.M. Lovett in Standard English Classics. Other school editions in Every Man's Library, Bell's Letters Series, etc. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Selections, edited by Elizabeth Lee in Standard English Classics. Selections also in Pocket Classics, etc. Matthew Arnold, Sohrab and Rustum, edited by Trent and Brewster in Standard English Classics. The same poem in Riverside Literature Series, etc. Selections in Golden Treasury Series, etc. Poems, Students Edition Crowell. Essays in Every Man's Library, etc. Prose selections, Holt, Aline Ann Bacon, etc. Dickens, Tale of Two Cities, edited by J.W. Lynn in Standard English Classics. A Christmas Carol, David Copperfield, and Pickwick Papers, various good school editions of these novels in Every Man's Library, etc. Thackeray, Henry Esmond, edited by H.B. Moore in Standard English Classics. The same novel in Every Man's Library, Pocket Classics, etc. George Eliot, Silas Marner, edited by R. Adelaide Witham in Standard English Classics. The same novel in Pocket Classics, etc. CARLYLE, Essay on Burns, edited by C. L. Hansen in Standard English Classics, and Heroes and Hero Worship, edited by A. McMechen in Athenaeum Press Series. Selections, edited by H. W. Boynton, Aline and Bacon. Various other inexpensive editions in Pocket Classics, Eclectic English Classics, etc. Ruskin, Sesame and Lilies, edited by Lois G. Hufford in Standard English Classics. Other editions in Riverside Literature, Everyman's Library, etc. Selected essays and letters, edited by Hufford in Standard English Classics. Selections, edited by Vita D. Scudder, Sibley. Edited by C. B. Tinker in Riverside Literature. Macaulay, Essays on Addison and Milton, edited by H. A. Smith in Standard English Classics. Same essays in Cassell's National Library, Riverside Literature, etc. Lays of Ancient Rome, in Standard English Classics, Pocket Classics, etc. Newman, Selections with Introduction by Ellie Gates Holt. Selections from Prose and Poetry in Riverside Literature. The Idea of a University in Manly's English Prose. Bibliography. Note: for full titles and publishers of general reference books, see General Bibliography. History. Textbook Montgomery, pp. 357-383, Cheney, pp. 632-643, General Works. Gardiner and Trail, Special Works. McCarthy's History of Our Own Times, Bright's History of England, vols. 4-5, Lee's Queen Victoria, Bryce's Studies in Contemporary Biography. Literature, General Works. Garnett and Goss Taine, Special Works. Harrison's Early Victorian Literature. Saintsbury's A History of 19th Century Literature. Walker's The Age of Tennyson. Same authors The Greater Victorian Poets. Morley's Literature of the Age of Victoria. Stedman's Victorian Poets. Mrs. Oliphant's Literary History of England in the 19th Century. Beers's English Romanticism in the 19th Century. Dowden's Victorian Literature, in Transcripts and Studies. Brownell's Victorian Prose Masters. Tennyson, Texts, Cabinet Edition, London, 1897 is the standard. Various good editions, Globe, Cambridge Poets, etc. selections in Athenaeum Press, Ginn and Company. Life, Alfred Lord Tennyson, a memoir by his son, is the standard, by Lyall in English Men of Letters, by Horton, by Waugh. See also Ann T. Ritchie's Tennyson and His Friends, Napier's The Homes and Haunts of Tennyson, Rawnsley's Memories of the Tennysons. Criticism, Brooks Tennyson, His Art and His Relation to Modern Life. A. Lang's Alfred Tennyson, Van Dyck's The Poetry of Tennyson, Sneath's The Mind of Tennyson, Gwyn's A Critical Study of Tennyson's Works, Luce's Handbook to Tennyson's Works, Dixon's A Tennyson Primer, Masterman's Tennyson as a Religious Teacher, Collins's The Early Poems of Tennyson, Macallum's Tennyson's Idylls of the King and the Arthurian Story, Bradley's Commentary on In Memoriam, Bagehot's Literary Studies, Volume 2. Brightwell's Concordance, Shepherd's Bibliography. Essays by F. Harrison in Tennyson, Ruskin, Mill, and Other Literary Estimates, by Stedman in Victorian Poets, by Hutton in Literary Essays, by Dowden in Studies in Literature, by Gates in Studies and Appreciations, by Forster in Great Teachers, by Forman in Our Living Poets. See also Myers's Science and a Future Life. Browning, Texts, Cambridge and Globe editions, etc. Various editions of selections. See selections for reading above. Life by W. Sharp, Great Writers. By Chesterton, English Men of Letters. Life and Letters by Mrs. Sutherland Orr. By Waugh in Westminster Biographies, Small and Maynard. Criticism, Symonds's An Introduction to the Study of Browning. Same title, by Corson, Mrs. Orr's Handbook to the Works of Browning, Nettleship's Robert Browning, Brooks' The Poetry of Robert Browning, Cook's Browning Guidebook, Revels Browning's Criticism of Life, Burdo's Browning's Message to His Times, Burdo's Browning Cyclopedia. Essays by Hutton, Stedman, Dowden, Forster for titles, see Tennyson above, by Jacobs in Literary Studies, by Chapman in Emerson and Other Essays, by Cook in Poets and Problems, by Burrell in Obiter Dicta. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Texts, Globe and Cambridge editions, etc. Various editions of selections. Life, by J. H. Ingram, see also Bain's Two Great Englishmen. Kenyon's Letters of E. B. Browning. Criticism, Essays by Cædmon and Victorian Poets, by Benson in Essays. Matthew Arnold. Texts, Poems, Globe Edition, etc. See selections for reading above. Life by Russell, by Saintsbury, by Paul, English Men of Letters, Letters by Russell. Criticism, Essays by Woodbury in Makers of Literature, by Gates in 3 Studies in Literature, by Hutton in Modern Guides of English Thought, by Brownell in Victorian Prose Masters, by F. Harrison, see Tennyson above. Dickens, Texts, numerous good editions of novels. Life by J. Forster, by Marzials, Great Writers, by Ward, English Men of Letters, Langton's The Childhood and Youth of Dickens. Criticism, Gissing's Charles Dickens, Chesterton's Charles Dickens, Kitten's The Novels of Charles Dickens, Fitzgerald's The History of Pickwick. Essays by F. Harrison, see above, by Bagehot in Literary Studies, by Lilly in 4 English Humorists, by A. Lang in Gadshill edition of Dickens's works. Thackeray, Texts, numerous good editions of novels and essays. Life by Melville, by Merivale and Marzials, Great Writers, by A. Trollope, English Men of Letters, by L. Stephen in Dictionary of National Biography. See also Crow's Homes and Haunts of Thackeray, Wilson's Thackeray in the United States. Criticism, Essays by Lilly in 4 English Humorists, by Harrison in Studies in Early Victorian Literature, by Scudder in Social Ideals in English Letters, by Brownell in Victorian Prose Masters. George Eliot, Texts, numerous editions. Life by L. Stephen, English Men of Letters, by O. Browning, Great Writers, by her husband, J.W. Cross. Criticism, Cook's George Eliot, A Critical Study of Her Life and Writings, Essays, by J. Jacobs in Literary Studies, by H. James in Partial Portraits, by Dowden in Studies in Literature, by Hutton, Harrison, Brownell, Lilly, see above. See also Parkinson's Scenes from the George Eliot Country. Carlyle, Texts, various editions of works. Heroes and Sartor Resartus in Athenaeum Press, Ginn and Company. Sartor and Past and Present, 1 volume Harper. Critical and Miscellaneous Essays, 1 volume Appleton. Letters and Reminiscences, edited by C. E. Norton, 6 vols. Macmillan. Life by Garnet, Great Writers, by Nichol, English Men of Letters, by Froude, 2 vols. Very full but not trustworthy. See also Carlyle's Reminiscences and Correspondence and Craig's The Making of Carlyle. Criticism, Masson's Carlyle personally and in his writings. Essays by Lowell in My Study Windows, by Harrison, Brownell, Hutton, Lilly, see above. Ruskin, Texts, Brantwood edition, edited by C. E. Norton, various editions of separate works. Life by Harrison, English Men of Letters, by Collingwood, 2 vols. See also Ruskin's Praeterita. Criticism, Mather's Ruskin, His Life and Teaching, Cook's Studies in Ruskin, Waldstein's The Work of John Ruskin, Hobson's John Ruskin, Social Reformer, Mrs. Meynell's John Ruskin, Ciceran's Ruskin and the Religion of Beauty, translated from the French, White's Principles of Art, W. M. Rossetti's Ruskin, Rossetti, and Pre-Raphaelitism. Essays by Robertson in Modern Humanists, by Saintsbury in Corrected Impressions, by Brownell, Harrison, Forster, see above. Macaulay, Texts, complete works edited by his sister, Lady Trevelyan, London, 1866. Various editions of separate works, see selections for reading above. Life, Life and Letters by Trevelyan, 2 vols. By Morrison, English Men of Letters. Criticism, Essays by Bagehot in Literary Studies, by L. Stephen in Hours in a Library, by Saintsbury in Corrected Impressions, by Harrison in Studies in Early Victorian Literature, by Matthew Arnold. Newman, Texts, Uniform Edition of Important Works, London, 1868-1881, Apologia Longmans, Selections, Holt, Riverside Literature, etc. Life, Jennings's Cardinal Newman, Button's Cardinal Newman, Early Life by F. Newman, by Waller and Barrow in Westminster Biographies. See also Church's The Oxford Movement, Fitzgerald's 50 Years of Catholic Life and Progress. Criticism, Essays by Donaldson in 5 Great Oxford Leaders, by Church in Occasional Papers, Volume 2, by Gates in 3 Studies in Literature, by Jacobs in Literary Studies, by Hutton in Modern Guides of English Thought, by Lilly in Essays and Speeches, by Sherp in Studies in Poetry and Philosophy. See also Button's Cardinal Newman. Rossetti, Works 2 vols. London, 1901. Selections in Golden Treasury Series. Life, by Night Great Writers. By Sharp, Hall Caine's Recollections of Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Gary's The Rossettis, Marillier's Rossetti, Wood's Rossetti and the Pre-Raphaelite Movement, W. M. Hunt's Pre-Raphaelitism and the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Criticism, Tyerbuck's Rossetti, His Work and Influence. Essays, by Swinburne in Essays and Studies, by Forman in Our Living Poets, by Pater in Ward's English Poets, by F.W.H. Myers in Essays Modern. Morris, Texts, Story of the Glittering Plain, House of the Wolfings, etc. Reeves and Turner, Early Romances in Every Man's Library, Sigurd the Volsung in Camelot Series, Socialistic Writings, Humboldt Publishing Co., Life, by Mackall, by Carey, by Vallance. Criticism, Essays by Symonds in Studies in Two Literatures, by Dawson in Makers of Modern English, by Saintsbury in Corrected Impressions. See also Nordby's Influence of Old Norse Literature. Swinburne, Texts, Complete Works Chatto and Windus, Poems and Ballads Lovell, Selections, Rivington, Bell's Letters Series, etc. Life, Radislaus Algernon Charles Swinburne, A Study. Criticism, Essays by Forman, Saintsbury, see above. By Lowell in My Study Windows, see also Stedman's Victorian Poets. Charles Keed, Texts, Cloister and the Hearth in Every Man's Library, various editions of separate novels. Life, by C. Reed. Criticism, Essay by Swinburne in Miscellanies. Anthony Trollope, Texts, Royal Edition of Principal Novels, Philadelphia 1900, Barchester Towers, etc. in Every Man's Library. Life, Autobiography, Harper, 1883. Criticism, H. T. Peck's Introduction to Royal Edition, Volume 1. Essays, by H. James in Partial Portraits, by Harrison in Early Victorian Literature. See also Cross, The Development of the English Novel. Charlotte and Emily Bronte. Texts, Works Haworth Edition, edited by Mrs. H. Ward Harper, Complete Works Dent, 1893, Jane Eyre, Shirley and Wuthering Heights in Every Man's Library. Life of Charlotte Bronte, by Mrs. Gaskell, by Shorter, by Burrell Great Writers. Life of Emily Bronte, by Robinson, see also Leyland's The Bronte Family. Criticism, Essays by L. Stephen in Hours in a Library, by Gates in Studies and Appreciations, by Harrison in Early Victorian Literature, by G. B. Smith in Poets and Novelists. See also Swinburne's A Note on Charlotte Bronte. Bulwer Lytton, Texts, Works Nebsworth Edition, Routledge, various editions of separate works, Last Days of Pompeii, etc. in Everman's Library. Life, by his son, the Earl of Lytton, by Cooper, by Ten Brink. Criticism, Essay by W. Senior in Essays in Fiction. Mrs. Gaskell, various editions of separate works, Cranford in Standard English Classics, etc. Life. See Dictionary of National Biography, Criticism. See Saintsbury's 19th Century Literature. Kingsley, Texts, Works Chester Edition, Hypatia Westward Ho, etc. in Everman's Library. Life, Letters and Memories by His Wife, by Kaufman. Criticism, Essays by Harrison in Early Victorian Literature, by L. Stephen in Hours in a Library. Stevenson, Texts, Works Scribner, Treasure Island in Everman's Library, Master of Ballantrae in Pocket Classics, Letters edited by Colvin Scribner. Life, by Balfour, by Baildon, by Black, by Cornford. See also Simpson's Edinburgh Days, Erasers in Stevenson's Samoa, Osborne and Strong's Memories of Vailima. Criticism, Raleigh Stevenson, Alice Brown Stevenson. Essays, by H. James in Partial Portraits, by Chapman in Emerson and Other Essays. Hardy, Texts, Works Harper. Criticism, MacDonald's Thomas Hardy, Johnson's The Art of Thomas Hardy. See also Windle's The Wessex of Thomas Hardy and Dawson's Makers of English Fiction. George Meredith, Texts, Novels and Selected Poems, Scribner. Criticism, Le Gallien's George Meredith. Hannah Lynch's George Meredith, Essays, by Henley in Views and Reviews, by Brownell in Victorian Prose Masters, by Monkhouse in Books and Plays. See also Bailey's The Novels of George Meredith, Curie's Aspects of George Meredith, and Cross's The Development of the English Novel. Suggestive questions. Note: the best questions are those which are based upon the books, essays, and poems read by the pupil. As the works chosen for special study vary greatly with different teachers and classes, we insert here only a few questions of general interest. 1. What are the chief characteristics of Victorian literature? Name the chief writers of the period in prose and poetry. What books of this period are, in your judgment, worthy to be placed among the great works of literature? What effect did the discoveries of science have upon the literature of the age? What poet reflects the new conception of law and evolution? What historical conditions account for the fact that most of the Victorian writers are ethical teachers? 2. Tennyson. Give a brief sketch of Tennyson's life and name his chief works. Why is he, like Chaucer, a national poet? Is your pleasure in reading Tennyson due chiefly to the thought or the melody of expression? Note this figure in the Lodo's Eaters. Music that gentlier on the spirit lies than tired eyelids upon tired eyes. What does this suggest concerning Tennyson's figures of speech in general? Compare Locksley Hall with Locksley Hall 60 years after. What differences do you find in thought, in workmanship, and in poetic enthusiasm? What is Tennyson's idea of faith and immortality as expressed in In Memoriam? 3. Browning. In what respects is Browning like Shakespeare? What is meant by the optimism of his poetry? Can you explain why many thoughtful persons prefer him to Tennyson? What is Browning's creed as expressed in Rabbi Ben Ezra? Read Fra Lippo Lippi or Andrea del Sardo and tell what is meant by a dramatic monologue. In Andrea, what is meant by the lines? Ah, but a man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for? 4. Dickens. What experiences in Dickens's life are reflected in his novels? What are his favorite types of character? What is meant by the exaggeration of Dickens? What was the serious purpose of his novels? Make a brief analysis of The Tale of Two Cities, having in mind the plot, the characters, and the style as compared with Dickens's other novels. 5. Thackeray. Read Henry Esmond and explain Thackeray's realism. What is there remarkable in the style of this novel? Compare it with Ivanhoe as a historical novel. What is the general character of Thackeray's satire? What are the chief characteristics of his novels? Describe briefly the works which show his great skill as a critical writer. 6. George Eliot. Read Selah's Marner and make a brief analysis, having in mind the plot, the characters, the style, and the ethical teaching of the novel. Is the moral teaching of George Eliot convincing? That is, does it suggest itself from the story, or is it added for effect? What is the general impression left by her books? How do her characters compare with those of Dickens and Thackeray? 7. Carlyle. Why is Carlyle called a prophet and why a censor? Read the essay on Burns and make an analysis, having in mind the style, the idea of criticism, and the picture which this essay presents of the Scotch poet. Is Carlyle chiefly interested in Burns or in his poetry? Does he show any marked appreciation of Burns's power as a lyric poet? What is Carlyle's idea of history as shown in Heroes and Hero Worship? What experiences of his own life are reflected in Sartor Resartus? What was Carlyle's message to his age? What is meant by a Carlylese style? 8. Macaulay. In what respects is Macaulay typical of his age? Compare his view of life with that of Carlyle. Read one of the essays on Milton or Addison and make an analysis, having in mind the style, the interest, and the accuracy of the essay. What useful purpose does Macaulay's historical knowledge serve in writing his literary essays? What is the general character of Macaulay's History of England? Arcad a chapter from Macaulay's history, another from Carlyle's French Revolution, and compare the two. How does each writer regard history and historical writing? What differences do you note in their methods? What are the best qualities of each work? Why are both unreliable? 9. Arnold. What elements of Victorian life are reflected in Arnold's poetry? How do you account for the coldness and sadness of his verses? Read Sohrab and Rustum and write an account of it, having in mind the story, Arnold's use of his material, the style, and the classic elements in the poem. How does it compare in melody with the blank verse of Milton or Tennyson? What marked contrasts do you find between the poetry and the prose of Arnold? 10. Ruskin. In what respects is Ruskin the prophet of modern society? Read the first 2 lectures in Sesame and Lilies and then give Ruskin's views of labor, wealth, books, education, woman's sphere, and human society. How does he regard the commercialism of his age? What elements of style do you find in these lectures? Give the chief resemblances and differences between Carlyle and Ruskin. 11. Read Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford and describe it, having in mind the style, the interest, and the characters of the story. How does it compare as a picture of country life with George Eliot's novels? 12. Read Blackmore's Lorna Doone and describe it, as in the question above. What are the romantic elements in the story? How does it compare with Scott's romances in style, in plot, in interest, and in truthfulness to life? Chronology 19th century == History, Literature 1825. Macaulay's Essay on Milton 1826. Mrs. Browning's Early Poems 1830. William Roman IV 1830. Tennyson's Poems, chiefly lyrical 1832. Reform Bill 1833. Browning's Pollen 1833–1834. Carlyle's Sartor Resartus 1836–1865. Dickens's Novels 1837. Victoria D. 1901, 1837. Carlyle's French Revolution 1843. Macaulay's Essays 1844. Morse's Telegraph 1843–1860. Ruskin's Modern Painters 1846. Repeal of Corn Laws 1847–1859. Thackeray's Important Novels 1847–1857. Charlotte Bronte's Novels 1848–1861. Macaulay's History 1853. Kingsley's Hypatia Misses. Gaskell's Cranford 1854. Crimean War 1853–1855. Matthew Arnold's Poems 1856. Mrs. Browning's Aurora Leigh 1857. Indian Mutiny 1858–1876. George Eliot's Novels 1859–1888. Tennyson's Idylls of the King 1859. Darwin's Origin of Species 1864. Newman's Apologia. Tennyson's Enoch Arden 1865–1888. Arnold's Essays in Criticism 1867. Dominion of Canada established 1868. Browning's Ring and the Book 1869. Blackmore's Lorna Doone 1870. Government Schools established 1879. Meredith's The Egoist 1880. Gladstone Prime Minister 1883. Stevenson's Treasure Island 1885. Ruskin's Praetorita begun 1887. Queen's Jubilee 1889. Browning's last work, A Solando 1892. Death of Tennyson 1901. Edward Roman 7 == General Bibliography. Every chapter in this book includes two lists, one of selected readings, the other of special works treating of the history and literature of the period under consideration. The following lists include the books most useful for general reference work and for supplementary reading. A knowledge of history is of great advantage in the study of literature. In each of the preceding chapters, we have given a brief summary of historical events and social conditions, but the student should do more than simply read these summaries. He should review rapidly the whole history of each period by means of a good textbook. Montgomery's English History and Cheney's Short History of England are recommended, but any other reliable textbook will serve the purpose. For literary texts and selections for reading a few general collections, such as are given below, are useful. But the important works of each author may now be obtained in excellent and inexpensive school editions. At the beginning of the course, the teacher, or the home student, should write for the latest catalog of such publications as the Standard English Classics, Everman's Library, etc., which offer a very wide range of reading at small cost. Nearly every publishing house issues a series of good English books for school use, and the list is constantly increasing. History. Textbooks: Montgomery's English History, Cheney's Short History of England, Ginn and Company. General works: Green's Short History of the English People, 1 volume, or A History of the English People, 4 vols. American Book Co. Trail's Social England, 6 vols. Putnam. Bright's History of England, 5 vols. And Gardner's Student's History of England, Longmans. Gibbons's Industrial History of England, and Mitchell's English Lands, Letters and Kings, 5 vols. Scribner. Oxford Manuals of English History, Handbooks of English History, and Kendall's Sourcebook of English History, Macmillan. Lingard's History of England until 1688, revised, 10 vols. 1855 is the standard Catholic history. Other histories of England are by Knight, Froude, Macaulay, etc. Special works on the history of each period are recommended in the preceding chapters. History of literature. Jusserand's Literary History of the English People, 2 vols. Putnam. 10 Brink's Early English Literature, 3 vols. Holt. Corthop's History of English Poetry, Macmillan. The Cambridge History of English Literature, many vols. Incomplete, Putnam. Handbooks of English Literature, 9 vols. Macmillan. Garnett and Goss's Illustrated History of English Literature, 4 vols. Macmillan. Morley's English Writers, 11 vols. Cassell extends through Elizabethan literature. It is rather complex and not up to date, but has many quotations from authors studied. Taine's English Literature, many editions, is brilliant and interesting, but unreliable. Literary criticism. Lowell's Literary Essays. Hazlitt's Lectures on the English Poets. Mackall's The Springs of Helicon, a study of English poetry from Chaucer to Milton. Dowden's Studies in Literature, and Dowden's Transcripts and Studies. Minto's Characteristics of English Poets. Matthew Arnold's Essays in Criticism. Stevenson's Familiar Studies in Men and Books. Leslie Stephen's Hours in a Library. Birrell's Obiter Dicta. Hales's Folia Literaria. Pater's Appreciations. Note, special works on criticism, the drama, the novel, etc. will be found in the bibliographies on pp. 9, 181, etc. Texts and Helps Inexpensive School Editions. Standard English Classics and Athenaeum Press Series, Ginn and Company. Everyman's Library, Dutton. Pocket Classics, Golden Treasury Series, etc. Macmillan. Bell's Letters Series, Heath. English Reading Series, Holt. Riverside Literature Series, Houghton and Mifflin. Canterbury Classics, Rand McNally. Academy Classics, Allen and Bacon. Cambridge Literature Series, Sanborn. Silver Series, Silver Burdett. Student Series, Sibley. Lakeside Classics, Ainsworth. Lake English Classics, Scott Forsman. Maynard's English Classics, Merrill. Eclectic English Classics, American Book Co. Caxton Classics, Scribner. The King's Classics, Luce. The World's Classics, Clarendon Press. Little Masterpieces Series, Doubleday Page. Arbor's English Reprints, Macmillan. New Medieval Library, Duffield. Arthurian Romances Series, Nutt. Morley's Universal Library, Routledge. Cassell's National Library, Cassell. Bone Libraries, Macmillan. Temple Dramatists, Macmillan. Mermaid Series of English Dramatists, Scribner. Note, we have included in the above list all the editions of which we have any personal knowledge, but there are doubtless others that have escaped attention. Biography. Dictionary of National Biography, 63 vols. Macmillan is the standard. English Men of Letters Series, Macmillan. Great Writers Series, Scribner. Beacon Biographies, Houghton and Mifflin. Westminster Biographies, Small Maynard. Hinchman and Gummier's Lives of Great English Writers. Houghton, Mifflin is a good single volume containing 38 biographies. Note, for the best biographies of individual writers, see the bibliographies at the ends of the preceding chapters. Selections. Manly's English Poetry and Manly's English Prose, Ginn and Company, are the best single-volume collections, covering the whole field of English literature. Panko's Standard English Poetry and Panko's Standard English Prose, Holt. Oxford Book of English Verse and Oxford Treasury of English Literature, 3 vols. Clarendon Press. Page's British Poets of the 19th Century, Sanborn. Stedman's Victorian Anthology, Houghton and Mifflin. Ward's English Poets, 4 vols. Crake's English Prose Selections, 5 vols. Chambers's Encyclopedia of English Literature, etc. Miscellaneous. The Classic Myths in English Literature, Ginn and Company. Adams's Dictionary of English Literature. Ryland's Chronological Outlines of English Literature. Brewer's Reader's Handbook. Botta's Handbook of Universal Literature. Plotz's Epitome of Universal History. Hutton's Literary Landmarks of London. Heydrich's How to Study Literature. For works on the English language, see Bibliography of the Norman period, p. 65. Index. Key to pronunciation. As in fate, as in fat, a as in arm, as in all, as in what, a circumflex as in care. As in meat, as in met, e circumflex as in there. As in ice, as in it, I umlaut as in machine. As in old, as in not, as in move, as in sun, o circumflex as in horse, as in food, as in foot. As in use, as in up, u circumflex as in fur, as in rule, as in pull. As in fly, as in baby. C as in call, C as in mice, ch as in child, h as in school. G as in go, as in Kate. S as in saw, as in is. Th as in thin, th as in then. X as in vex, as in exact. Note, titles of books, poems, essays, etc. are in italics. Absalom and Achitophel, Chitophel, apt Vogler, apt Vigiler actors. In early plays, Elizabethan Addison life works. Hymns influence style Adonais Adenis Esk Esk Aden. St. Dan aids to reflection Alistair, Elestor alchemist. The Alexander's Feast Alfred, King, Life and Times. Works all for love Alisoun, or Alisoun Alsoun or Alzoun. Old form of Alice Amelia American taxation. Burke's speech on an epistle anatomy of melancholy Ancrin Rewell, Ancrin Rawl Andrea del Sarto, and Diaria del Sart Andreas Angel Angles, the Anglo-Norman period literature ballads, lyrics summary, selections for reading, bibliography questions on chronology Anglo-Saxon chronicle Anglo-Saxon period, early poetry, springs of poetry language, Christian writers, sourcebooks, summary. Selections for reading, bibliography questions on chronology Anglo-Saxons, the name, life, language, literature, see Anglo-Saxon period. Annus Mirabilis Anselm Apologia, Newman's Apology for Poetry Arcadiaria Apogetica. R equals PJT Ka Arnold, Matthew, Life. Poetry, prose works. Characteristics, art. Definition of Arthurian romances, artistic period of drama, artistic quality of literature, Ascham. Roger Assonance Estria Redux. Estiara Ardux Astrophel and Stella. Esterfel Atalanta in Caledon Tlenta. KLDN Augustan Age, meaning. See 18th century literature, Aurora Lee Ara L. Austen, Jane, Life novels. Scott's criticism of Bacon, Francis. Life, works, place and influence Bacon, Roger Ballad, the ballads and sonnets Barchester Towers Bard, the Bard of the Dimbovitza, Romanian folk songs Battle of Agincourt English, J&KRT Battle of Brunanbar Battle of the Books Baxter, Richard Beaumont, Francis Beaumont, Becket Bede. His history. His account of Cædmon bells and pomegranates benefit of clergy Beowulf, the poem history, poetical form. Manuscript of Beowulf's Mount Bibliographies, Study of Literature Anglo-Saxon period, Norman Chaucer, Revival of Learning Elizabethan, Puritan Restoration, 18th century, Romanticism Victorian, General by Kirchhoff Almanac Biographia Literaria Blackmore, Richard Blake, William, Life, works blank verse blessed Damozelblot in the Scutcheon, a Boethius, Bethius, Boileau, BWAL. French critic Boke of the Duchess Book of Martyrsborough, the Boswell, James. See also Johnson Boy actors Breton, Nicholas Bronte, Charlotte and Emily Brown Thomas, works Browning Mrs. Elizabeth Barrett Browning Robert, life works, obscurity of as a teacher, compared with Shakespeare with Tennyson periods of work, soul studies, place and message Brett Layman's, quotation from Brutus, alleged founder of Britain Bulwer Lytton Bunyan John, life, works his style Burke Edmund life, works. Analysis of his orations Burney, Fanny, Madame d'Arblay Burns, Robert, life. Poetry Carlyle's Sion Burton, Robert Butler, Samuel Byron, life, works compared with Scott. Cædmon, life, works his paraphrase. School of Cain Callista Calvert, Racely Camden, William Campaign, The Campion, Thomas Gannerbury Tales, Plan of Prologue, Dryden's criticism of Canonge's Coffer Caro, Thomas Carlyle, life, works style and message carols in early plays Casa Guidi Windows, Cause GW'd, Cassel of Perseverance Castle of Indolent Scotta Cavalier Poets Caxton. Specimen of printing Celtic legends Chanson de Gests Chanson de Roland Chapman, George. His Homer, Keats's sonnet on Chatterton, Thomas Chaucer, How to Read, Life Works, form of his poetry melody. Compared with Spencer Chaucer, Age of History, Writer's Summary, selections for reading, bibliography, questions on. Chronology Chester plays Chain Row Childe Harold Child's Garden of Verses Chaucelacus, K. Kilcuss. Christ the of Cænulf Christable Christian Year Christmas Carol, A Christ's Hospital London Chronicle, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle plays Chronicles, rhyming chronology. Anglo-Saxon period Norman French, Age of Chaucer Revival of Learning, Elizabethan, Puritan, Restoration, 18th century Romanticism, Victorian citizen of the world Clarissa Classic and Classicism Classic influence on the drama Cloister and the Hearthclough Arthur Hugh Cockaigne, Land of K.N. Coleridge, Life, Works, Critical Writings Collier, Jeremy Collins, William Comedy, Definition, First English. Of the Court Complete Angler, The Camus, Mask of Conciliation with America, Burke's Speech Confessions of an English Opium Eater Consolations of Philosophy Cotter's Saturday Night Couplet, The Court Comedies Covenant of 1643 Coventry, plays Cowley, Abraham Cowper, William, Life, Works Crabbe, George Cranford Crashaw, Richard Critic, Meaning of Critical Writing, Dryden, Coleridge in Age of Romanticism. In Victorian Age Criticism, Arnold's Definition Cross, John Walter Crown of Wild Olive Culture and Anarchy Curse of J. Fahama, K. Hama, Cursor Mundi Cycles, of Plays, of Romances Cynewulf, Kinwulf, 36-38 Cynthia's Revels, Cynthiae. Samuel Daniel Deronda Darblay, Madame Fanny Burney, Darwin and Darwinism Death, Raleigh's Apostrophe to Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire Defense of Posi Defensio pro Populo Anglicano Defoe. Life, Works Decker, Thomas Delia Democracy and Romanticism, in Victorian Age Deer's Lament de Quincy. Life, Works, Style de Sapientia Veterum Deserted Village, The Death of Blanche the Duchess Diary, Evelyn's, Pepys's, Selections from Dickens' Life, Works, General Plan of Novels. His Characters, His Public Limitations Dictionary, Johnson's Discovery of Guiana, Giana Divina Commedia, Divina Commedia Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde Domestic Drama Don, John His Poetry Doth the Boys Hall Do the Boys, Drama in Elizabethan Age Origin, Periods of Miracle and Mystery Plays, Interludes, Classical Influence on Unities, the English Types of Decline of. See also Elizabethan Age, Shakespeare Johnson Marlowe, etc. Dramatic Unities Dramatists, Methods of C. Shakespeare Marlowe, etc. Drapier's Letters Drayton, Michael Dream of Gerontius, the J.R. Enchus, Dryden Life, Works, Influence, Criticism of Canterbury Tales Duchess of Malfi Dunshid, the Dunsad. Ealhild Queen Elhild, Earthly Paradise Eastward Ho. Economic Conditions, in Age of Romanticism Edgeworth, Maria Edward Roman II Egoist, the 18th Century Literature. History of the Period, Literary Characteristics, the Classic Age Augustan Writers Romantic Revival, the First Novelists, Summary Selections for Reading Bibliography Questions Chronology Icon Basilic Con B Silke Iconoclasts Conclasts Elegy Grazeline Elizabethan Age History Non-Dramatic Poets First Dramatists Shakespeare's Predecessors Shakespeare's Contemporaries and Successors Prose Writers Summary Selections Bibliography Questions Chronology Endymion English Bards and Scotch Reviewers English Humorists English Idols Ayer Manrick, Ormanrick Epicene Pisen, or The Silent Woman Epithalamium, P.T.H. Helmum, Erasmus S., Concerning Human Understanding Essay of Dramatic Poesy S., on Burns S., on Criticism S., on Mann Essay on Milton Essays, Addison's, Bacon's Essays in Criticism Essays of Elia L.A. Ethics of the Dostoevsky and Euphuism, F.C. Evans, Mary Ann. See George Eliot Evelyn, John Everlasting No, and yea, The Every Man and His Humour Everman Excursion, The Exeter Book. Faber, Frederick Fables, Dryden's Fairy Queen Fall of Prince's Faust, Faustus, Vastus Ferex and Porrex Fielding, novels. Characteristics Fight at Finsburg Fingal First Folio Shakespeare Fletcher, Giles Fletcher, John Ford, John Formalism 4 Georges, The Fox, John Fragments of Ancient Poetry French Influence in Restoration Literature French Language in England French Revolution. Influence of French Revolution, Carlyle's Fuller, Thomas. Gammer Girton's Needle Gaskell, Mrs. Elizabeth Gawain and the Green Knight, Godwin Gawain Cycle of Romances, 57 Gebir GBR, Geoffrey of Monmouth Jefford George Eliot Life, Works Characteristics as a Moralist Jest or Jest Books Jest of Robin Hood Gibbon, His History Gifts of God, The Girondists, Gleemen or Minstrels Goldsmith, Life, Works Good Counsel Gorbuduck, Gorgeous Gallery Gower Grace Abounding Gray, Thomas Life. Works Greatest English Poets Green, Robert Gregory, Pope Grendel. Story of Mother of Grub Street Gulliver's Travels Gull's Hornbook. Hakluyt Richard H. K. Lute, Hallam, his criticism of Bacon Hardy, Thomas Hastings, Battle of Hathaway, Anne Hazlitt, William Hengist, H.N.G. Gist, Henry Esmond Herbert, George Life, Poetry of Hero and Leander Heroes and Hero Worship, Heroic Couplet, Heroic Stanzas, Herrick, Robert Hesperides and Noble Numbers, H.S.B.R.D.Z. Haywood, John Haywood, Thomas Hilda, Abbess Hildgund, Historical Novel History of England, Macaulay's of Frederick the Great, Carlyle's of Henry Roman VIII, Bacon's of the Reformation in Scotland, Knox's of the Worded, Raleigh's H. Neath, N.F. Hobbes, Thomas Holofernes in Judith Holy and Profane State, Holy Living, Holy War, Homer, Chapman's, Dryden's Popes. Cowper's Hooker, Richard Hooker, Thomas Hours in A Library, Hours of Idleness, House of Fame, House of Life, Rothgar, R.T.H. Gar, Hudibras, H. Bras, Humanism, Humphrey Clinker Hunt, Lee Husband's Message, Huxley, Hygelac, H. J. Lack, Hymn Book, First English Hymn to Intellectual Beauty Hymns, Addison's, Cowper's Hypatia, H. P. Shea, Hyperion, H. P. Iran. Idealism of Victorian Age, Ideals, Idols, of Bacon, Idols of the King, Il Penseroso, Il Penessars, Iliad, Pope's Translation, Chapman's, Dryden's Imaginary Conversations, Impeachment of Warren Hastings in Memoriam Instauratio Magna, Instars Hio, Interludes, Intimations of Immortality. Jacobean Poets, Jane Eyre, R. Jeffrey, Francis Jest, or Jest, Books, Jew of Malta, John Gilpin Johnson, Samuel, Life Works. His Conversations, Boswell's Life of Johnson, Jonathan Wild Johnson, Ben, Life. Works, Joseph Andrews' Journal of the Plague Year, Journal to Stella Judith Juliana. Keats' Life, Works, Place in Literature, Kilmarnock Burns, The King's Treasuries, Kingsley, Charles Knight's Tale, The Knox, John Kubla Khan, Kabla Khan, Kidd, Thomas. El Allegro, Lalgiar, Lady of the Lake Poets, The Lamb, Charles, Life, Works, Style, Lamb, Mary Lamia, El Maye, Land of Cockaigne, K. Can, Land of Dreams, Landor, Walter Savage, Life, Works, Langland, William Language, Our First Speech, Dual Character of Teutonic Origin, Last Days of Pompeii, Law, Hooker's Idea of Laws of Ecclesiastical Polity, Lay Sermons, Layman Lays of Ancient Rome, Lead, Kindly Light Lectures on Shakespeare, Legends of Good Women, Leviathan Lewes, George Henry, Liberty of Prophesying Life, compared to a Sea Voyage, Life of Johnson, Life of Savage, Lindsay, David, Literary Club, The Literary Criticism. See also Critical Writing. Literary Reminiscences, Literature, Definition, Qualities, Tests, Object in Studying, Importance, Goethe's Definition, Spirit of Modern Literature and Dogma, Lives, Plutarch's, Walton's Lives of the Poets, Locke, John Lockhart, John Lorna Doone, Lost Leader, The Lovelace, Richard Lycidas, Leesdas, Lydgate, John Lyly, John Lill, Lyra Apostolica, Lyrical Ballads, Lytton, Edward Bulwer. Macaulay, Life, Works, Characteristics, Macpherson, James, Macpherson Magazines, The Modern Malden, The Battle of Mallory, Mandeville's Travels, Manfred Marlowe. Life, Works, and Milton, and Shakespeare, Marmion Marvell, Andrew Massinger, Philip Matter of France, Rome, and Britain, Melodrama, Memoirs of a Cavalier, Meredith, George Merlin and the Gleam, Metaphysical Poets, Metrical Romances, Middleton, Thomas Miles Gloriosus, M. Les GLRSS, Mill on the Floss, Milton. Life. Early or Horton Poems, Prose Works, Later Poetry, and Shakespeare. Wordsworth's Sonnet on Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, Miracle, Plays Mirror for Magistrates, Mr. Badman, Life and Death of Modern Literature, Spirit of Modern Painters, Modest Proposal, A Moral Epistles, Moral Period of the Drama, Moral Purpose in Victorian Literature, Morality Plays More, Hannah More, Thomas Morris, William Mortdarther, Mother Hubbard's Tale, Mulliquet, M. Elk, My Last Duchess, Mysteries of Udolpho, The Dolph, Mystery Plays. New Atalantes, Newcomes, The Newman, Cardinal, Life, Prose Works, Poems, Style, Newspapers, The First Nibelungenlied, Enblung NLD, Noah, Play of Norman Conquest, Norman Pageantry, Norman Period. See Anglo-Norman, Normans, Union with Saxons, Literature of North, Christopher John Wilson, North, Thomas Northanger Abbey, Northanger, Northern Antiquities, Northumbrian Literature, Decline of, How Saved Novel, Meaning and History, Precursors of, Discovery of Modern Novelists, The First English. See Scott Dickens, Etc. Novum Organum, Orgnum. Ode on the Morning of Christ's Nativity, Ode to Dejection, Ode to the West Wind, Odes, Pindaric Odyssey, Popes. Chapman's, Dryden's Old Fortunatus, Fortientus, Oliver Cromwell, Carlyle's Oliver Twist, Origin of Species, Orlando Furioso, Orland Fuar S. Orm, or Orm, his Ormulum Orosius Arzias, His History Ossian and Ossianic poems Owl and Nightingale, the Oxford Movement. Peas, the Four Palamon and Arsite Palamon, Arsti, Pamela Pantisocracy, of Coleridge Southey, etc. Paradise Lost Paradise Regained Paradise of Dainty Devises Paraphrase, of Cædmon Parish Register, the Paulin Pearl, the Pelham Pendennis Pepys, Samuel Pepys Pepys Pips, Percy, Thomas Peregrine Pickle Pergrin Pericles and Aspasia, Puriklz as Peas Hyae, Philistines. The Phoenix Ephnix, Pickwick Papers Piers Plowman Piers, Pilgrim's Progress Pindaric Odes, Pindaric, Pippa Passes Plain Man's Pathway to Heaven Plutarch's Lives Poems by Two Brothers Poetaster, the Polyalbion Paul Alban Pope, Alexander. Life. Works Porter, Jane Practice of Piety Preter Rita, P.R. Turtaw Praise of Folly Prelude, the Pre-Raphaelites, Raphaelites, Pride and Prejudice Princess, the Prometheus Unbound, P.R. Emths, Prose Development in 18th Century Pseudo-Classicism, Este Purchas, Samuel, Purchas His Pilgrim's Puritan Age. History, Literary Characteristics, Poets, Prose Writers, compared with Elizabethan. Summary, Selections for Reading, Bibliography, Questions. Chronology Puritan Movement Puritans, Wrong Ideas of. Queen Mab, in Romeo and Juliet Queen's Gardens. Rabbi Ben Ezra Ratcliffe, Mrs. Anne Raleigh, Walter Ralph Royster Doyster Rambler Essays Rape of the Lock Reed, Charles Realism Reclus. The Reflections on the French Revolution Religio Laissa Religio Medici Religious Period of the Drama Reliques of Ancient English Poetry Reminiscences, Carlyle's Remorse Renaissance, the Rienzens, Arnsands, etc. Restoration Period. History, Literary Characteristics, Writers, Summary, Selections for Reading, Bibliography, Questions. Chronology Revival of Learning Period, History, Literature, Summary, Selections for Reading, Bibliography, Questions. Chronology Revolt of Islam Revolution, French, of 1688. Age of Richardson, Samuel, Novels of Rights of Man Rhyme of the Ancient Alariner Rhyme Royal Ring and the Book, The Robin Hood Robinson Crusoe Roderick Random Romance. Greek Romances Romance Languages Romance of the Rose Romantic Comedy and Tragedy Romantic Enthusiasm Romantic Poetry Romanticism. Age of. History, Literary Characteristics Poets, Prose Writers. Summary, Selections for Reading, Bibliography, Questions, Chronology Romanticism, meaning Romola Rosalind Rossetti, Christina Rosette Rossetti, Dante Gabriel Rowley Papers Royal Society Runes Ruskin, Life, Works, Characteristics, Message. Sackville, Thomas St. Catherine, Play of St. George's Guild Saints Everlasting Rest Samson Agonists, Sartor Resartus Satyr, of Swift, of Thackeray Saxon. See Anglo-Saxon School of Shooting Science, in Victorian Age Scop, or Poet, Scott Walter Life, Poetry Novels, Criticism of Jane Austen Scottish Chief Siled Skilled, Story of Sea, Names of an Anglo-Saxon, 25 Seafarer, The Seasons, The Selections for Reading Anglo-Saxon Period, Norman Chaucer Revival of Learning Elizabethan, Puritan Restoration 18th Century, Romanticism, Victorian Sentimental Journey Sesame and Lilies, Cessa M., Shakespeare Life Works, 4 Periods. Sources of Plays, Classification of Plays, Doubtful Plays Poems, Place and Influence She Stoops to Conquer Shelley, Life Works. Compared with Wordsworth Shepherd's Book Shepherd's Calendar Shirley, James Shoemaker's Holiday, The Short View of the English Stage Sydney, Philip Sigurd the Volsung Sela's Marner Silent Woman, the Sir Charles Grandison Skelton, John Sketches by Boz Smollett, Tobias Social Development in 18th Century Sohrab and Rustum, Surhab, or Esrab, Songs of Innocence, and Songs of Experience Sonnet, Introduction of Sonnets of Shakespeare, of Milton's Sonnets from the Portuguese Southey. Works Spanish Gypsy Spanish Tragedy Specimens of English Dramatic Poet Spectator, The Spenser Life Works Characteristics, compared with Chaucer Spenserian Poet Spenserian Stanza Stage, in early plays Elizabethan Style, Richard Stephen, Leslie Sterne, Lawrence Stevenson, Robert Louis Style, A Test of Literature Suckling, John Surrey, Henry Howard, Earl of Swan, The Swift Life Works. Satire Characteristics Swinburne Silva Simmons, John Addington. Taubard in Tale of a Tubtale of Two Cities Tales from Shakespeare Tales in Verse Tales of the Hall Tam O. Shanter Tamburlaine, Tamburlaine Task, The Tatler, The Tailor, Jeremy Temora, T.M. Tempest, The Temple, The Tennyson Life, Works Characteristics. Message Tenure of Kings and Magistrates Terra Tests of Literature Teufelsdroke, Thackeray Life, Works Characteristics Style. And Dickens Thaddeus of Warsaw Thalaba Talabath Theatre, the first Thomson, James Theosis, Thyrses, Timbertintern Abitiricinium, Tiercinum, or a review of schools Tom Jones, Tories and Whigs Toddles Miscellany, Townley Plays Toxophilus, Toxophilus, Tractarian Movement Tracks for the Times Tragedy, Definition of Blood Transition Poet's Traveller, the Treasure Island Treatises on Government Tristram Shandy Troilus and Cressida, T.R. Luss, Cres da Trollope, Anthony Troyes, Treaty of Truth. Or Good Counsel Tyndale, William Tyndall. Udall, Nicholas Dahl, Udolpho Dolph, Unfortunate Traveller, The Universality, a test of literature university wits unto this last utopia. Vanity Fair Vanity of Human Wishes Vaughan, Henry Vercelli Bookvicar of Wakefield Vice, the In Old Plays Victorian Age History, Literary Characteristics, Poets, Novelists, Essayists, etc. Spirit of Summary Selections for Reading, Bibliography, Questions, Chronology View of the State of Ireland Village, The Vision of the Rude Volpone, Volpini, Voyages, Hacklights. Wakefield Plays Waldeer, Valderie or Valder, Waller Edmund Walton, Isaac Waverley Wealth of Nations Whether They, Play of Webster John Wedmore Treaty of Westward Ho Whigs and Tories Whitby H. Widsith, Wiglaf Viglaf, Wilson John Christopher North, Wither George Women in Literature Wordsworth Life, Poetry Poems of Nature, Poems of Life, Last Works Wordsworth, Dorothy Worthies of England Wuthering Heights, Wuthering, Wyatt W. At, Thomas Wycliffe, Weird Ferd. Or Fate. York Plays. Footnote 1. From the Bard of the Dimbovitza, First Series, p. 73. Footnote 2. There is a mystery about this old hero which stirs our imagination, but which is never explained. It refers, probably, to some legend of the Anglo-Saxons which we have supplied from other sources, aided by some vague suggestions and glimpses of the past in the poem itself. Footnote 3. This is not the Beowulf who is hero of the poem. Footnote 4. Beowulf, LL. 2650, a free rendering to suggest the alliteration of the original. Footnote 5. Grendel of the Eoten giant race, the Death Shadow, the Markstalker, the Shadowganger, is also variously called God's foe, fiend of hell, Cain's brood, etc. It need hardly be explained that the latter terms are additions to the original poem, made probably by monks who copied the manuscript. A belief in Wead, the mighty power controlling the destinies of men, is the chief religious motive of the epic. In line 1056, we find a curious blending of pagan and Christian belief, where Wead is withstood by the wise god. Footnote 6. Summary of LL. 710-727. We have not indicated in our translation, or in quotations from Garnet, Morley, Brooke, etc., where parts of the text are omitted. Footnote 7. Grendel's mother belongs also to the Eoten giant race. She is called Brimwulf sea wolf, Merwif sea woman, Grundweogen bottom master, etc. Footnote 8. From Garnet's Beowulf, LL. 1384-1394. Footnote 9. From Morley's version, LL. 1357-1376. Footnote 10. Beowulf, LL. 20 for 1724-23, a free rendering. Footnote 11. Lines 27, 29, 27, 40, a free rendering. Footnote 12. Morley's version, LL. 27, 99, 28, 16. Footnote 13. Lines 31, 56, 30, 182, Morley's version. Footnote 14. Probably to the 4th century, though some parts of the poem must have been added later. Thus the poet says, Roman 2, 88 1 of 2, that he visited Eir Manric, who died Sir. 375, and Queen Ealhild, whose father, Edwin, died Sir. 561. The difficulty of fixing a date to the poem is apparent. It contains several references to scenes and characters in Beowulf. Footnote 15. Lines 130-5143, Morley's version. Footnote 16. A lyric is a short poem reflecting some personal emotion, like love or grief. Two other Anglo-Saxon poems, The Wife's Complaint and The Husband's Message, belong to this class. Footnote 17. First strophe of Brooke's version, History of Early English Literature. Footnote 18. Seafarer Part 1, Eiding's version, in translations from Old English poetry. Footnote 19. It is an open question whether this poem celebrates the fight at which Ecgneif, the Danish leader, fell, or a later fight led by Hengist to avenge Ecgneif's death. Footnote 20. Brooke's translation, History of Early English Literature, For another early battle song, see Tennyson's Battle of Brunanbar. Footnote 21. William Camden, 1551–1623, one of England's earliest and greatest antiquarians. His first work, Britannia, a Latin history of England, has been called The Common Sun, whereat our modern writers have all kindled their little torches. Footnote 22. From Eiding's version of The Seafarer. Footnote 23. From Andreas LL, 511 ff, a free translation. The whole poem thrills with the old Saxon love of the sea and of ships. Footnote 24. From Beowulf LL, 1063 ff, a free translation. Footnote 25. Translated from The Husband's Message, written on a piece of bark. With wonderful poetic insight, the bark itself is represented as telling its story to the wife, from the time when the birch tree grew beside the sea until the exiled man found it and stripped the bark and carved on its surface a message to the woman he loved. This first of all English love songs deserves to rank with Valentine's description of Sylvia. Why, man, she is mine own, and I as rich in having such a jewel as 20 seas, if all their sand were pearl, the water nectar and the rocks pure gold. 2 Gentlemen of Verona, Roman 2:4. Footnote 26. From the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, record of the year 457. Footnote 27. According to Sweet, the original home of the Aryans is placed in Central or Northern Europe, rather than in Asia, as was once assumed. See The History of Language, p. 103. Footnote 28. Cædmon's hymn, Cook's version, in translations from Old English poetry. Footnote 29. Ecclesiastical History, Roman 4, Roman 24. Footnote 30. Genesis 112–131 Morley. Footnote 31. Exodus 155 ff. Brooke. Footnote 32. Runes were primitive letters of the Old Northern alphabet. In a few passages, Cynewulf uses each rune to represent not only a letter but a word beginning with that letter. Thus the rune equivalent of C stands for seen, keen, courageous, Y for ifil, evil in the sense of wretched, N for nid, need, W for even, joy, U for hour, L for lago, lake, F for fee, wealth. Using the runes equivalent to these 7 letters, Cynewulf hides and at the same time reveals his name in certain verses of the Christ. For instance, then the courage-hearted quakes, when the king Lord he hears speak to those who once on earth but obeyed him weakly, while as yet their yearning fain and their need most easily comfort might discover. Gone is then the winsomeness of the earth's adornments. What to us as men belonged of the joys of life was locked, long ago in lake flood, all the fee on earth. See Brooke's History of Early English Literature, pp. 377–379, or The Christ of Cynewulf, ed. By Cook, also by Gollancz. Footnote 33. My robe is noiseless while I tread the earth, or tarry 'neath the banks, or stir the shallows. But when these shining wings, this depth of air, bear me aloft above the bending shores where men abide, and far the welkin's strength over the multitudes conveys me, then with rushing whir and clear melodious sound my raiment sings. And like a wandering spirit I float unweariedly o'er flood and field. Brougham's version, in Transl. From Old Eng, Poetry. Footnote 34. The source of Andreas is an early Greek legend of St. Andrew that found its way to England and was probably known to Cynewulf in some brief Latin form, now lost. Footnote 35. Our 2 chief sources are the famous Exeter Book in Exeter Cathedral, a collection of Anglo-Saxon poems presented by Bishop Leofric c. 1050, and the Vercelli Book discovered in the monastery of Vercelli, Italy in 1822. The only known manuscript of Beowulf was discovered c. 1600 and is now in the Cotton Library of the British Museum. All these are fragmentary copies and show the marks of fire and of hard usage. The Exeter Book contains the Christ, Guthlac, the Phoenix, Juliana, Widsith, the Seafarer, Dior's Lament, the Wife's Complaint, the Lover's Message, 95 riddles, and many short hymns and fragments, an astonishing variety for a single manuscript. Footnote 36, from Alfred's Boethius. Footnote 37. It is not certain that the translation of Bede is the work of Alfred. Footnote 38. See translations from Old English poetry. Only a brief account of the fight is given in the Chronicle. The song known as the Battle of Maldon, or Byrhtnoth's death, is recorded in another manuscript. Footnote 39. This is an admirable little book, containing the cream of Anglo-Saxon poetry, in free translations with notes. Translations from Old English Prose is a companion volume. Footnote 40, for full titles and publishers of general reference books, and for a list of inexpensive texts and helps, see General Bibliography at the end of this book. Footnote 41, the chief object of these questions is not to serve as a review or to prepare for examination, but rather to set the student thinking for himself about what he has read. A few questions of an advanced nature are inserted which call for special study and research in interesting fields. Footnote 42. A Romance language is one whose basis is Latin, not the classic language of literature, but a vulgar or popular Latin spoken in the military camps and provinces. Thus, Italian, Spanish, and French were originally different dialects of the vulgar Latin, slightly modified by the mingling of the Roman soldiers with the natives of the conquered provinces. Footnote 43, CP 51. Footnote 44. It is interesting to note that all the chroniclers of the period, whether of English or Norman birth, unite in admiration of the great figures of English history as it was then understood. Brutus, Arthur, Hengist, Horsa, Edward the Confessor, and William of Normandy are all alike set down as English heroes. In a French poem of the 13th century, for instance, we read that there is no land in the world where so many good kings and saints have lived as in the Isle of the English, such as the strong and brave Arthur, Edmund, and Cnut. This national poem, celebrating the English Edward, was written in French by a Norman monk of Westminster Abbey, and its first heroes are a Celt, a Saxon, and a Dane. See Jusserand, Literary History of the English People, I. 112 ff. Footnote 45, English Literature from the Norman Conquest to Chaucer. Footnote 46, Anselm was an Italian by birth, but wrote his famous work while holding the See of Canterbury. Footnote 47, during the Roman occupancy of Britain occurred a curious mingling of Celtic and Roman traditions. The Welsh began to associate their national hero Arthur with Roman ancestors, hence the story of Brutus, great-grandson of Aeneas, the first king of Britain, as related by Geoffrey and Layman. Footnote 48, probably a Latin copy of Bede. Footnote 49, Wace's translation of Geoffrey. Footnote 50, only one word in about 350 is of French origin. A century later, Robert Manning uses one French word in 80, while Chaucer has one in 6 or 7. This includes repetitions and is a fair estimate rather than an exact computation. Footnote 51. The matter of Britain refers strictly to the Arthurian, i.e., the Welsh romances, and so another division, the matter of England, may be noted. This includes tales of popular English heroes like Bevis of Hampton, Guy of Warwick, Hornchild, etc. Footnote 52. According to medieval literary custom, these songs were rarely signed. Later, when many songs were made over into a long poem, the author signed his name to the entire work without indicating what he had borrowed. Footnote 53. An English book in which such romances were written was called a gest or jest book, so also at the beginning of Cursor Mundi c. 1320 we read, Men yearnen gestes for to hear, and Romonts read in diverse manner. And then follows a summary of the great cycles of romance, which we are considering. Footnote 54. Tennyson goes farther than Malory in making Gawain false and irreverent. That seems to be a mistake, for in all the earliest romances, Gawain is, next to Arthur, the noblest of knights, the most loved and honored of all the heroes of the Round Table. Footnote 55. There were various French versions of the story, but it came originally from the Irish, where the hero was called Cuchulainn. Footnote 56. It is often alleged that in this romance we have a very poetical foundation for the Order of the Garter, which was instituted by Edward Roman III in 1349. But the history of the order makes this extremely doubtful. The reader will be chiefly interested in comparing this romance with Beowulf, for instance, to see what new ideals have taken root in England. Footnote 57. Originally Cockaigne, variously spelled, was intended to ridicule the mythical country of Avalon, somewhat as Cervantes' Don Quixote later ridicules the romances of chivalry. In luxury land, everything was good to eat. Houses were built of dainties and shingled with cakes. Buttered larks fell instead of rain. The streams ran with good wine, and roast geese passed slowly down the streets, turning themselves as they went. Footnote 58. Child's English and Scottish Popular Ballads is the most scholarly and complete collection in our language. Gummier's Old English Ballads is a good short work. Professor Kittredge's introduction to the Cambridge edition of Child's Ballads is the best summary of a very difficult subject. For an extended discussion of the literary character of the ballad, see Gummier's The Popular Ballad. Footnote 59, Little Bird. Footnote 60, In Her Language. Footnote 61, I Live. Footnote 62, Fairest. Footnote 63, I Am. Footnote 64, Power Bondage. Footnote 65, A Pleasant Fate I Have Attained. Footnote 66, I Know. Footnote 67, Gone. Footnote 68, Lit Alighted. Footnote 69, For titles and publishers of reference books, see General Bibliography at the end of this book. Footnote 70. The reader may perhaps be more interested in these final letters, which are sometimes sounded and again silent, if he remembers that they represent the decaying inflections of our old Anglo-Saxon speech. Footnote 71. House of Fame, Roman II, 652 ff. The passage is more or less autobiographical. Footnote 72. Legend of Good Women, Prologue LL, 29 ff. Footnote 73. Wealth. Footnote 74, The Crowd. Footnote 75, Success. Footnote 76, Blinds. Footnote 77, Act. Footnote 78, Trouble. Footnote 79, i.e., the goddess Fortune. Footnote 80, Kick. Footnote 81, All. Footnote 82, Judge. Footnote 83, For the typography of titles, the author has adopted the plan of putting the titles of all books, and of all important works generally regarded as single books, in italics. Individual poems, essays, etc. are in Roman letters with quotation marks. Thus we have the Knight's Tale, or the story of Palamon and Arcite, in the Canterbury Tales. This system seems on the whole the best, though it may result in some inconsistencies. Footnote 84, Troilus and Chryside, Roman III. Footnote 85, CP 107. Footnote 86. For a summary of Chaucer's work and place in our literature, see the comparison with Spenser, p. 111. Footnote 87, Clad. Footnote 88, Wonder. Footnote 89, Brook. Footnote 90, Sounded. Footnote 91, Theirs. Footnote 92, Rule. Footnote 93, Righteousness. Footnote 94, Called. Footnote 95, Theirs. Footnote 96, Yield. Footnote 97, Say. Footnote 98, Them. Footnote 99, Hate. Footnote 100, Persecute. Footnote 101, Slander. Footnote 102, Reigns. Footnote 103. In its English form, the alleged Manville describes the lands and customs he has seen and brings in all the wonders he has heard about. Many things he has seen himself, he tells us, and these are certainly true, but others he has heard in his travels, and of these the reader must judge for himself. Then he incidentally mentions a desert where he saw devils as thick as grasshoppers. As for things that he has been told by devout travelers, here are the dog-faced men, and birds that carry off elephants, and giants 28 feet tall, and dangerous women who have bright jewels in their heads instead of eyes. And if they behold any man in wrath, they slay him with a look, as doth the basilisk. Here also are the folk of Ethiopia, who have only one leg, but who hop about with extraordinary rapidity. Their one foot is so big that, when they lie in the sun, they raise it to shade their bodies. In rainy weather it is as good as an umbrella. At the close of this interesting book of travel, which is a guide for pilgrims, the author promises to all those who say a prayer for him a share in whatever heavenly grace he may himself obtain for all his holy pilgrimages. Footnote 104. For titles and publishers of reference works, see General Bibliography at the end of this book. Footnote 105. Constitutional History of England. Footnote 106. Symonds' Revival of Learning. Footnote 107. Sismondi attributes this to two causes. First, the lack of general culture, and second, the absorption of the schools in the new study of antiquity. See Literature of the South of Europe, Roman II, 400 ff. Footnote 108. Erasmus, the greatest scholar of the Renaissance, was not an Englishman, but seems to belong to every nation. He was born at Rotterdam c. 1466, but lived the greater part of his life in France, Switzerland, England, and Italy. His Encomium Moriae was sketched on a journey from Italy, 1509, and written while he was the guest of Sir Thomas More in London. Footnote 109. Unless, perchance, the reader finds some points of resemblance in Plato's Republic. Footnote 110. See Wordsworth's sonnet on the sonnet. For a detailed study of this most perfect verse form, see Tomlinson's The Sonnet, its origin, structure, and place in poetry. Footnote 111. William Caxton, c. 1420–1491, was the first English printer. He learned the art abroad, probably at Cologne or Bruges, and about the year 1476 set up the first wooden printing press in England. His influence in fixing a national language to supersede the various dialects and in preparing the way for the literary renaissance of the Elizabethan age is beyond calculation. Footnote 112. Malory has, in our own day, been identified with an English country gentleman and soldier who was Member of Parliament for Warwickshire in 1445. Footnote 113. For titles and publishers of general works, see General Bibliography at the end of this book. Footnote 114. Eastward Ho, a play given in Blackfriars Theatre about 1603. The play was written by Marston and two collaborators. Footnote 115. Lie so faint. Footnote 116. The View was not published till 1633. Footnote 117. Clad. Footnote 118. Handsome. Footnote 119. Jousts tournaments. Footnote 120. Countenance. Footnote 121. Dreaded. Footnote 122. Took off. Footnote 123. Pity. Footnote 124. No. Footnote 125. In the 19th century, men learned again to appreciate Chaucer. Footnote 126. The most dramatic part of the early ritual centered about Christ's death and resurrection, on Good Fridays and Easter days. An exquisite account of this most impressive service is preserved in St. Ethelwold's Latin Manual of Church Services, written about 965. The Latin and English versions are found in Chambers's Medieval Stage, Volume Roman II. For a brief, interesting description, see Gailey, Plays of Our Forefathers, pp. 14 ff. Footnote 127. How much we are indebted to the Norman love of pageantry for the development of the drama in England is an unanswered question. During the Middle Ages, it was customary, in welcoming a monarch or in celebrating a royal wedding, to represent allegorical and mythological scenes, like the combat of St. George and the Dragon, for instance, on a stage constructed for the purpose. These pageants were popular all over Europe and developed during the Renaissance into the dramatic form known as the masque. Though the drama was of religious origin, we must not overlook these secular pageants as an important factor in the development of dramatic art. Footnote 128. Miracles were acted on the continent earlier than this. The Normans undoubtedly brought religious plays with them, but it is probable that they began in England before the Conquest, 1066. See Manley, Specimens of the Pre-Shaxperian Drama, I, Roman 19. Footnote 129. See Jusserand, A Literary History of the English People, I, Roman 3, Roman 6. For our earliest plays and their authors, see Gailey, Plays of Our Forefathers. Footnote 130. These three periods are not historically accurate. The author uses them to emphasize three different views of our earliest plays rather than to suggest that there was any orderly or chronological development from miracle to morality and thence to the interludes. The latter is a prevalent opinion, but it seems hardly warranted by the facts. Thus, though the miracles precede the moralities by 2 centuries, the first known morality, the play of the Lord's Prayer, mentioned by Wycliffe, was given probably about 1375. Some of the best-known moralities, like Pride of Life, precede many of the later York miracles. And the term interlude, which is often used as symbolical of the transition from the moral to the artistic period of the drama, was occasionally used in England, 14th century, as synonymous with miracle, and again, 16th century, as synonymous with comedy. That the drama had these three stages seems reasonably certain, but it is impossible to fix the limits of any one of them, and all three are sometimes seen together in one of the later miracles of the Wakefield cycle. Footnote 131. In fact, Heywood cribbed from Chaucer's tales in another interlude called The Pardoner and the Freer. Footnote 132. Schelling, Elizabethan Drama, I. 86. Footnote 133. That these gallants were an unmitigated nuisance, and had frequently to be silenced by the common people who came to enjoy the play, seems certain. Decker's Gull's Hornbook, 1609, has an interesting chapter on how a gallant should behave himself in a playhouse. Footnote 134. The first actors were classed with thieves and vagabonds, but they speedily raised their profession to an art and won a reputation which extended far abroad. Thus a contemporary, Fynes Morrison, writes in his itinerary, "So I remember that when some of our cast despised stage players came into Germany and played at Frankfurt, having neither a complete number of actors, nor any good apparel, nor any ornament of the stage, yet the Germans, not understanding a word they said, both men and women, flocked wonderfully to see their gesture and action." Footnote 135. Schelling, Elizabethan Drama. Footnote 136. Baker, in his development of Shakespeare as a dramatist, pp. 5762, takes a different view, and shows how carefully many of the boy actors were trained. It would require, however, a vigorous use of the imagination to be satisfied with a boy's presentation of Portia, Juliet, Cordelia, Rosalind, or any other of Shakespeare's wonderful women. Footnote 137. These choir masters had royal permits to take boys of good voice, wherever found, and train them as singers and actors. The boys were taken from their parents and were often half-starved and most brutally treated. The abuse of this unnatural privilege led to the final withdrawal of all such permits. Footnote 138. So called from Euphues, the hero of Lyly's two prose works, Euphues, The Anatomy of Wit, 1579, and Euphues and His England, 1580. The style is affected and overelegant, abounds in odd conceits, and uses hopelessly involved sentences. It is found in nearly all Elizabethan prose writers, and partially accounts for their general tendency to artificiality. Shakespeare satirizes Euphuism in the character of Don Adriano of Love's Labour's Lost, but is himself tiresomely Euphuistic at times, especially in his early or Lylean comedies. Lyly, by the way, did not invent the style, but did more than any other to diffuse it. Footnote 139. See Schelling, I. 211. Footnote 140. CP 114. Footnote 141. In 1587, the first history of Johann Faust, a half-legendary German necromancer, appeared in Frankfurt. Where Marlowe found the story is unknown, but he used it, as Goethe did 2 centuries later, for the basis of his great tragedy. Footnote 142. We must remember, however, that our present version of Faustus is very much mutilated and does not preserve the play as Marlowe wrote it. Footnote 143. The two dramatists may have worked together in such doubtful plays as Richard Roman III, the hero of which is like Timur in an English dress, and Titus Andronicus, with its violence and horror. In many strong scenes in Shakespeare's works, Marlowe's influence is manifest. Footnote 144. Gammer Gurton's Needle appeared c. 1562, Love's Labour's Lost c. 1591. Footnote 145. King John Roman IV 2. Footnote 146. Queen Mab in Romeo and Juliet. Footnote 147. By Archdeacon Davies in the 17th century. Footnote 148. In 1709, nearly a century after the poet's death. Footnote 149. Robert Greene, one of the popular playwrights of the time, who attacked Shakespeare in a pamphlet called A Groat's Worth of Wit Bought with $1,000,000 of Repentance. The pamphlet, aside from its jealousy of Shakespeare, is a sad picture of a man of genius dying of dissipation, and contains a warning to other playwrights of the time, whose lives were apparently almost as bad as that of Greene. Footnote 150. Love's Labour's Lost, Comedy of Errors, Two Gentlemen of Verona. Footnote 151. Henry Roman VI, Richard Roman III, Richard Roman II, King John. Prior to 1588, only 3 true chronicle plays are known to have been acted. The defeat of the Armada in that year led to an outburst of national feeling which found one outlet in the theaters, and in the next 10 years over 80 chronicle plays appeared. Of these, Shakespeare furnished 9 or 10. It was the great popular success of Henry Roman VI, a revision of an old play, in 1592 that probably led to Green's jealous attack. Footnote 152. See Lee's Life of William Shakespeare, pp. 180-8196. Footnote 153. Like Henry Roman VIII and possibly the lost Cardenio. Footnote 154. A name given to the privilege claimed by the medieval church for its clergy of being exempt from trial by the regular law courts. After the Reformation, the custom survived for a long time, and special privileges were allowed to ministers and their families. Johnson claimed the privilege as a minister's son. Footnote 155. A similar story of quackery is found in Chaucer, the Canon's Yeoman's Tale. Footnote 156. In this and in a fair quarrel Middleton collaborated with William Rowley, of whom little is known except that he was an actor from c. 1607–1627. Footnote 157. The reader will find wholesome criticism of these writers and selections from their works in Charles Lamb's Specimens of English Dramatic Poets, an excellent book, which helps us to a better knowledge and appreciation of the lesser Elizabethan dramatists. Footnote 158. The first 5 books were published 1594–1597 and are as Hooker wrote them. The last 3 books, published after his death, are of doubtful authorship, but they are thought to have been completed from Hooker's notes. Footnote 159. For titles and publishers of reference works, see General Bibliography at the end of this book. Footnote 160. See, for instance, the Hymn to St. Teresa and the Flaming Heart. Footnote 161. So called from Pindar, the greatest lyric poet of Greece. Footnote 162. See, for instance, Childhood, The Retreat, Corruption, The Bird, The Hidden Flower, for Vaughan's mystic interpretation of childhood and nature. Footnote 163. There is some doubt as to whether he was born at the castle or at Black Hall. Recent opinion inclines to the latter view. Footnote 164. On his being arrived to the age of 23. Footnote 165. It is remarkable, says Lamartine, how often in the libraries of Italian princes and in the correspondence of great Italian writers of this period you find mentioned the name and fame of this young Englishman. Footnote 166. In Milton's work we see plainly the progressive influence of the Puritan age. Thus his Horton poems are joyous, almost Elizabethan in character. His prose is stern, militant, unyielding, like the Puritan in his struggle for liberty. His later poetry, following the apparent failure of Puritanism in the Restoration, has a note of sadness, yet proclaims the eternal principles of liberty and justice for which he had lived. Footnote 167. Of these 60 were taken from the Bible, 33 from English and 5 from Scotch history. Footnote 168. The latter was by Lewis Bailey, Bishop of Bangor. It is interesting to note that this book, whose very title is unfamiliar to us, was speedily translated into 5 different languages. It had an enormous sale and ran through 50 editions soon after publication. Footnote 169. Abridged from Grace Abounding, Part 3, Works ed. 1873, p. 71. Footnote 170. For titles and publishers of reference works, see General Bibliography at the end of this book. Footnote 171. Gizott's History of the Revolution in England. Footnote 172. Jeremy Collier, 1650–1726, a clergyman and author, noted for his scholarly ecclesiastical history of Great Britain, 1708–1714, and his short view of the immorality and profaneness of the English stage, 1698. The latter was largely instrumental in correcting the low tendency of the Restoration drama. Footnote 173. The Royal Society, for the Investigation and Discussion of Scientific Questions, was founded in 1662 and soon included practically all of the literary and scientific men of the age. It encouraged the work of Isaac Newton, who was one of its members, and its influence for truth at a time when men were still trying to compound the philosopher's stone, calculating men's actions from the stars, and hanging harmless old women for witches can hardly be overestimated. Footnote 174. If the reader would see this in concrete form, let him read a paragraph of Milton's prose or a stanza of his poetry, and compare its exuberant, melodious diction with Dryden's concise method of writing. Footnote 175. Edmund Waller, 1606–1687, the most noted poet of the Restoration period until his pupil Dryden appeared. His works are now seldom read. Footnote 176. From Divine Poems, Old Age and Death. Footnote 177. Following the advice of Boileau, 1676–1711, a noted French critic whom Voltaire called the lawgiver of Parnassus. Footnote 178. By a critic we mean simply one who examines the literary works of various ages, separates the good from the bad, and gives the reasons for his classification. It is noticeable that critical writings increase in an age, like that of the Restoration, when great creative works are wanting. Footnote 179. Two other principles of this book should be noted. 1. That all power originates in the people, and 2. That the object of all government is the common good. Here evidently is a democratic doctrine, which abolishes the divine right of kings, but Hobbes immediately destroys democracy by another doctrine that the power given by the people to the ruler could not be taken away. Hence the Royalists could use the book to justify the despotism of the Stuarts on the ground that the people had chosen them. This part of the book is in direct opposition to Milton's defense of the English people. Footnote 180. Locke's treatises on government should also be mentioned, for they are of profound interest to American students of history and political science. It was from Locke that the framers of the Declaration of Independence and of the Constitution drew many of their ideas, and even some of their most striking phrases. All men are endowed with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The origin and basis of government is in the consent of the governed. These and many more familiar and striking expressions are from Locke. It is interesting to note that he was appointed to draft a constitution for the new province of Carolina, but his work was rejected probably because it was too democratic for the age in which he lived. Footnote 181. A few slight changes and omissions from the original text, as given in Wheatley's edition of Pepys, London, 1892, 9 vols, are not indicated in these brief quotations. Footnote 182. The first daily newspaper, the Daily Courant, appeared in London in 1702. Footnote 183. See Lecky, England in the 18th century. Footnote 184. Addison's Campaign, 1704, written to celebrate the Battle of Blenheim. Footnote 185. Great writers in every age, men like Shakespeare and Milton, make their own style. They are therefore not included in this summary. Among the minor writers also there are exceptions to the rule, and fine feeling is often manifest in the poetry of Donne, Herbert, Vaughan, and Herrick. Footnote 186. We have endeavored here simply to show the meaning of terms in general use in our literature, but it must be remembered that it is impossible to classify or to give a descriptive name to the writers of any period or century. While classic or pseudo-classic may apply to a part of 18th century literature, every age has both its romantic and its classic movements. In this period, the revolt against classicism is shown in the revival of romantic poetry under Gray, Collins, Burns, and Thomson, and in the beginning of the English novel under Defoe, Richardson, and Fielding. These poets and novelists, who have little or no connection with classicism, belong chronologically to the period we are studying. They are reserved for special treatment in the sections following. Footnote 187. Pope's satires, for instance, are strongly suggested in Boileau. His Rape of the Lock is much like the mock heroic Le Lutrin, and the Essay on Criticism, which made him famous, is an English edition and improvement of L'Art Poétique. The last was, in turn, a combination of the Ars Poetica of Horace and of many well-known rules of the classicists. Footnote 188. These are the 4 kinds of spirits inhabiting the 4 elements, according to the Rosicrucianse fantastic sect of spiritualists of that age. In the dedication of the poem, Pope says he took the idea from a French book called Le Conte de Gabalis. Footnote 189. Compare this with Shakespeare's All the World's a Stage, in As You Like It, Roman 2:7. Footnote 190. It is only fair to point out that Swift wrote this and 2 other pamphlets on religion at a time when he knew that they would damage, if not destroy, his own prospects of political advancement. Footnote 191. See Tennyson's Merlin and the Gleam. Footnote 192. Of the Tatler essays Addison contributed 42, 36 others were written in collaboration with Steele, while at least 180 are the work of Steele alone. Footnote 193. From the Vanity of Human Wishes. Footnote 194. A very lovable side of Johnson's nature is shown by his doing penance in the public marketplace for his unfilial conduct as a boy. See, in Hawthorne's Our Old Home, the article on Lichfield and Johnson. His sterling manhood is recalled in his famous letter to Lord Chesterfield, refusing the latter's patronage for the dictionary. The student should read this incident entire in Boswell's Life of Johnson. Footnote 195. In Johnson's dictionary we find this definition. Grub Street, the name of a street in London much inhabited by writers of small histories, dictionaries, and temporary poems, whence any mean production is called Grub Street. Footnote 196. From Macaulay's Review of Boswell's Life of Johnson. Footnote 197. Many of the writers show a mingling of the classic and the romantic tendencies. Thus Goldsmith followed Johnson and opposed the Romanticists, but his deserted village is romantic in spirit, though its classic couplets are almost as mechanical as Pope's. So Burke's orations are elegantly classic in style, but are illumined by bursts of emotion and romantic feeling. Footnote 198. A much more interesting work is Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, which was written in answer to Burke's essay, and which had enormous influence in England and America. Footnote 199. In the same year, 1775, in which Burke's magnificent Conciliation oration was delivered, Patrick Henry made a remarkable little speech before a gathering of delegates in Virginia. Both men were pleading the same cause of justice, and were actuated by the same high ideals. A very interesting contrast, however, may be drawn between the methods and the effects of Henry's speech and of Burke's more brilliant oration. Burke makes us wonder at his learning, his brilliancy, his eloquence, but he does not move us to action. Patrick Henry calls us, and we spring to follow him. That suggests the essential difference between the 2 orators. Footnote 200. The Romantic Revival is marked by renewed interest in medieval ideals and literature. And to this interest is due the success of Walpole's romance, The Castle of Otranto, and of Chatterton's forgeries known as the Rowley Papers. Footnote 201. From the Task, Book 2. Footnote 202. See, for instance, Phelps' Beginnings of the Romantic Movement, for a list of Spenserian imitators from 1700 to 1775. Footnote 203. Such is Goldsmith's version of a somewhat suspicious adventure, whose details are unknown. Footnote 204. Goldsmith's idea, which was borrowed from Walpole, reappears in the pseudo-letters from a Chinese official, which recently attracted considerable attention. Footnote 205. Fitzgreen Halleck's poem To a Rose from Near Alloway Kirk, 1822, is a good appreciation of Burns and his poetry. It might be well to read this poem before the sad story of Burns's life. Footnote 206. Introduction, Songs of Innocence. Footnote 207. Swinburne's William Blake. Footnote 208. There are several omissions from the text in this fragment from Fingal. Footnote 209. Several fragments of Gaelic poetry, attributed to Ossian or Oisin, are now known to have existed at that time in the Highlands. Macpherson used these as a basis for his epic, but most of the details were furnished by his own imagination. The alleged text of Ossian was published in 1807, some 11 years after Macpherson's death. It only added another mystery to the forgery. For, while it embodied a few old and probably genuine fragments, the bulk of it seems to be Macpherson's work translated back into Gaelic. Footnote 210. For various other collections of songs and ballads antedating Percy's, see Phelps's Beginnings of the English Romantic Movement, ch. Roman 7. Footnote 211. The first books to which the term novel, in the modern sense, may be applied, appeared almost simultaneously in England, France, and Germany. The rapid development of the English novel had an immense influence in all European nations. Footnote 212. The name romance was given at first to any story in one of the Romance languages, like the French metrical romances, which we have considered. Because these stories were brought to England at a time when the childish mind of the Middle Ages delighted in the most impossible stories, the name romance was retained to cover any work of the unbridled imagination. Footnote 213. This division of works of fiction into romances and novels is a somewhat arbitrary one, but it seems, on the whole, the most natural and the most satisfactory. Many writers use the generic term novel to include all prose fiction. They divide novels into two classes, stories and romances, the story being a form of the novel which relates certain incidents of life with as little complexity as possible, and the romance being a form of novel which describes life as led by strong emotions into complex and unusual circumstances. Novels are otherwise divided into novels of personality, like Vicar of Wakefield and Silas Marner, historical novels Ivanhoe, novels of romance, like Lorna Doone, and novels of purpose, like Oliver Twist and Uncle Tom's Cabin. All such classifications are imperfect, and the best of them is open to objections. Footnote 214. One of these tales was called The Wonderful Things Beyond Thule. It is the story of a youth, Dineas, who for love of a girl, Derceles, did heroic things and undertook many adventures, including a journey to the frozen north and another to the moon. A second tale, Ephesiaca, is the story of a man and a maid, each of whom scoffs at love. They meet and fall desperately in love, but the course of true love does not run smooth, and they separate and suffer and go through many perils before they live happily ever after. This tale is the source of the medieval story, Apollonius of Tyre, which is used in Gower's Confessio Amantis and in Shakespeare's Pericles. A third tale is the pastoral love story, Daphnis and Chloe, which reappeared in many forms in subsequent literature. Footnote 215. Minto's Life of Defoe, p. 139. Footnote 216. These were not what the booksellers expected. They wanted a handy letter writer, something like a book of etiquette, and it was published in 1741, a few months after Pamela. Footnote 217. See p. 315. Footnote 218. For titles and publishers of general reference works and of inexpensive texts, see General Bibliography at end of this book. Footnote 219. Mrs. Radcliffe's best work is The Mysteries of Udolpho. This is the story of a tender heroine shut up in a gloomy castle. Over her broods the terrible shadow of an ancestor's crime. There are the usual goose-flesh accompaniments of haunted rooms, secret doors, sliding panels, mysterious figures behind old pictures, and a subterranean passage leading to a vault, dark and creepy as a tomb. Here the heroine finds a chest with blood-stained papers. By the light of a flickering candle she reads, with chills and shivering, the record of long-buried crimes. At the psychologic moment the little candle suddenly goes out. Then out of the darkness a cold, clammy hand dug. Foolish as such stories seem to us now, they show, first, a wild reaction from the skepticism of the preceding age, and second, a development of the medieval romance of adventure. Only the adventure is here inward rather than outward. It faces a ghost instead of a dragon, and for this work a nun with her beads is better than a knight in armor. So heroines abound instead of heroes. The age was too educated for medieval monsters and magic, but not educated enough to reject ghosts and other bogies. Footnote 220. The lyrical ballads were better appreciated in America than in England. The first edition was printed here in 1802. Footnote 221. The Prelude was not published till after Wordsworth's death, nearly half a century later. Footnote 222. The Prelude, Book 4. Footnote 223. Dowden's Selections from Wordsworth is the best of many such collections. See Selections for Reading and Bibliography at the end of this chapter. Footnote 224. See Christ Hospital 5 and 30 Years Ago in Essays of Elia. Footnote 225. See Scott's criticism of his own work in comparison with Jane Austen's, p. 439. Footnote 226. Scott's novels were not the first to have an historical basis. For 30 years preceding the appearance of Waverley, historical romances were popular, but it was due to Scott's genius that the historical novel became a permanent type of literature. See Cross, The Development of the English Novel. Footnote 227. See Selections for Reading and Bibliography at the end of this chapter. Footnote 228. Shelley undoubtedly took his idea from a lost drama of Aeschylus, a sequel to Prometheus Bound, in which the great friend of mankind was unchained from a precipice, where he had been placed by the tyrant Zeus. Footnote 229. This idea is supported by Shelley's poem Adonais and by Byron's parody against the reviewers beginning, "Who killed John Keats? I, says the Quarterly." Footnote 230. See Christ Hospital 5 and 30 Years Ago in Essays of Elia. Footnote 231. See Essays of Elia, The Superannuated Man. Footnote 232. In the first essay, The South Sea House, Lamb assumed as a joke the name of a former clerk, Elia. Other essays followed, and the name was retained when several successful essays were published in book form in 1823. In these essays, Elia is Lamb himself, and Cousin Bridget is his sister Mary. Footnote 233. See Histories for the Congress of Vienna, 1814, and the Holy Alliance, 1815. Footnote 234. For full titles and publishers of general reference books, see General Bibliography at end of this book. Footnote 235. An excellent little volume for the beginner is Van Dyck's Poems by Tennyson, which shows the entire range of the poet's work from his earliest to his latest years. See Selections for Reading at the end of this chapter. Footnote 236. Tennyson made a distinction in spelling between the Idylls of the King and the English idylls like Dora. Footnote 237. An excellent little book for the beginner is Lovett's Selections from Browning. See Selections for Reading at the end of this chapter. Footnote 238. This term, which means simply Italian painters before Raphael, is generally applied to an artistic movement in the middle of the 19th century. The term was first used by a brotherhood of German artists who worked together in the convent of San Isodoro, in Rome, with the idea of restoring art to its medieval purity and simplicity. The term now generally refers to a company of 7 young men: Dante Gabriel Rossetti and his brother William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millais, James Collinson, Frederick George Stevens, and Thomas Woolner, who formed the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood in England in 1848. Their official literary organ was called the Germ, in which much of the early work of Morris and Rossetti appeared. They took for their models the early Italian painters who, they declared, were simple, sincere, and religious. Their purpose was to encourage simplicity and naturalness in art and literature, and one of their chief objects, in the face of doubt and materialism, was to express the wonder, reverence, and awe which characterizes medieval art. In its return to the mysticism and symbolism of the medieval age, this pre-Raphaelitism suggests the contemporary Oxford or Tractarian movement in religion. See footnote, p. 554. Footnote 239. Arnold was one of the best-known poets of the age, but because he has exerted a deeper influence on our literature as a critic, we have reserved him for special study among the essayists. See p. XXX. Footnote 240. It should be pointed out that the English humorists is somewhat too highly colored to be strictly accurate. In certain cases also, notably that of Steele, the reader may well object to Thackeray's patronizing attitude toward his subject. Footnote 241, CPP, 262-61. Footnote 242. Emily Bronte, 1848, was only a little less gifted than her famous sister. Her best-known work is Wuthering Heights, 1847, a strong but morbid novel of love and suffering. Matthew Arnold said of her that, for the portrayal of passion, vehemence, and grief, Emily Bronte had no equal save Byron. An exquisite picture of Emily is given in Charlotte Bronte's novel Shirley. Footnote 243. Essays, Riverside Edition, I. 318. Footnote 244. The student should remember that Carlyle's literary opinions, though very positive, are to be received with caution. Sometimes, indeed, they are so one-sided and prejudiced that they are more valuable as a revelation of Carlyle himself than as a study of the author he is considering. Footnote 245. The Oxford movement in religion has many points of resemblance to the pre-Raphaelite movement in art. Both protested against the materialism of the age, and both went back for their models to the Middle Ages. Originally, the movement was intended to bring new life to the Anglican Church by a revival of the doctrine and practices of an earlier period. Recognizing the power of the press, the leaders chose literature for their instrument of reform, and by their tracts for the times they became known as Tractarians. To oppose liberalism and to restore the doctrine and authority of the early church was the center of their teaching. Their belief might be summed up in one great article of the Creed, with all that it implies: I believe in one Catholic and Apostolic Church. The movement began at Oxford with Keble's famous sermon on national apostasy in 1833, but Newman was the real leader of the movement, which practically ended when he entered the Catholic Church in 1845. End of the project Gutenberg eBook of English Literature by William J. Long.